Chapter 641 The First Base Tower. The higher the level of awakening, the more core power they have. They will not be controlled by others at will. Only the strong who are far superior to them can lead them. If you want to control the strong without enough ability, you will inevitably suffer backlash. Although 276 is not a strong man, he can barely be called a strong man. Not all commanders can connect with him. He tried his best to maintain the independence of his mental power, so as not to be too influenced by Jiang Hui. But unfortunately he failed in the end. The control is not in his hands at all. Jiang Hui's mental power level is far above his, and he has great penetration. He is powerless to resist. This makes him doubt whether his decision is correct. Although the other party's mental power level is very high and has absolute sovereignty, it is because of this sovereignty that they are completely passive. They have not yet understood each other, although the other party looks calm and thoughtful. But at present, it is only on the surface. When facing major events, you can truly see a person's character and temperament. The mental power level alone cannot convince them. If the other party is a fool at heart, they have no chance to struggle, and can only follow her route. It is better to lie down and wait for death than to do this. They will never be willing to be controlled by a fool. 899's thoughts are similar. But she is not as stubborn as 276, and is not blinded by arrogance. Not to mention how the other party is as their leader. But it is certain that the other party has an extraordinary leadership ability. After all, not everyone can do this. God. She even felt the root around her under the invisible traction of the other party's mental power. Although it is just a line, it gives people a three-dimensional and vivid feeling, allowing them to move forward along the line clearly. This is something that no commander who has connected with her in the past could bring her. And the other party is not even a commander, but just a single soldier. In fact, many people don't know much about commanders, and always think it is a very distant position. In fact, commanders are not so magical. In addition to innate abilities, almost all of them must undergo training. Without exception, in the general sense, commanders refer to awakened people who can connect with various departments with mental power. Many high-potential awakeners have this potential, if they are trained and shaped before they are fully awakened. Then after fully awakening, this ability can basically be finalized, and there is even a certain chance of awakening their own talents. But this possibility is relatively small. Of course, there are also natural commanders. Such people often do not need special training to show their talents, but they are very rare. In the same era, not to mention planets, even small galaxies and large galaxies, there are not many. It can be said that they are God-given talents. And this kind of talent is also different. It depends on the different abilities of each person. There is no standardization. But this person, she is different. 899 couldn't describe what it felt like. She instinctively felt it was terrible. Terrible, as if she was being held in someone else's hands, with no control over her life or death. Although it was terrible, it was also awe-inspiring. Who was the person with this ability? Feeling the unusual gaze from behind, Jiang Hui turned around sensitively, and found that it was the two new members of the team who were staring at her without hesitation. Jiang Hui. Although it doesn't mean that you can't see it. It's too direct. If it's real, it makes her a little troubled. Forget it. Just pretend you can't see it. Today, Jiang is still not on the same line as usual. Stop, the voice suddenly sounded in the eyes of two people, with a slight sense of vigilance, which alerted everyone. We're here. The other party didn't say much, and his mental power was also much lighter. A thin line, for fear of alarming people far away. But in fact, without Jiang Hui's reminder, everyone has seen the destination this time. It is a small Jiwei tower, located at the edge of the west, far away from the main battle zone. And it is also the closest Jiwei tower to them in the fragment map. The two towers closest to it are relatively far away, about 10 kilometers away by visual estimation. This means that if they occupy this place, they will not attract siege for the time being. Of course, it is also necessary to pay attention to whether this Jiwei tower is occupied alone or remotely controlled by a general commander. The two are also different. The former is relatively simple. If you can take it down in one fell swoop, you can occupy the tower without anyone noticing. But if it is the latter, if they occupy it, it will definitely be noticed by a main commander on the other side, which is equivalent to declaring war on them. If the other party is angry and has to take back this small base tower, they will definitely send people to encircle and suppress them. which is very disadvantageous for Jiang Hui and his team, which only has a few people. But if you don't move, everything is still unconfirmed. Instantly, Jiang Hui's heart turned over countless thoughts, and finally decided to follow the original plan. After all, if you don't do it yourself, you don't know how many things will develop. It's better to go up and try it directly. Otherwise, if you drag it on and wait for other variables, it will be another big setback. Thinking of this, Jiang Huisher asked everyone to follow closely, and then drove the mental power to disperse. The 759th base tower is located in a remote area, and the surrounding area is very small. The resources open are not enough for the average team to equip, and even the main command tower needs to transport excess equipment resources to barely equip it. That's fine. The geographical conditions of this base tower are not good. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, or it can rely on the terrain to win the victory. It's different. It can't attack or defend. It's flat and completely exposed. Even the plants and trees that cover the surroundings are shrubs, and the covering effect is very poor. If it weren't for the danger of leaving a dead corner blank at this point, the main command tower would not want to waste manpower to station here. Not only will it cause a certain loss of troops, but it will also waste some resources and not be of much use. It's really a very unprofitable business. It can be said that this is one of the worst towers in the entire inner circle. However, this situation is definitely a bargain for Jiang Hui and others. If Jiang Hui knew the situation of this tower at this moment, she would probably be very happy. Remote? Useless? Ignored? That's perfect. It is simply the most suitable place for them to stay at the moment. In that way, she can be more bold in her operations without worrying about being found by the big guys. It's a pity that she doesn't know. But not knowing doesn't affect her thinking. In fact, they are all the same core. Just occupy this place. Translated into the simplest words, it is fighting. This is what Jiang Hui has been forced to become best at in recent years. Now, apart from Huan Xian, Clarence often fights with her. Chapter 642 Attack. There are nearly 900 base towers in the inner circle. The 759th base tower is useless. Although it is called a base tower, it has no impact on the entire battle situation. It can only be regarded as a sightseeing tower. But there are people stationed here, and they have certain weapons and equipment. There are 126 people in total. Not one more and not one less. There are only 4 people in Jiang Hui's group. If there is no mecha, they really don't have the courage to break through the door. But it was Jiang Hui who took action, and they now have a mecha button that is about to end its cooling period. So there is a lot of room for maneuver. However, the only thing to note is that this base tower may be connected to a large group. If there are other people on it, or it is connected to other main towers, their actions here will inevitably alert the enemy. In order to avoid this situation, Jiang Hui thought of a way to separate this area with a mental force field, temporarily shielding all mental power connections here before taking action. Other people's mental power may not work, but hers can. On Atlantis, she once tried to use her mental power to shield a swamp snapping turtle in an attempt to avoid its attack. At that time, she only maintained it for a few minutes before failing on the spot due to lack of experience. But it also proved that this was feasible. Later, she discussed it with Huan Xian, who believed that her mental power had the flexibility and plasticity that ordinary awakeners did not have to achieve this level. However, if she wanted to maintain a longer shield, she would need to continuously strengthen her training and change the output method. In theory, this method sounds impossible. Mental powers with such strong plasticity and flexibility are rare in reality. And the shaping and expansion of mental power itself also requires huge reserves. There may not be many planets that have both. If others want to train, first, they don't have the conditions and don't have so much mental power output. Second, there is no suitable method. Mental power is sensitive, and random training may cause irreversible damage. So there is no standard way to increase mental power in the current interstellar. Generally, only those wealthy families or factions may have secret methods to train mental power. But their effectiveness is also very limited. Otherwise, high-level mental power masters may be everywhere. Jiang Hui is not a genius. At least she doesn't think so. But she has a true genius friend. With the help of the other party, even without the so-called secret method, she gradually began to explore the essence of mental power and use it effectively. Huan Xian's mental power can be said to be unique. The other party said it was S level on the surface, But with Jiang Hui's growing mental power field, it feels that the other party has long been far more than S level. His mental power is like a deep pool, unfathomable and untraceable. However, his and Jiang Hui's mental powers are rare, and do not repel each other. Unlike Huan Xian's unconscious control over most people's mental powers, Jiang Hui's mental power is indeed rarely desensitized to him, and is rarely affected. And his perception of emotional power fluctuations on Jiang Hui is almost ineffective. He can only read some when Jiang Hui's emotions are fluctuating. After communicating with each other last time, he did learn to accept and trust his own abilities. This is reflected in the fact that when his mental power intersects with Jiang Hui, he has less instinctive vigilance and control. It can be seen that he has learned to slowly and accurately control his aggressiveness, and he will be able to send and receive freely in the near future. In short, after thinking about it for a while, Jiang Hui really trained a very unique method, which can effectively block the spiritual power of a certain area for more than 20 stars. And it can be longer if the condition is good. Jiang Hui will temporarily estimate 20 stars. He doesn't know if 20 stars is enough, but it has to be enough. As long as they beat down the decision maker, it will be enough. The rest will be slowly finished or taken one step at a time. Anyway, they came empty-handed. At worst, they will be defeated and run away, which will not be a big loss. Tower number 779 is a poor little thing that has been ignored. Jiang Hui and the others guessed correctly. It is not an independent base tower. There is a controller above it. That is a leader who controls more than a dozen base towers. The other side has nearly 2,000 people under their command. They are the odds assigned here. Although they joined this team, they actually don't know the leader called Shilai. They only know that this is a very domineering commander who holds power alone. In the past, when they occupied several stars in the inner circle, they quickly occupied several base towers with their extremely strong skills, and then expanded outwards, eventually developing into this scale. He is one of the more powerful forces in the inner circle, and there are several commanders of the same level above him. However, these have nothing to do with the people in the 759th base tower. Most of them are mediocre, and join the team for stability. It's a bit far-fetched to say how strong they are. After all, those who are really strong will not be sent to guard this corner. However, due to the existence of the control panel, Shilai still has a certain degree of control over them, and he is not worried that they will rebel in this corner where they have no time to be distracted. But no one expected to run into such a ruthless character like Jiang Hui. The other party was fighting against the big men with few people. But she was alone, no. For people surrounded more than 100 people, which was quite whimsical. Of course, if Jiang Hui heard this evaluation, she would probably laugh at it, because she wanted to make this whimsical thing a reality. It happened that at night, the sky turned dark. The afterglow of the setting sun was about to dissipate, and when the last ray of skylight sank into the horizon, the forest would completely disappear into darkness. It was okay during the day. The sky was bright, and there would not be much feeling surrounded by the forest. However, when night fell, darkness took control of this area, and the forest surrounded by trees and rocks became more unknown and mysterious. Because it was in the forest, the Jiwei Tower itself was not equipped with too many lighting equipment. There were only fixed lighting ports around and inside, but not many, and it was obviously not enough to use these to keep watch. So night patrol personnel were still necessary, and most of the others retreated to the tower to rest, and also prepared for possible attacks. After all, the forest at night is the place where accidents are most likely to happen, and it is also the best time to attack. As the saying goes, what you worry about will come true. Sure enough, someone attacked under the cover of night. However, the people resting in the tower now do not know how terrible the enemy who came is, even though the number of the enemy is less than a fraction of theirs. Chapter 643. Hey, do you feel that this place seems to be particularly quiet? The tall young man said to his companion from the auxiliary department, who was patrolling with him. The companion was a little sluggish, nodded and shook his head, and said, as if he had suddenly woken up, What did you say? Quiet. It's always very quiet around here. What's the problem? Oh, how can I tell you? It's just a feeling. You don't know that even the quietest place has sounds, such as the sound of wind, the rustling of leaves, the sound of dewdrops dripping. But there seems to be no such sound here, and I always feel that this quietness is a bit too weird. Although this person's mental power is not high, he is quite sharp and has a lot of opinions. The companions were also curious when they heard the words, and immediately pricked up their ears to follow the various noises that the other party mentioned. But unfortunately they failed. Maybe they are not sharp enough. Maybe everything is the other party's illusion. The most. After that, they could only hear a dead silence. They even suspected that the other party was too sleepy and had an illusion, as if responding to their guess. The next moment the other party also yawned loudly. His eyebrows drooped, and he looked extremely sleepy. Yes, after all, they had not slept for nearly 10 hours. Several patrol team members were a little amused, but it was understandable because they were also very sleepy. The person who said that the surrounding area was unusually quiet was laughed at by his companions, and he also felt funny for some reason. However, the doubt in his heart faded a little, and he shook his head. Maybe this was really his illusion, but he felt that it was wrong. His feeling was never wrong, and he could distinguish the fluctuations in the surrounding air when he was very young. But if his companions didn't think so, what could he do? He couldn't produce stronger evidence. The group headed for the outer perimeter of the tower and prepared to go back to change shifts. However, the accident happened at this time. The leading young man was still thinking whether to tell the commander about this matter. After all, his feelings were rarely wrong. But there was no evidence. He didn't notice that it was suddenly much quieter behind him, and thought that everyone was so sleepy that they lost the ability to speak, until there was a thump behind him. In fact, it was easy to guess. It was estimated that someone was so sleepy that he fell to the ground. This had happened more than once before, several times to different people, so he was not surprised. Would this simulation cabin be so tiring? Obviously. I wouldn't be so sleepy if I didn't sleep for 2 days in reality. No. He turned his head immediately, but he didn't think it was too late. Don't move. A strange voice appeared behind him like a ghost, making the young man's hair stand up in an instant, and something cold and sharp pressed against his waist. What is this? A knife? An enemy? Should he accept or beg for mercy? Should he stand or kneel? Will he appear directly in a moment? At this moment, he thought a lot, even thought about it indiscriminately. Would the guys behind him be killed by the enemy first? No wonder the sound of falling down was so loud. A strange spiritual power penetrated his spiritual power barrier. He felt that his spiritual power seemed to be connected by something. It was cold and had a strong sense of traction, which made people unable to resist. It's okay. Turn around. The young man was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard that the attacking enemy had to be killed head-on. Did he have anything to ask him? The sharp object on his waist had not been removed yet, and the young man did not dare to move casually. He did not dare to bet whether he was faster or the other party cut his waist faster. Only when he turned around did he see the true face of the attacker. There were not many people. Only 3 or 4. And he didn't know how many large troops were hidden. The young man calculated in his heart. And the 6 people who patrolled with him just now all fell to the ground unconscious. Why did he think they were just unconscious and not killed? Naturally, if they were killed in this world, they would dissipate. They have been delayed here for so long, and it is estimated that they were just unconscious. Really, he actually thought that this group of people were trapped and fell. But it turned out that they were all ambushed less than a meter away. He didn't even notice it. And this wave of loss was not unfair. Are you willing to answer my question? If you are willing, nod your head. If you are not willing, the soldier asked directly. The young man's spiritual touch told him that the commander connected to him was not someone else, but the guy in front of him who looked like a soldier in terms of appearance. By the way, has the unified recruitment been rolled up to this extent? Can a single soldier be a commander? Although he was thinking about all these things, the young man was very clear-headed. He heard the other party's implication, which was to give him a chance to join the team. If he agreed, he would tell her the news. If he didn't agree, he would be killed the next moment. The young man was a smart man. He didn't have any concept of loyalty. After all, he just followed the trend to join the team. He didn't get the big lead, but they were the ones who charged in the front. Shilai didn't pay enough attention to the soldiers under him. This domineering person does have enough control power, but he cannot make everyone submit. Some of his methods and means are not acceptable to others, and that is why the young man came to the 759th tower. Otherwise, with his extremely high spiritual sensitivity, he would definitely occupy a place in the main tower, and would not be sent to the edge here. Jiang Hui didn't know what the other party was thinking, but only drew a conclusion from his silent eyebrows. She immediately took the opportunity to ask a lot of questions about this tower. And the other party also answered briefly, and quickly mentioned the key points. They immediately outlined the general structure and operation rules of this base tower based on the information he provided. Sure enough, the person who could detect her mental blockade was not a simple person. And it sounded like he might be a hidden good seedling. But such talents are also dangerous, because the other party is capable. And she can't immediately tell whether he is really loyal. If he provided false information to attract them here, then it would really be a disaster. So during the other party's description, Jiang Hui kept staring at the other party's eyes, observing and examining him. Once the other party's expression was different, he would immediately kill him without any discussion. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be consistent in his words and deeds. Whether it was his expression, psychology, or even the frequency of pupil dilation, it was very consistent with his psychology. Jiang Hui had a rough idea in his mind. After the other party finished his explanation, the two parties seemed to fall into a kind of silence for nearly 10 seconds. Jiang Hui's extremely detailed look from top to bottom made the young man's scalp tingle. He didn't know whether he wanted to kill him or wanted to kill him. What are you going to do? Hurry up. Don't stare at him like this. It's scary. Chapter 644. Infiltrating. Fortunately, this person didn't really want to set up a trap. He answered honestly and said what he had to say. He was a very sincere and decent surrenderer. Jiang Hui had already had a plan in mind, and anyone's intelligence and suggestions could only be used as evidence or confirmation. Once this person's intelligence was said, she probably knew what was going on. She didn't say anything, just nodded thoughtfully, and didn't care about the other person's look as if he was being held. As a leader who is not familiar with most of the people in the team, the most inappropriate thing is to show off his talents and wisdom casually, because it is easiest to have a gap when both parties have not established trust and understanding. If you make a big move without running in, not only will the cooperation be poor, but it will also be easy to have various accidents. The best way at this time is to keep a certain sense of distance, so that these guys who are either forced or still waiting and watching can guess. But they will have a sense of confusion that cannot be seen through. Then these guys who couldn't figure out Jiang Hui's situation were easily mobilized, and they participated involuntarily out of curiosity, and then they worked hard without realizing it. So sometimes subtraction is more effective than addition. Jiang Hui didn't actually have so many twists and turns, but she had a natural sensitivity, as if she knew how to use people from birth. This was also the conclusion she came to after dealing with those proud classmates over the years. When the person in front of her was uneasy and hesitant because of her silence, she finally responded mercifully. Thank you for your answer. I think you also felt it, and I have connected with you in advance for convenience. Of course, everyone has their own ambitions. If you don't want to follow me, I won't force you. But you know what I mean without saying anything. This person's face was very calm, and he didn't look like he was going to burn bridges after crossing the river. But it was obvious that the other party didn't give him this option, and he only gave him an active choice. There is a passive one, but the young man thought that he would never choose this one. He shook his head repeatedly. Since I have been connected with you, I am naturally willing to serve you. Feeling that the other party's words were quite sincere, Jiang Hui nodded with satisfaction, and finally released the weapon against his waist. At this time, the new member who was forced to join the team finally realized that the cold and sharp weapon he thought was actually just a stick. The head was slightly covered with a layer of metal. Anyway, it couldn't stab people to death. Not even a dagger. Speaking of being captured like this, wouldn't it be a bit too embarrassing? But just like when he talked to the other party, he could feel that he had formed a connection with him, and it would definitely be no problem to suppress him with the other party's overwhelming mental power. Why should he go against this slightly scary attacker for a team he didn't really like? Since it's already like this, why not just take it one step at a time and be a subordinate to anyone? This new teammate was very sensible, and even more calm than 276 and 899. And he immediately blended in. Jiang Hui nodded in satisfaction. Then he woke up the remaining 6 people under everyone's eyes, threatened them all with similar methods, and finally dealt with the entire patrol team, with less than 3 points in the whole process. It was all Jiang Hui's own efforts, and the other 3 didn't even have time to contribute. It was really scary. These people were all communicated and reached an agreement by Jiang Hui alone through her mental power. She used mental power transmission throughout the process to avoid alerting the other 5 teams on patrol. The effect was really good, and there was no accident until Jiang Hui finished recruiting them. But this also led to a lack of communication among all the people. All the communication and connection fell on Jiang Hui and depended on her alone. If you don't coordinate well, it will easily go wrong. She must arrange and assign everyone so that they can understand their positions and tasks, so as to ensure that the entire plan is implemented correctly. There was not much time left for her. Jiang Hui carefully looked around everyone and finally finalized the plan. Late at night, at the 759th G-Way Tower, everyone was sitting or standing, divided into several teams. Some rested on the spot, and some guarded the various checkpoints conscientiously. Although it is not as good as a professional army, it is already amazing for untrained students to reach this level. However, these children can only imitate the form, but not the spirit. They only know to be alert, but have never thought about how to check. And there is no real mechanism to distinguish their own people. They rely on the top to control. In fact, none of them have much sense of the overall situation. This feeling is like playing a sandbox game. They consciously assume which camp they have joined and who they should help. They follow the rules and never thought that the honey trap can be played in the jump. They also didn't think much that the companions who came back might have become enemies. When they saw a team coming back from afar, they knew it was time to change shifts. After all, more than 100 members here came here at the same time. They haven't had much rest since the start of the assessment. In fact, most of them feel tired and need to rest. But they still have reason, and still divided a small half of them to patrol outside. And the rest are all stationed in the tower to guard the core. When this team came back, they stood at the outer entrance. The people inside did not let go immediately. They were waiting for the commander to conduct the final verification and admission before letting them in. Although it is only a branch commander, in this remote place, he only needs to obey the commander-in-chief directly. But he has absolute domain authority over his rule. Although it does not have as large capacity and functions as the commander-in-chief's control panel, it is more than enough to unify more than 100 people. And all these more than 100 candidates are incorporated into his control panel. The commander can issue intelligence and instructions to the connected members through the panel, and even remotely control them. So as a branch commander, it is basically the same as the only leader of number 759. Without Shilai's instructions, he can manage everything on his own. And his position is superior. He has the top floor of the tower, where he can see the surroundings. If it is daytime, he can see everything happening around him. But now it is night. The surroundings are dark. The light is not far away, and nothing can be seen. As a distributed commander of a marginal station, 1002 does not have much to do, and there is not much for her to do. In addition to receiving and conveying the instructions of the commander-in-chief, most of them are about the operation of this G-Way Tower, such as investigating and collecting the surrounding topographic maps, and checking the people entering and leaving the G-Way Tower. Chapter 645 Alarm. It is not difficult to verify personnel, especially for commanders with control panels. 1002, wearing a green-lined robe, sits on the top floor of the tower. He is a commander, a branch commander of the 759th G-Way Tower. He is also one of the first people to come from the west, but his ability is not obvious. Compared with other commanders, he is ordinary and has no natural talents. That's why he was sent to the 759th Tower. He is said to be guarding the border, but in fact he is useless and sent to an unimportant place to occupy land. However, 1002 himself feels that he has no great ability and is happy to be idle here, because even if he can't kill people like others and get points, he is still leading a G-Way Tower. As long as he performs his command duties well, his basic score and ranking will not be low, and the risk of being stationed in this wasteland is relatively small. He only needs to manage the people under his command. As for how fierce the fight in front of him is, it has nothing to do with him. Even though he seems to be indifferent to everything, even the place where he is stationed is specially separated from the others. However, he is still very concerned about the inspection personnel entering and leaving, and will strictly guard the personnel entering the tower, but carefully, without a unified standard and information gap. It is easy to make mistakes. Seeing another person coming back, he counted carelessly. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. 6. Aren't there 7 people in a team? How? 1002 stood up straight. His palms clenched on the edge of the windowsill tightened. And his eyes looked at the team waiting below. 1, 2, 3. That's right. There are 7 people in total. 3 individual soldiers, and 4 members of the auxiliary system. He sensitively opened the control panel to check the situation of the 7 people. Then his eyebrows and eyes were stern. And he directly ordered the people below not to let them in. The team that came back was still waiting outside. The half-open door below suddenly changed. The spikes on the top of the gate stood up. And the fences around it suddenly became denser. The personnel who were originally just standing on the sentry post had set up guns and pointed them at them. What's going on? What happened? A soldier who should be the messenger upstairs bowed his head and looked down at the people below. What's wrong with you? The leader below was also confused. You? What's going on? How do they know what's going on? They came back normally. And then suddenly they were pointed at by their teammates with guns. But they didn't do anything. In an instant, everyone was sweating. And the team leader was even more hesitant and couldn't say anything. The people on the top looked at their expressions and instantly became suspicious. If this is really an enemy that sneaked in, then the person chosen is too useless. And can't even say a word of defense. And he is familiar with the leader. He was assigned here with him. He looks like an honest man and not very smart. But their problems are visible to the naked eye and cannot be perfunctory. I don't think you are a traitor. If you are forced, just say it here. We have a lot of people and don't have to be afraid of any threats. The big captain. No. It's not that he doesn't want to say it. But it's so confusing. Who can tell him what happened? He was inexplicably guarded against attackers by his own people after returning from patrol. But he really didn't do anything. Seeing that the people below seemed to not understand and seemed to be stubborn. The one who passed the message finally couldn't help but speak out. I said, "Do you know that there is one more person in your team? You didn't bring a spy back without knowing it. Did you?" The captain looked wronged at first. But then, he suddenly remembered something and realized, I was wondering what it was. No wonder. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, including the one who had been paying attention to this side. It seems that the other party has some reason. And this expression is because he misunderstood? But 1002 will not relax so easily. When he explored the 7 people, he found that one of the breaths that should have corresponded to the mark was directly led to somewhere in the forest. And one of the 7 people in front of him was obviously out of tune with the other 6. This is a big problem. All commanders who enter the inner circle can open this control panel, which is a bit like a control panel, which can replace various communication equipment to assist the commander in personnel deployment. The capacity and functions of the initial control panel are still relatively small. However, if the commander accepts more teams, the capacity will naturally expand, and the functions will continue to be unlocked. Only 1002 is not so important in Shilai's team. The members assigned to him have not even broken through the capacity of the first layer. They can only perform simple tag connection communication and another check function. And the connection mark is needless to say, which helps them identify the members of their own team. And the check is a very powerful auxiliary function, which can edit and select the subordinates you mark and connect to a certain department group. Then the group can be managed uniformly, which is much more convenient than managing them one by one. Shilai also reused this function to remotely control the ownership of all the Kiwi towers, and more than 2,000 people below. The 7 members of the returning team are indeed within his connection range. But the problem is that when he checked the perspective, he found that the mark point he was looking at did not correspond to the actual position of the other party. It may be difficult to understand. Let's put it this way. He found that the original mark point of one of the 7 people did not correspond to his current position. Obviously, the person had come to the front. But 1002 checked and traced back to one of them was still far away in the forest. Although this replacement and confusion is abnormal, 1002 has reason to suspect that someone has sneaked into the team and intends to enter the Kiwi tower. As for what he wants to do by sneaking in, it goes without saying. The confrontation below continued in a frightening atmosphere. The big guy who led the team explained helplessly and laughed and cried why there was an extra person with a different channel and perspective in his team. Because he was not from their team at all, but from another team. From this person, we learned that a small accident happened when the 2 teams met in the forest. Although they separated immediately due to scheduling issues, they also took one person with them. This person was said to have fallen down more than 10 times due to sleepiness, which seriously affected the patrol work. His team leader saw that he really couldn't hold on. And just when he heard that they were going back to rest, he asked them to take him with them. Otherwise, if he stayed here, let alone martial law, it would be good if he didn't cause trouble. Chapter 646 Entering. But it was not their turn to make their own decisions about changing people. Each team was organized, with 7 people in a team. And because they were so few in number, such an arrangement could ensure their basic patrol work. If one person was reduced out of thin air, it would inevitably disrupt the patrol order. So the big leader saw that the man was really sleepy, and couldn't stand their captain's soft and hard nagging. So he agreed to let one of his team members exchange with him. He thought that this would not affect the scheduling of patrols, and it would be considered as a reluctant solution to the other party's urgent needs. In fact, it was not that they were so kind, but the patrol was a major event for the entire team. If there was any problem in the middle, it would also affect them as a whole. So the leader thought about it and agreed, thinking that he would go back and report to the people above. He was a rough man and didn't know these command matters. He just thought that they were in the same camp anyway, and it wouldn't make a difference even if they were in different teams. However, he didn't expect that 1002 would find out before he entered the door, and then cause such a turmoil. Hearing the report from the people below, 1002's eyebrows flickered with doubt, understanding and speechlessness, and finally stopped in a slight hesitation. Swapped? How could it be such a coincidence? The people who were swapped happened to be in this returning team. 1002 never believed in extreme coincidences. He felt that sometimes too much coincidence was very likely due to a carefully planned plan. As a commander, he naturally couldn't think the same way as others. He always felt that there was something he didn't understand. But, while thinking, all the information has been handed over. There is no problem with the statement, the number of people, and the connection is all on the control panel. In fact, there is no problem. The only accident is that the two parties exchanged people. They also gave an explanation for this. And it seems that there is really no problem. In the end, 1002 still let the people in. If they can't find any problems, can they continue like this? Over time, it will easily make other people in the tower feel uneasy. The more such times, the more they cannot reveal flaws, so as not to be used by those with ulterior motives. However, he still kept a note and asked another team to urgently go out and bring back the replaced team. He wanted to see if this was the case or if some people were playing tricks. Thinking of this, he didn't have time to spare, and ordered one of his trusted assistants to send someone to keep an eye on the returning team. He didn't ask them to patrol, so as not to interfere. He simply arranged them all to the lounge, so that others could help to look after him. The group was finally let in, cleared of suspicion, and the leader breathed a sigh of relief, finally not being arrested as a traitor and thrown into the black jail. He regretted his decision. Yes, what does the other team's members have to do with him? He has never been such a soft-hearted person. Why did he listen to 377 this time? He thought he was good before. Let's call this leader 733 for short. His number just happened to be the same as the other one. So it's fate. The two of them had traveled together for a while when they were in Shilai, although they separated soon. But they were considered old acquaintances for a few weeks when the schedule was compressed to the extreme. At that time, 377 helped 733 once, saving him from being eliminated. So when 377 made a request, although he did not agree immediately, he was still shaken. Otherwise, he would not have paid any attention to anyone else. After all, if it were placed in a real army, it would be almost equivalent to dereliction of duty, acting without authorization, and he would definitely be criticized if he was found out. But that was 377. And in the end, somehow he agreed and changed people. Fortunately, this person was also quite obedient. Apart from being listless and not talking much, there was no big problem. He was obedient and well-behaved. Well, it can be seen that he seemed to be really sleepy. Except for saying hello at the beginning. He didn't say anything, and his head was drooping. 733 was afraid that he would fall down while walking. Judging from his physique, this guy should be a candidate with extremely high mental strength. Judging from his physique, he is comparable to the generals under Shilai. Why was he sent here? However, Shilai is also stubborn and self-willed. He acts according to his mood. It's okay for him. But even 377 was sent here. This guy must have been transferred here because he offended Shilai. 733 was bored and urged other members to follow. What? We don't have to take over the patrol? 733 was a little confused, because he found that they did not go to the second patrol post according to the schedule, but went directly back to the rest area. The shift there was the first patrol, and the next 2 or 3 rounds would be by. So this restroom was arranged for them to take a rest for a while, so as not to be really sleepy. Alas, you have replaced personnel without authorization, and the subcommand has become suspicious. Even the team you replaced with must be brought back for inspection immediately. How can you be asked to take over the second patrol? Otherwise, if there is a spy inside, wouldn't it be a fire in the backyard? 733 was silent. He didn't expect that his unauthorized action would cause such a change. It seemed that he wanted to interrogate 377. Of course, it seemed that he couldn't escape. He was taken to the rest room to rest. But in fact, he was monitoring and controlling the action. They would probably interrogate again when the other team came back. This time, the people here made too many mistakes. Found that several people immediately fell silent, and the leader realized that he might have said something wrong. So he immediately shut up, and the group continued to move forward. Hey! The leader suddenly became annoyed and turned away. The people behind him didn't know whether they were acting or really didn't expect it. They looked horrified, as if they didn't expect their own rudeness. The leader thought that the other party was deliberately stepping on him in revenge for what he said about them just now. But when he saw the other party's pale face, he became a little suspicious. Did I guess wrong? Do I judge others by my own standards? Walk carefully. You are so impatient. Are you so sleepy too? It seems that they are really too tired. Even the team leader with good strength is like this. I think the situation of the other team is really that they have to change people this time. 733 pursed his lips and pointed. Interference. He thanked him and looked absent-minded. The leader was a little dissatisfied. You are really weird. Even if we are in the marginal area, we can't relax too much. 733 nodded repeatedly, but his heart was in turmoil. Who was it? Directly broke through his mental barrier and connected with him directly? Was it an enemy attack? An enemy who sneaked in? Didn't 377 really put a bomb into his team? 733 tried his best to control himself not to look at someone in the team who was disguised without any trace, for fear that he would ruin his unified examination in a moment of impulse. Chapter 647, The Wolf Among the Sheep. The person who sneaked in was naturally Jiang Hui, and 377 was the young man Jiang Hui found on Sohu. There were many factors to consider as to why Jiang Hui had to make things so complicated, and had to switch back and forth from the 377 team to the unfamiliar 733 team. First, the 377 team had not yet returned to the tower, and there was another team ahead of them. The second was the problem of mental connection, because the person she met had no commander. Jiang Hui naturally did not know the commander's situation. The reason why she knew about the existence of this control panel was because 377 took the initiative to explain that when the other party was under Shilai, he had partnered with another commander, and that person had told him this information. Jiang Hui was also surprised to hear it, and did not expect that the commander had such a magical tool. The command department has a control panel. The auxiliary department has storage space. The mecha department has repair tools and various props. And the medical department has potions. They have nothing as soldiers. And they are really bullying. But it doesn't matter. These things are not necessary for her anyway. Jiang Hui can achieve it through her own methods. Just like now. She can avoid the main control of Shilai and the branch joint control of 1002, and connect directly with the members under it. And naturally there is a way to forge such a connection. Jiang Hui directly transferred the relationship of one of them, and then filled herself into that team. So there will be no flaws for the time being, as long as she pays attention to separating the other person, so as not to let the commander of the base tower find out that she is pretending to be a bridge builder. So Jiang Hui has nothing to be afraid of, because her mental strength is strong, and she has a unique talent. She is like a fish in water in this holographic world. It is relatively easy to forge a connection, and it can be done in one go, but it is a little troublesome. But the so-called control panel seems to be able to trace the location of the marked person through the connection. So she must intervene and make some adjustments, such as transferring this connection relationship and forging herself as one of them to avoid being discovered. This seems to be very profound, but it is actually a very simple principle. In fact, The control panel equipped by the commanders in this world is a simple data prop. It is a small prop set up by the program of this world. It is convenient for the commander to manage and dispatch the generals and soldiers under him without communication props. In fact, it is just a small program built on the holographic world. It is a tool that imitates the effectiveness of the commander's ability. In fact, there is still a certain gap with a real mental connection. Let's put it this way. If the mental connection commander in the real world forms a connection with another person with mental power as the hub, then the control panel is different. It is an inductive connection. Its existence is to assist the members under the commander's mark to form a data connection and can send information to issue surface instructions. But in fact the two people do not form a mental connection. It can only be said to be convenient. Therefore, Jiang Hui's direct connection with Team 377 did not alert Team 1002, let alone Commander Shilai, who was several kilometers away. Moreover, compared to using the control panel to remotely control each member, Jiang Hui's connection directly affected the spiritual connection between the two. If she wanted, she could directly use her mental power to severely injure them and make them withdraw from the exam. It can be said that she directly controlled the fate of everyone below. So who should I listen to? It's self-evident. Originally, she thought about waiting for Team 377 to return to the tower at a certain time and then go back with them. But she didn't expect to run into Team 733 and others, who were just going back to the Jiwei Tower to change shifts. Jiang Hui immediately came up with a plan, asking the extra people to hide quickly and suppress their spirits. And then she sneaked into Team 377 and pretended to be a member who was very sleepy. She really didn't misjudge that guy 377. This guy was very smart and basically cooperated well with just a few words. Jiang Hui took the opportunity to sneak into Team 733 and prepare to enter the tower. The others naturally stayed outside and waited for instructions. Jiang Hui didn't worry that they would run away. Not only because all these people were in an okay connection with her and would not act rashly, even if all these people betrayed her, as long as they could sneak into the main tower and give her a little time. Jiang Hui could find a way to make the entire Jiwei Tower become her subordinates without anyone noticing. And sometimes she didn't even have to use mechas. Jiang Hui had this confidence. So it was done. And Jiang Hui successfully infiltrated the 733rd team. And then, there were the following things. As for the commotion caused by being discovered at the gate, it was also within Jiang Hui's expectations. Because this swap was originally in her plan. There is no flaw in using the 377th team directly. But the contact surface is too small, which is not conducive to expanding the operation surface. In this way, forcibly connecting the two teams can be as convenient as it is now. The second thing can also reduce some time costs. Jiang Hui is not afraid of being suspected, because she can be impeccable. From beginning to end, she only needs to enter the tower directly, and the rest can be seen step by step. Sure enough, the other party didn't find out anything, and finally succeeded in getting her into the base tower. All they had to do next was follow the next plan. Jiang Hui directly broke 733's mental barrier and took control, while the group was being taken to the lounge. Except for the leader, the entire team was under her control. Watching the leader leave, 733 felt his eyes go dark. He and the rest of the team looked at each other, not knowing what expression they had for a moment. Just stay normal. The strange female voice commanded. What is this called? Is it a spy trick? The moment before, they were indignantly explaining that they had no problem. And the next moment, they became enemy spies. This feeling is really exciting. But feeling the control of the mental force string in the mental domain, they had to bite the bullet and push open the door of the lounge. There are 126 people in this base tower, in addition to the 6 duty teams outside. The 6 teams patrolling the tower regularly, and some special management personnel. There are more than 40 people in the lounge, all of whom are the first round of replacements outside. Although Jiang Hui has heard 377 say it, she still can't help but feel excited when she sees so many people. It's a good time to come. If you are sleepy, you can send pillows and put people directly under her nose. It's just the right opportunity for her to bring these people under control naturally. And she can go straight to Huanglong without any effort. Even though Jiang Hui knew that she had to restrain herself, she couldn't help but brighten her eyes. In the eyes of some people, she was so sleepy that she couldn't stand it and was so excited to see that she could rest. But she didn't know. This is a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and no one can escape. At this time, everyone in the lounge didn't know what they were about to face. Chapter 648 Discussion. Ha ha ha. How did she do this? There's no trick at all. And she really succeeded. Major General Zun couldn't help laughing, which attracted the curiosity of the others. What did the other party see that made him so happy? Although Major General Bona, the head instructor of the individual soldier department, was not the type who didn't smile. Nor was he as overly serious as Colonel Su of their grade. He was not a character who smiled happily. Or should I say, there was no simple one who could reach their position. And they rarely showed such joy. How did she do it? Even Su Dinglan frowned all the way, and couldn't find any fault with Jiang Hui for a while. Because although the other party's plan looked rough, and even a little reckless, it seemed very chaotic. But she was able to follow her own ideas and execute them steadily. Relatively speaking, it was the Jiwei Tower people who had the advantage of time, place and people who were calculated to the end. Even though he found something wrong, he still chose to let the wolf in, pushing things to a worse point. That was the child of the Wu family. In fact, Su Dinglan has always been not critical of the matter. No matter how good the student is, he will only look at him a few more times. And no matter how bad the student is, he will not criticize him. Although he has his favorite students, this Colonel Su's style of doing things can be said to be very fair. It can be said that he teaches everyone and never does small things. So it is really rare to see such words that point out the names, which shows that he is already very angry. It is understandable. If it were someone else's family, he would not react like this. But the problem is that the Wu family is the Wu of his nephew's grandson. And the man Su Dinglan's sister married happened to have the surname Wu. Wu sure is his sister's grandson. That is, the guy in 1002, who is Su Dinglan's grandnephew. Which is also quite a coincidence. Su Dinglan and his sister are a bit older. And he was not even born when his sister got married. Wu sure is Su Yu's youngest son. This uncle and nephew are generations apart. And there is really no intersection. In addition, he is like a piece of iron. And he is unshakable and sticks to his word. Even if it is his sister's. He only glanced at his grandson when receiving the file. And he didn't think of doing anything convenient. But now seeing that he was deceived by someone like this, it was like offering victory with both hands. And Su Dinglan became more and more angry. Did this kid inherit any brains from their Su family? Could it be that he was influenced by those guys who only know how to study hard? Yes. Su Dinglan didn't like his brother-in-law very much. And even the family he belonged to was also disliked in various ways. The Wu family is a typical academic family. They can't be called a noble family, but they are also wealthy. The most promising one in their family is probably Su Dinglan's brother-in-law Wu Yu, who is currently working at the Imperial Research Institute. Wu sure is one of the few in their family who is interested in joining the army. The rest of the younger generation are either ordinary students or scientific researchers, which makes Wu sure particularly different. But Su Dinglan now knows that this guy is just like his grandfather, and his mind is focused on unnecessary places. He put it in even though he has discovered it. Isn't this putting a beast in a cage? Colonel Su, I told you to watch it carefully. Don't look down on it. That little guy knows everything. Bona smiled. Then his eyes fell on the person on the screen. And his eyes deepened. Su Dinglan was still young. He had excellent qualifications, and was in charge of the army. He had been in power for many years, and had risen all the way. He had almost never been in a low position. When fighting, he often had sufficient troops and resources, and no shortage of manpower. The environment he was in was completely different from the situation Jiang Hui was facing now. So it was naturally difficult for him to understand the situation of the children. This was his shortcoming. The other party's career was too smooth, and he overlooked many things. As he said, the plan used by Jiang Hui was just a very rough one, and there was not even much design. But it could not resist the lack of awareness of 1002 and others, giving her an opportunity to take advantage of. Although the battlefield requires rigorous planning from all sides, and the soldiers and horses are strong to be foolproof, many famous battles in history are often completed in crisis. Jiang Hui is bold and careful. He dares to think, and can really do it. He controls his mental power. It is more delicate than ordinary people can imagine, and also more powerful than ordinary people can imagine. Wu sure thought that there might be a fraud, but he was too arrogant to really take any effective preventive measures. So that it came to this. The difference in the overall view of the two people was immediately apparent, and one of them was not even a commander. It should be said that Major General Bernard still admired this child very much, so he paid more attention to it. The other party climbed up to this position step by step, and her performance was indeed eye-catching. Compared with those special recruits, she was less obedient and had a very smart demeanor. Major General Bona was different from Su Dinglan. He climbed up from the bottom and did not have a very high talent. Over the years, he has been using efforts and time to make up for the gap with others. Today, he is almost unable to walk. But seeing these young people in their prime, he rekindled some fighting spirit and wanted to promote more brave generals in his lifetime. Jiang Hui's performance was excellent in all aspects, and he couldn't help but pay more attention to it. He seemed to suddenly remember something. Speaking of which, she is an S-level awakener who has not fully awakened, so she must be within the scope of special recruitment or direct recruitment. How come I haven't seen her information? Major General Bona remembered that he had read the list several times, but he didn't see this person's information in it. Otherwise, he should have had some impression. At least it wouldn't be like now, as if it was the first time to know each other. The unified recruitment has continued for so many years. It still has its merits, Su Dinglan said silently. He didn't say it too bluntly, but he basically made it clear. This unified recruitment is aimed at the entire galaxy, and it is a stage for the children of major families and even civilians to show themselves. Therefore, many people refuse direct recruitment or special recruitment and want to be admitted to the ideal college through their own abilities. Jiang Hui. I guess it's also such an example. Bona shook his head. No. I have also seen the list of people who were eliminated or refused to be directly recruited. And there is no one like her. And considering the other party's mental level and potential, we are not the only ones who want to recruit. Don't forget, some guys have used dishonorable means over the years. I don't believe they can sit still with a kid like this. It is strange that major universities will not let go of a child with extraordinary talent so easily. The two looked at each other and saw extremely similar thoughts in each other's eyes. So someone locked up the child's file. Chapter 649, Falling into a Trap. The sight returned to Jiang Hui, starting from when she was led into the lounge. After controlling the entire team, Jiang Hui did not make any further moves. She entered the lounge naturally like a real member of the team, and then found a place to rest with 733 and others. Compared with the unusually silent 733 and others, the person played by Jiang Hui, who was so sleepy that he fell asleep, seemed very comfortable. He found a good position to sit cross-legged and close his eyes. This was really to perform a scene of falling asleep on the spot. No. How can you still sleep? Are you an undercover, or are we undercover? 733 and others were about to scream. They felt like they were dragged into a puddle, the kind with mud. But even so, they could only suppress the bitterness and swallow it, because the other party's closing of his eyes did not hinder her from using mental power to conduct as long as they stay normal and casual. Yes, you are quite casual, so casual that people would suspect that you don't know what you are here for. Please, you have to be good at being an undercover. Otherwise it will make those who are forced to join feel more desperate and hopeless. Jiang Hui naturally has no time to care what others think. After completing the goal of one stage and entering the next stage, she finally has time to sort out her thoughts. It took 14 hours and 20 minutes. And she finally got rid of the life in the primitive jungle and entered the main line of the unified enrollment. Ask her why she knows the time so clearly. Because there is a timer in the base tower. Jiang Hui, who has been a savage in the wild jungle for many weeks, finally knows the exact time. She finally said goodbye to the jungle. Although this temporary resting rack was more like a temporary rack, it was better than the ground full of earthy smell. Then she just saw that the tower was fully equipped. There were lighting facilities outside, and there were so many people. If she could successfully capture it, she would pick up the ready-made things, which also strengthened Jiang Hui's determination. She closed her eyes and pretended to rest, because she knew that the people above would not relax so easily, and estimated that they would keep an eye on it for a while. So she had to take a break. There would be a big project to do later, so she couldn't waste time with them. After discussing with everyone and everything was back to normal, Jiang Hui really closed his eyes to rest, and looked like he was asleep, leaving only a group of people looking at each other, still immersed in the sadness of being caught in the same nest. What should I do? The boy next to him gave 733 a look, regardless of whether the other party could understand it. But even if he didn't need to understand it, he could estimate the other party's general meaning. What can I do? Let her do it. 733 shrugged and said something that was completely different from his usual style. Everyone immediately looked at each other with eyes full of accusation. You were happy to recruit people. But now you are also involved. And even they are involved. You told me it's okay. Which is really annoying. 733 touched his nose. With a broken jar in his heart. Others just thought that this group of people had a really good relationship. And even sleeping depended on what the team leader assigned. To be honest, who can be commanded by such a small official? Everyone has not forgotten this matter. They came to participate in the assessment in order to get into the ideal school, even if they are managed by others. It is only necessary for the exam. Temporarily. Who will really listen to another person's instructions? Especially when that person's ability is similar to their own. 1002 was watching a simple sand table at the top, which was also allocated by Shilai. Each base tower had only one. And the 5 on the main tower of Shilai were much more advanced, which was also a rare resource. However, this thing was useless to 1002. There were not many sneak attacks in his place, let alone the battle for territory. However, Shilai would still regularly release some dynamics of the main tower, such as the recovery of another base tower, or the attack by a certain force, as well as the general arrangement of the current situation in the inner circle. This was also the only fun for 1002 in this marginal area. After all, being in a strong team, even if he could not play in person, it was a more exciting thing to know that his camp was invincible. Although there was a small episode before, 1002 felt that everything was still under his control, and those small people could not make any waves. His attention was moved to the intelligence just sent by Shilai. At present, the entire inner circle is open, and the people who were originally blocked outside have entered one by one, bringing a large number of new forces. According to Shilai, this group of people did not come empty-handed. They brought a large number of mechas to settle in, which had a huge impact on the previous situation. However, it is still under control. The main tower is equipped with dozens of mechas, and each base tower basically has one. A total of dozens of mechas. In the current situation, Shilai's camp is simply a powerful force. But because of these new forces, coupled with the continuous expansion of the original forces, the situation has become tense. Shilai told the heads of each base tower to be careful, so as not to give others an opportunity to take advantage of them. 1002 was thoughtful. So he was right. There would not be such a coincidence. The so-called replacement of team members must be problematic. He believed in his intuition. How is it over there? He asked suddenly. The deputy happened to come back from outside, and did not react for a while to why the other party asked such a question without a beginning or an end. After a long time, he suddenly said, no unusual movement. It is said that he fell asleep as soon as he entered the lounge. Our people are still watching over there. He is quite patient. 1002 murmured. Where is 377? The man was asked in a daze, because he did not have any communication tools. So he naturally did not know where 377's people were. The only one who could know the movements of everyone was the commander of the 1002 branch. Wasn't the other party asking this question to embarrass him? Or was it a warning? The deputy suddenly felt that there was another layer of fog around him, and he was unpredictable. 1002 in fact. There is no need for the deputy to answer this question. Chung is as the other party said. He is the only one who can know and grasp the movements of the people, which is why he is so confident that he can control the situation. He felt that no one in the G-Way Tower could turn over his palm. We are here. He walked to the window and looked into the distance, only to see 2 teams slowly coming here. One was the 06 team he had just sent out, and the other was the team led by 377 who had problems. The 2 teams were coming here slowly. 377 and his group followed behind with a tense look, and the 06 people surrounded them, as if they would be dealt with on the spot if they were not honest. No one would be happy to be guarded like a thief like this. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the destination. 377 looked at the G-Way Tower in front of him with a gleam in his eyes. Are you inviting someone into a trap? The trap is the trap. But I don't know who is the real one. Chapter 650, Killing All at Once. After 377 and the others came in, they were not immediately taken to the top floor for interrogation. The leader seemed to have received instructions to take them to the lounge first. I don't know what he was thinking. When 377 and the others followed the leading patrolman into the lounge, His eyes just met with 733, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. You killed me. You can't hold it yourself, and you blame me. The two looked at each other, as if they had received a signal instantly, and their eyes were full of embarrassment. The leader told them that they could rest here first and wait for the summons. 377 nodded somewhat carelessly. He hesitated for a while, and finally found a place not too far away and led the others to sit down. Although he knew it was useless, he estimated that the group of people above would not relax their suspicion of him so quickly. Maybe they would find someone to watch them in the dark. It can be said that it didn't matter how far they were at this moment, but at least they had to pretend to be as far away as possible. He did not dare to look at Jiang Hui, who was in the crowd. After all, they were now accomplices. He wanted to be quiet after changing the hilltop. After sitting down, he found her by looking around. He found that she was lying on the simple bunk bed. Maybe she was really tired or trying to avoid surveillance. She seemed to be sleeping soundly. This guy was sleeping well, but they were worried outside. Here? 377, who was still complaining in his heart, was startled in an instant. No, you didn't sleep. Could you say hello before talking? It's so scary, isn't it? 377 was startled. He was obviously not used to such a sudden voice, and subconsciously looked away to cover up his guilt. It's me. The man seemed to be worried that he had forgotten and added, of course I know it's you. I still can't forget the moment you poked my waist with a fake gun just now. 377 added in his heart. I don't know if it's because he finally got in touch with the other party, but 377 actually felt a sense of dust settling, and the floating part of his heart finally let go. Someone is indeed watching us, but they should not have all-round monitoring equipment, because Jiang Hui could clearly feel that someone was spying on them in the dark from time to time. It can be seen that there should be no such props in this tower. If there is really a 360-degree monitoring device, it is estimated that there is no need for people to stand guard like this. And she guessed that there should be a very hidden sentinel point near the lounge, which is difficult for people inside to find. But people outside can easily see the movements inside. Don't worry. No one else will hear it. No. It's not about whether anyone else heard it. It's about what do you want to do next. We are all here now. But the problem is that there are only 5 or 6 of them. No. There are more than a dozen of them. It would be fine if they were picking up leaks outside. But now they are in the tower, with hundreds of people here. What can this small group do? It's a pity that Jiang Hui's mental power transmission cannot achieve two-way communication, and 377 can't convey his complaints to the other party. Jiang Hui was not in a hurry to give the next instruction. She only asked 377 about some things on the way, including how they were brought back, and what they saw and heard on the way, and detailed intelligence. After sorting it out roughly, Jiang Hui pondered a little. It seems that the people sitting high in the clouds have discovered something, but for some reason, they did not stop them. Instead, they brought 377 and his group back, which seemed to mean luring the snake out of the hole. But did the other party really think they were snakes? It doesn't matter. If they want to summon you first, don't move. Just insist that you know nothing. However, Jiang Hui guessed that if the other party really found something, they would definitely summon her first. The reason why she said this to 377 was just in case, so as to prevent the other party from playing cards unconventionally, which would easily disrupt the order of the plan. If I go there first, then you just wait for my news, and then take people out of the lounge. That's it. I will have someone to meet you. Jiang Hui did not say too much, because this may be very abstract to the other party. Too many arrangements are not clear. It is better to take one step at a time and give instructions when you reach the next stage. But in fact, this order was already abstract enough for 377. He vaguely guessed what Jiang Hui wanted to do, but he was not sure about this alone. There were more than 30 people in the lounge besides them, and there were patrol teams outside. If the other party led directly, they would dare to take a gamble with her ability. But if the other party was not here, and he led the team, 377 was naturally not sure. He always knew himself. How easy is it for a dozen people to disperse dozens of people? Jiang Hui seemed to guess his dilemma and immediately added, "Don't worry. Everyone in the lounge is our own people now. I will let them listen to your arrangements. They are all our own people, our own people." Our own people? 377's face was almost full of question marks. And he almost lost his expression. What's going on? When did they all become our own people? How long has the other party come in? She has already regarded everyone in the rest room as her own people? Even though he knew that if he showed panic, he would most likely be detected by the people peeping in the dark. He still couldn't help but feel a little bit nervous. Not counting the 2 teams that came in later. There were more than 30 people originally. And now they are all our own people. Wouldn't that add up to 40 or 50 people? But their fixed team for this base tower is only 126 people. And 1/3 of them were conquered in an instant. This is too outrageous. 377 looked around, not knowing whether he wanted to find something to verify or get some other more reliable information. However, he finally seemed to be desperate to find that the other party was not joking, because those who seemed to be sitting there without sleeping looked at him with an extremely subtle and indescribable look. When he came in just now, he thought that these people were keeping an eye on him because they had learned some news. Now he realized that it was not suspicion and scrutiny, but some kind of sympathy and a little bit of gloating. Does the other party think that they are also poor little people who are about to fall into the wolf's mouth? Please, they have already changed their camp. Right? In fact, they have already been into the wolf's mouth and survived by chance. To put it bluntly, no one is better than the other. Well, our own people are our own people. It is naturally better to follow such a capable leader. Things have come to this point. He wants to see what the other party will do next. Maybe there will be something unexpected. As the door of the lounge was pushed open, 377 watched the backs of 733 and others leaving, and the corners of his tightly pursed mouth resisted a twitch. Chapter 651, delivered to the door. Danger is coming, and there is nothing we can do to save it. Yeeman sighed. Not only did the individual soldiers watch with great interest, but the teachers of the command department also unconsciously paid attention to this small corner. It is said that the struggle in the inner circle is fierce. There are already several commanders leading people to fight in the midfield. There is a lot of excitement. However, in the eyes of the teachers, this is just a child's play. A small fight. And there is no trick to play due to limited conditions. And many times it is also luck. And many people still lack training. As a result, the unusual movement on Jiang Hui's side instantly attracted a lot of people. But they paid attention to this side because of Shilai. Shilai is the candidate with the 9th highest score in this unified enrollment battle. The other party's letter of intent is also filled in the United Military Academy. So he gradually showed up and attracted the attention of all teachers. The other party did not disappoint their favor and immediately gained a foothold in the inner circle. In less than 4 months, he occupied one side of the inner and outer circles. And now he has become one of the hottest forces in the inner circle. But the strange thing is that not long ago, a foundation tower under the other party's name began to flash red, indicating the status of a dangerous alarm. Then not long after, Shilai's points began to be deducted in small amounts. And it was not noticeable at first. A few dozen points. Not too much. And it seemed not too noticeable. But in a short period of time, more than 100 points were deducted cumulatively. Which was really shocking. Who was it that hit Lai so hard without anyone noticing? Then out of curiosity, they clicked on the foundation tower with the problem, and happened to see the actions of Jiang Hui and his group. Yi Min noticed that the one who led all this seemed to be the candidate they had discovered earlier, who was very strange. They found that this person, who should be a single soldier in theory, actually crossed the branch commander of the 795th base tower and controlled a group of people. At first, there were only 5 or 6 people, and then gradually expanded into the tower. Soon, there were 40 or 50 people, and the branch commander and the 2 controllers of the main tower had not discovered it yet, and they still felt that they had one, not knowing that people outside saw it clearly. Their connection with some soldiers was gradually transferred and taken away, and the ownership of the 759th base tower was also in jeopardy. Is this kid really a single soldier? Major General Yi pointed at someone who was acting calmly on the screen, and his mouth twitched. Fu Xian nodded with a complicated expression. If I'm not mistaken, she is, and the other party doesn't have a control panel. Colonel Simon folded his hands and watched from the side, because he had never seen this before. Outsiders may not be so clear, but they know that the ability shown by the other party to control the base tower to the enemy is indeed what students of the command department should have. The other party's student of the single soldier department actually made it smoother than many first and second year college students. And the control and mental power he showed far exceeded some excellent students in the lower grades of their school. So why is such a person so desperate to become a single soldier? What do the people in the admissions office of the Interstellar Teaching Bureau think? It has been said that their work of persuading students is not good at all. They don't know how to make the best use of talents, and only pull indicators every year. And the truly talented students are thrown on the edge to waste their talents. Although the control panel is convenient, not everyone can control it. If the parasite has no ability, even if it can connect to the people below for a while, what it has will sooner or later be easily taken away by others. If it's not Jiang Hui, it will be someone else. These little guys are too dependent on the control panel. They all think that it is like playing a game. Once they hang up, there will be no more changes. In fact, the control panel is really just a tool. If you want to control and lead the recovered subordinates, you have to do it yourself. If virtue does not match the position, it is the time of great disaster. This sentence never goes out of date. However, it is estimated that not everyone has a way to avoid special talents like Jiang Hui. They can already foresee how the inner circle will be messed up soon. And although the commander can connect with a large number of people, the connection itself is based on mental power. How many people can be controlled, and how much control strength is all depends on the individual's mental power level. Without training, even A level can only control about 50 people at most. S level is about 100 people. There is room for expansion, but it is also limited. According to the file records, this student named Jiang Hui is an S level awakener. It seems that he can control 100 people. But these 100 people are generally about command. It is too extravagant to connect directly with the members below, and it is not conducive to subsequent scheduling and control. From this point of view, it is hard to understand the other party. Judging from her understanding of the command function, and some of the abilities that only commanders have, it is impossible that she knows nothing about the subject of command. The reason why she adopted such a control method is that she is too comfortable with it. She will not adopt such a direct and rough method for everyone she meets in the future. Right? The facts prove that the other party really intends to continue like this for a while. And it seems that she is not constrained. In just a dozen minutes, she has controlled the people in the entire lounge. And it seems that she is extending it outward. Not only did 377 and others find it hard to believe, but everyone outside was also a little dumbfounded. The other party didn't even use the group of people they had conquered, and they personally took in half of the people stationed in the tower. The branch commander in the tower knew nothing about his precarious territory, and thought that everything was under his control. But he didn't know that he was the one who was sent to be slaughtered by others. If he hadn't let the people in, Jiang Hui wouldn't have been so successful. Thinking about the cause and effect relationship, Major General Yi sighed, and felt a little sorry for 1002's momentary thought. He also wanted to know how Jiang Hui would respond if the other party insisted on not letting the people in at that time. It seems that the other party couldn't have prepared such a plan. But she herself didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Xiao Fu, what do you think? Pull this guy to our command department. This year we have recruited several powerful people. And if we have one more, this league will be stable. Major General Yi said eagerly. Colonel Fu Xian hesitated to speak, glanced at the other end of the conference room, and said nothing. He naturally wanted to. But that person didn't look like he would let him go. Did he find out? Yi Min suddenly became alert and stared at the person who transferred the page with interest. It was Shilai who was sitting in the main tower at the moment. Somehow, the other party suddenly connected with the command of the 759th Tower branch, which was far away from the edge and had never been conspicuous. Could it be that the other party found out something? He should have found out something wrong. Otherwise the person involved was almost blamed. But he was still leisurely, and didn't know anything. It was really too embarrassing for their command. At least someone who was alert came. If they were really played by a single soldier, the command students of this year would be ashamed to live. Chapter 652 Encirclement. 1006 felt that he was probably the commander who had the most trouble so far in the unified recruitment. He often felt that he really lacked a little luck. It was okay that he didn't get the upper hand at the beginning. After all, his ability to debate was far behind that of top talents like Shilai. And he had already realized this. He had been going downhill since he didn't get the upper hand and had to be inferior to others. Because he didn't get Shilai's heart. He couldn't even get a seat, let alone be reused. He was soon expelled from the center of power. Then he was arranged to this remote place for some reason, which really made Wuxia very depressed. But he was not the kind of person who was competitive. Now that things had come to this point, it was not a bad idea to suppress it and wait for the opportunity at the 759th G-Way Tower G. However, before he encountered the right opportunity, he encountered the big devil Jiang Hui. The other party was simply cheating. Not only did he ignore the rules of the game, but he could also perform certain operations under certain conveniences of the rules. Due to his understanding loopholes, Wuxia had almost no chance of turning the tables, unless he has the guts to smash the plate. But he simply put the plates away, not knowing the front and back, and holding on tightly. But at this moment, Wuxia didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. Just after finishing the conversation with Shilai, he heard people knocking on the door outside and paused for a moment to let them bring the people in. It was the first time that 733 saw this branch commander in such a situation. He had seen him in the crowd during the migration and a large gathering. To be honest, as a small commander of the branch, 1002 still did what he could do. Fast but calm, and orderly, and the other party could arrange it well. But the distance between him and the members was too far, so that everyone didn't know him very well. It's not that the commander must be approachable and lead by example, but it is basic to have leadership. It is necessary to make people convinced, and to use the army as a god. The top commanders generally have a strong cohesion for the army, and the soldiers under them are even willing to obey their orders and risk their lives. This cohesion and command are not necessary, but it is the realm that all commanders dream of achieving. But 1002 he is young and impulsive. The knowledge he learned from school is still very shallow, and he can't understand the wonders of human hearts. He can't handle the interpersonal relationships under his command, even if it's just a few hundred people. Of course, even his direct superior Shilai can't do well in this regard, and it's understandable that he is like this. What he can do is to copy his knowledge in school and try to arrange the people under his command in a systematic way. But there are naturally some omissions in the trial. And then Jiang Hui caught the loophole. Of course, now is not the time to think about this. Feeling the sharp eyes of the other party, 733 immediately straightened up, showing the same guilty feeling as when meeting his direct superior. After all, if he didn't say it, who would know whether he was nervous because he saw the orders from the top or because he was guilty as an undercover agent? After they came in, 1002 didn't pay attention to them immediately, but leaned on the edge of the sand table, not avoiding their feelings at all. Some people in 733 looked at each other. Some were unsure of what the other party was up to. But Jiang Hui also explained that no matter what the other party said, don't panic. Don't worry. Just do it. He has his own way. If it were someone else, everyone in 733 might not believe it, and they would probably be a little panicked at this moment. But the person who said this was Jiang Hui, the god who appeared out of nowhere and controlled them at the first sight. They have all experienced her ability, and they really believe that she is away. So even if the group was taken to the top of the tower representing the highest command power, they were not panicked at all, but just felt uncomfortable with their superiors. Knock knock. It was the sound of the other party knocking on the edge of the sand table, mumbling as if thinking about something. And then at this moment the other party suddenly said, the main tower sent a secret report. You still told us the secret report. You really don't treat us as outsiders. Or this has already told them that you can't get out alive. Even if you hear any secrets, you can't tell them. The other side didn't need 733's people to interface at all. New forces are pouring in. A large number of mechas are entering the scene. And a medium-sized G-Way tower extending northeast of the main tower has been lost. According to the Vanguard's report, the commander who captured this G-Way tower is a commander called Yara. It was late at night, and after a week of invading the G-Way tower, the branch commander of that G-Way tower was completely disconnected from Shilai. It was not until the man named Yara sent a message to the commander-in-chief of the main tower Shilai that the matter was settled. The commander-in-chief is now planning to draw some personnel from the 3 major G-Way towers in Linsholen to retake the stolen G-Way tower. Do you think, can this work? Gah! Shilai's home was also stolen. Who stole Shilai's home faster than them? That guy is not easy to deal with. 733 was stunned for a moment. Perhaps he himself did not realize it, but he had already accepted the reality that he was an undercover agent, and he began to consider the enemy who captured him. The deployment of the mecha finally worked. It was only a little over a month after they got the mecha into the inner circle, and it had changed drastically. It seems that there will be some changes in the future. I just don't know if they will be the ones who stir the pot. or if they will make the water more muddy. And theoretically, what the other party said should be a secret report from outsiders. What's the point of asking them for their opinions? Kill them if you want to. But do this? Could it be that before killing them, they let them know the truth? This guy is really nice. Yes. Isn't there something behind his words? He told them that a new base tower was taken by the attackers, and the raid was launched in the middle of the night. Isn't it telling them that I know what you are planning to do? Don't act rashly and so on. But they were planning a night attack, and they were discovered. A night attack was impossible, and they were forced into a desperate situation with no way out. Is there really no way out? Yes. For ordinary people, it may be. But for 733 and others, it is another story. Chapter 653 Situation. As the team leader, 733 is not a big guy with muscles, but no brains, like his appearance. He is more straightforward and not a leader. He does everything in a down-to-earth manner, and never gets interested in such roundabout things. However, even he heard the hidden danger in 1002's words. But his first reaction was not to be nervous, but to feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. So do you know how terrible the person you are about to face is? Do you know how terrible a monster you let in? Seeing that they were silent, 1002 glanced in a certain direction, smiled slightly, and directly named, I don't know who changed shifts just now. I want to know something from you. Jiang Hui stepped out silently. The two looked at each other, and saw some information from each other's eyes and matched. Of course, it is not known whether it is the same signal. Anyway, a tacit understanding was reached. I see you are very strong, and I think your mental power level is also quite high. But it's a pity that you can only come to this remote place. Jiang Hui's virtual body is 1.9 meters tall, which is more than 10 centimeters taller than his real body. In comparison, he is quite strong. But the problem is that the 1002 in front of him doesn't look like a pushover either. At least 1.8 meters close to 1.9 meters. What the other party said to her can be applied to him. And his mental power level is estimated to be A level. Jiang Hui can already read some vigilant dissipated mental power microwaves. And why does this sound full of sarcasm? As if he is laughing at her. Big guy. You have such low IQ that you can't even beat me, and you still want to sneak attack. I've already discovered you. Although this was part of the plan, she would not be irritated by such a small sentence from the other party. Well, it was still a little bit, and she felt her fist hard instantly. Jiang Hui did not respond. The other party did not force him, but just raised the corner of his mouth with interest. Your captain doesn't say it. Then you can say it. Do you think Shilai's commander-in-chief can succeed? Jiang Hui. The commander-in-chief has his own considerations. There are many factors that affect victory or defeat, which cannot be summed up in one word. And what is the difference between unfounded speculation and gambling? Jiang Hui kicked the ball back without any hesitation. Winning or losing, in addition to planning, also depends on innate luck. Who can say for sure whether you will win or lose? And you didn't tell me anything. What's there for people to guess? The other party was stunned for a moment, as if he was a little surprised that Jiang Hui would say that. And then he smiled and shook his head. Your Excellency is unwilling to suffer any loss. It's okay to tell you. I advise you to save your worries, not to mention the dragnet outside. But preparations are still necessary for all parties. It's not so easy for the other party to seduce. Is it over? Have you torn your face? I thought there would be more debates. Since it's already like this, then I dare to ask if what you said about the attack on the Jiwei Tower in the northwest is true. 1002 was stunned when he heard this, and thought that the other party would, arguing or getting angry. He ended up asking about the example he just used casually as a warning. Indeed, this is true. Not long ago, Shilai contacted him alone and told him to be careful and alert to the new forces. They just arrived and couldn't make a big move, so they were all eager to pick the edges of the major forces. Although the base tower that was attacked before was medium-sized, it was also in a relatively remote place, with a little blind spot, which allowed the opponent to succeed. Therefore, with this painful lesson, Shilai began to pay attention to the marginal areas. After all, he never wanted to have such a great humiliation again. And with the subsequent withdrawal of troops to fight, the troops in each garrison will be reduced, although it will not constitute a weak point. It is a little worse than the previous solid and indestructible momentum. Someone with intentions may choose this time to attack. Therefore, He listed a total of 5 marginal strongholds that are easy to be attacked and exploited according to the situation. One is to strengthen the guard, not only to connect their branch command and communication one by one, but also to withdraw some manpower to strengthen the garrison forces in various places. But he will not tell these people these. After all, they are about to say goodbye to this unified recruitment. And 1002 arrived bored. Your idea is good, but there are too many flaws. What a pity. If he was not still under Shilai and his power was limited. If the other party had not come to this point, he would probably find a way to turn hostility into friendship and bring him into his team if he met such a person before. What a pity. I still have to say goodbye. Everyone. As his voice fell, several secret doors on the top floor opened at the same time, and the soldiers hiding at the entrance of the passage rushed out, all holding weapons. There were at least 3 or 4 teams, 20 or 30 people, just to surround the 6 of them, which was enough to respect them. What else do you want to say? It's not too late to say it now. As a souvenir, this time Jiang Hui had completely stopped hiding. She motioned 733 and the others to retreat behind her. Apart from this step back, they seemed to stand there, as if they were too frightened to move, or at a loss, and had no intention of being on guard. By the way, Jiang Hui raised her voice slightly. Do you really think we just prepared these people and planned to attack the tower? This was what Jiang Hui was most puzzled about, and she was always confused. Just like she was puzzled as to why the other party put them back even though he clearly found something wrong at the beginning. She was also a little confused at the moment, since the other party guessed that she was the attacker. Did he ever think about what kind of arrangement Jiang Hui would make to give her the confidence and courage to rush into the tower with a single-digit number of people? Didn't she have any other plans or arrangements? Or did he think she was a fool? That doesn't matter. No matter how many companions you have outside, you can't leave this command room today. As long as you die, your companions outside can also be wiped out. Don't worry too much. You will be reunited outside soon. The other party seemed a little impatient, raised his hand, and signaled others to finish off Jiang Hui and his group according to the plan. However, 1002's pupils dilated slightly. What's wrong with you? What? When? You all betrayed. He was responded by silence, including his most trusted deputy, who avoided his gaze when he looked over, looking at him with an extremely subtle look. Just now, he thought that the armed forces that would wipe out attackers like Jiang Hui on the spot were now all used on 1002. The branch commander, Jiang Hui and others retreated to the back, watching 1002 being surrounded by the troops he once trusted. 1002 was a little overwhelmed. He didn't know how the assistants who were following his orders and giving him advice just a moment ago suddenly became undercover agents. What was going on? Chapter 654 Inside and Outside. What happened? They were also forced. They were waiting for the command from 1002 just a moment ago. But somehow, they were controlled by someone else who broke the barrier in an instant. And then the strange female voice controlled them step by step. What could they do? They were also desperate. They still hadn't figured out what was going on. So they could only follow the special command who had established a connection with them and attack their former branch commander. Looking at their own commander. No. Strictly speaking, the former commander looked at them in disbelief. They were also helpless. They had no choice. Boss, you should accept the reality, so that everyone can still be in the same village. This person doesn't look like a good person, and it might be better to follow her than to follow Shilai. Unfortunately, someone didn't receive this signal, and he attacked Jiang Hui angrily. Although he didn't know what happened, the culprit must be this person. As the long dragon of mental power vacated, it directly hit the opponent's mental force field. However, he had not yet realized that he was seeking his own death and seeking his own destruction by entering. However, after rushing forward for 2 or 3 times, he was like being tripped by a force as heavy as substance. After struggling for 2 times, he could not move. He could only watch helplessly as a very subtle but indisputable force entangled him, and then marked and forcibly connected his mental force field in an extremely special way. 1002 only then did he realize that the eyes those people looked at him at that time were not guilty or sarcastic, but a kind of helplessness that was similar to sympathy. That's how they were dealt with. It was because they knew how terrible and evil the other party was, and they had such complicated emotions when facing the only one who was kept in the dark and annihilated. Please, who will take care of her? It's a pity that 1002 didn't know that no one who could really take care of her was here. And even if they were here, they would probably just clap their hands to cheer them up. In short, because an all-round crushing operation ended smoothly. Even Xiaowei and others who were temporarily left outside didn't have time to activate the backup plan. It was so smooth that people suspected that they were dreaming. Glancing at 1002, who didn't know whether he was digesting the facts or couldn't accept it. Jiang Hui didn't force the other party, but only sent a message to let them come in. Yumin clapped her hands and sighed. She still succeeded. Now the guys in the command department. These stinky boys. Given such a platform, in the end even a single soldier is more impressive than them. Besides, there will be some time before the unified enrollment. So we have to hurry up. He paused at Jiang Hui's steadily rising ranking, and found that the other party's command item accounted for almost half of the points. Obviously, he got a lot of points in the previous battle, and his total score jumped into the top 100 of the Joint Military Academy enrollment pool. The students are all the best in their majors. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to enter the Joint Military Academy. It must be said that he fought very successfully, and was quite brilliant, compared with the foggy view from various perspectives. The people outside the Jiwei Tower saw it more clearly. Many people were attracted by the interesting little battle here and whispered. However, their goal was still too small, and there were not many people discussing it. Yumin happened to see the home court of this kid on the transfer page, and then he couldn't stop looking at it, and directly left them in this battle of less than a star. The main force of the battle was a team of less than 5 people, and not long ago they were scattered, and they were barely put together by accident, and they had not yet developed a tacit understanding. As a result, they just forced their way forward and directly captured a marginal tower with 126 people, without any effort. In terms of proportion, this can be called a successful battle. Of course, there are more personal factors. If it weren't for Jiang Hui's almost magical mental control, it would be impossible to take down the Jiwei Tower without anyone noticing. So it still depends on the person. Born in the inner circle to mere star. Jiang Hui from the 732nd star, huh? Speaking of what's wrong with those little guys above. They don't move. Like sharpening knives. It's really boring. If they don't loosen up and dawdle to defend their own little piece of land, they will soon be surpassed by the people below. Go up. Fu Xian suddenly muttered, attracting Yumin's attention at once. The heroic female general thought there was something exciting to watch. Following the other person's line of sight, she saw a name rising at an incredible speed. But this person is not an unknown person. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is famous. The other person has caused a storm in the school before he entered the school. After all, the arrival of the other person can't say what benefits they can bring. But it is certain that he will be accompanied by endless attention from all walks of life. At that time, the attention of many forces will be focused on their school, and there is no way to avoid it. If this young master is a very important character like his father, it would be fine. It is a celebrity and a well-known event. It is good to have such a powerful person who will bear the weight of the empire as an alumnus from any angle. But if he is useless, the scene, they dare not imagine it. Their school will definitely be baptized by a storm. Back to the topic. This person is relatively ordinary based on the information he presents on the surface. And it is hard to tell that he is the son of that person. But at the level of the other party, personal combat power is not the most important. Or even if we don't look at his own qualifications, the resources he is born with are not to be underestimated. In comparison, personal strength is very small. But what's wrong with the other party? He didn't form a team, and his avatar showed that he was still acting alone. Before this, he got very few scores in various items. I don't know if he was just watching or too lazy to move. They were all scattered scores. But at this moment, his total score soared to a rate of 300 or 400, and he reached the upper part in an instant. Although he didn't rush into the top 100, he was not far away. It rose too fast. What's going on? Is it a system failure? This is the first reaction of Yumin and others. It's not that they doubt Zhou Xiuwen's ability, but that the other party's rise was without warning. They were also quite curious about this young master before, and they even cut several sections to watch him. Unfortunately, he seemed to be just slacking off and didn't do anything. In the end, he got it. Everyone quickly clicked on the page where the other party was currently. They didn't expect that he didn't follow the ordinary path at all. Compared to other people fighting for a mecha, He just picked up the gift bag, thinking of the powerful Marshal Zhou who won several battles without fighting many years ago. They were silent. Is good luck the character setting of the Zhou family that makes them stand firm? Chapter 655 Hibernation. The 759th Jiwei Tower changed hands in a jaw-dropping development. Not only were the people outside stunned, but some of the parties involved were also confused. When Xiao A and his friends pushed open the door of the command room on the top of the tower in confusion, 1002 finally recovered from the state of being hit hard. Xiao A and his friends entered the Jiwei Tower with some trepidation, but found that no one stopped them along the way. And there was no one along the way. It was so quiet that you could find a pin drop. It was creepy. Didn't 395 kill everyone in the tower without breaking? It's not that Xiao A is too imaginative, but he is still wondering if he underestimated the other party. With the ability of his boss, the other party has never done anything within the routine. However, when Xiao A saw the open door on the top of the tower, he felt relieved. This empty building seemed to be done. Otherwise they would not have been called over, and they would have occupied a tower. However, when the four of them entered the conference room, they were really scared. They finally knew why there was no one outside. Not a single person, because everyone was here. About 100 people, sitting densely in several groups in the command room, ready for battle. What's going on? Didn't the boss kill anyone? Little A glanced at 276 next to him, who was considered a very stable person in their small group. When Jianghui was not around, the other party was secretly commanding and dispatching. So Little A subconsciously sought answers from the other party. 276 shook his head, because he didn't know either. Jianghui never said much when he explained things, and often only when it developed to that point could he know the reasons for the other party's previous instructions. There were 4 people in total, 3 of whom were members of the team Jianghui had captured before attacking the tower, and the remaining one was a person she replaced from Team 377 to implement the plan. Although it was called a replacement, it was actually almost like a hostage, and the other party was the most nervous one. He thought that he had left the camp, and if the other party failed, he would probably be regarded as a traitor and could not go back. Then he wondered if the people who were holding him would find a chance to kill him because he was a burden. In short, his mood was extremely volatile. It seemed that the person succeeded, and even his immediate superior was captured. In that case, he could not be said to be embarrassed. After all, everyone was the same, and no one was better than anyone else. Seeing several people standing stupidly at the door, Jianghui called them in first, saying that he had reserved a place for them in front. Don't worry, I'm on guard. Seeing Xiaoyi's hesitation, Jianghui understood. He was probably worried that everyone would come up and no one would be watching below. If someone broke it at this time, it would be a waste of effort. Jianghui had a plan. After all, she couldn't call everyone up for a meeting and then leave the door open and empty. If she happened to get lucky, it would be really ridiculous. So even though there was no one below, Jianghui had already spread the mental network to the range within a kilometer of the center of the tower. This range was neither far nor close. For Jianghui, it was a controllable range, and it would not be too strenuous to maintain it for a relatively long period of time. After several people finished their work, Jianghui gave them some time to sort out their thoughts. The originally spacious and comfortable command hall had been transformed to the point where it could no longer be seen in its original appearance. The original meeting table was not enough, so Jianghui had to find some existing tools to set it up so that everyone could sit around. Then some decorations and useless things were pushed aside, leaving a spacious space for everyone. Of course, the sand table was placed in the middle. Everyone looked at the sand table with some curiosity, because most of them had never seen this, and they were not even qualified to be summoned to the command room. Now that they had experienced such a change, they had the opportunity to take a peek at this place dedicated to the branch command. Of course, this was secondary. They were actually more curious about the person sitting in the main seat. They knew nothing about the sudden appearance of the other party, just like they didn't know how this Jiwei Tower changed its owner inexplicably. In addition to the part that directly contacted Jianghui, there were also some people who received the order from the branch commander to go to the top of the tower not long ago. And then the new leader met. The other party gathered them here specifically to explain something, but only they knew how everyone felt. Jianghui was not so delicate and sensitive. He had to guess what others thought of him, and he didn't have the time. She counted the number of people to make sure that no one was left out. and then spread her mental power to a range of more than 2,000 meters, searching again and again to make sure that no one would slip through the net before starting this special conversation. Hello everyone. I am a new member. You can call me G. Jiang Hui carefully adopted a more friendly statement. I think everyone knows. Something happened just now. He said he was a new member. But in fact, he was a new leader who took power. But this statement obviously made people closer. As for what happened yesterday, they probably knew it well. Otherwise everyone would not be here now. Please rest assured. Everything is the same as before, Jiang Hui said. She briefly talked about some of her requirements and taboos. After all, they have become her team now. Although she doesn't care much about the heirs, the framework rules must be set from the beginning, so that it will be easier to talk in the future. Her requirements are not high. Just cooperation. As much as possible. Jiang Hui knows that it is a coincidence that she can gather so many people. At the moment, even the territory is taken from others. In fact, she is still very unstable now. If you want to really consolidate your power and make these new members have centripetal force, you must have a big victory. Everyone's victory. As for what to cooperate with, of course, it is hidden from the other side. Because theoretically these people are still hanging on the control panel of Xilai. But now they are directly controlled by Jiang Hui and cannot move. Although it seems a bit lingering, it just corresponds to a plan in Jiang Hui's mind. She thought about it and felt that it was really feasible. But she needed to make more detailed plans. But in order to avoid the plan leaking out, Jiang Hui must make it clear, so as not to alert the enemy and die before the mission is accomplished. What are your plans next? 1002 seemed to have finally woken up from the blow of being wiped out. And he asked in a tense voice. What plans? Jiang Hui shook his head and looked at the position of the middle sand table. And his sight fell on a red star a little further away, which was the site where Xilai, the former owner of the number 759 Foundation Tower, was currently located. Of course it was wretched. No. It was to stop the enemy with a general and cover the water with earth. In such a large inner area, a foundation tower is nothing. At present, he still has a long way to go to occupy a place. And he still needs to lie dormant to save more strength. Chapter 656, War. While Jiang Hui and others were trying to get familiar with each other and run in, the place dozens of kilometers away from the 759th tower was not stable. Although Xilai did not know that the 759th tower had fallen into someone else's hands at this moment. A medium-sized tower in the distance was indeed lost. Everyone thought that Xilai was furious because the medium-sized tower was lost without warning. But no one knew that Xilai actually knew that Yella. Because before they entered the inner circle, the two of them were considered to be partners for a while. After walking together for a period of time, they can be said to know each other very well. The cooperation between the two sides was relatively satisfactory. At least Xilai was much more satisfied than the idiots under his command now. However, the facts prove that there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Xilai is a tiger, and Yalla is also a tiger. Both of them have the ambition not to be inferior to others. When facing a difficult situation, they don't mind going through it together for a while. This is called mutual benefit and win-win. However, when they entered a new environment, the previous restriction of not hurting others was removed, and the two of them separated almost tacitly, and no one bothered each other. As for what will happen in the future, that is a matter for the future. At that time, it will really depend on each other's ability. Everyone knows this in their hearts. If that time comes, there will be no mercy. But none of them expected that this day would come so soon. Xilai is a visionary person. He is very good at taking advantage of the situation, and has good luck. He quickly created a large team of 2,000 people. Then, he used the control panel to roughly assign everyone under him, and quickly demarcated a force that belongs to him. But he is alone. And he doesn't have many people to use. And he doesn't have the patience to communicate with those mediocre people. Xilai actually thought that there might be a situation where he couldn't control his subordinates, or that he might be betrayed and exploited. Xilai had also thought about these. But this thing is just a simulation game that lasts for 72 star hours and has many restrictions. The control of various functions is naturally just for fun. If you really want to be so meticulous, you can't play anything. This is his idea. So he never bothers. So those people think that Xilai doesn't take them seriously. In fact, it is because in Xilai's mind, these people are weak and are chess pieces for him to achieve his goals, and cannon fodder that can be sacrificed at any time. This is cruel. But it is indeed a typical idea of a superior. But such a superior is a bit too tyrannical. It's no wonder that a lot of people can find dissatisfaction with him in a remote Jiwei tower. Everyone is dissatisfied with him, and has to obey his instructions. How could such a self-centered and arrogant person accept the fact that his former companion, now his enemy, defeated him? Even if it was just a base tower. It was a kind of proof of failure. Proof that he was not as good as the other party. With a gloomy face, he notified all the branch commanders in charge of the base towers, and then explored several weak lines one by one and assigned new personnel to garrison. In order to fill some vacant positions during this period, he asked people to explore weak small forces in the northwest direction and try to capture some new manpower. More than 2,000 basic troops were not enough for him to deploy, and he needed more new forces. But this was just his preparation for the next step. The reason why he was so anxious to expand the capacity and reserves was because he planned to change his strategy and start to intensify the attack. The first target he chose was Yara, his former friend, because the shame of failure could only be washed away by a bloody battle. Hey, kid, what are you doing there? Are you far behind the team? Are you stupid? Or are you dozing off? The leader called out in dissatisfaction, as if he wanted to grab a weapon and violently wake him up. How did this guy get into their team? He was confused and off the line, and he always failed to patrol. I really wanted to kick him out. Forget it. It's not easy to lose one person out of thin air. I'll find a way to kick him out when I get back to class. Do you feel? Hey, I always feel like someone is watching us nearby. People? What people? I think you are stupid. There are 36 patrol teams patrolling around the area continuously. Just 10 minutes after we passed this patrol point, 3 groups of people came here and didn't find anything. Not even a ghost. How could someone be spying here? The leader didn't even listen and scolded the other person directly, because this person has always been quite neurotic. When he first came, he couldn't even tell whether the small animals hiding in the bushes were ambushers or ambushers. And he was always startled. If they came a few more times, they would be scared to death. This leader didn't know that at a certain point dozens of miles away, there was also such a person who fell into the enemy's trap because he didn't listen to his teammates' suspicions. He was now just feeling impatient, so he scolded someone harshly. Then he didn't need to patrol anymore, but just asked the people in front and behind him to keep an eye on him, to prevent the other party from getting startled and making a fool of himself, until the last bit of noise from that sound disappeared. A figure suddenly appeared in the silent grass. Hi, after so long, someone finally came to be alert. He was almost discovered, but it was also because these people were not good enough. Although they noticed something wrong, they still couldn't really find him. It's just that Hillman's hiding method is too difficult to learn. He hasn't made much progress in all these years. It's already his limit to be able to do this. Zhou Xiaowen knew that it was quite risky to come out to explore so frequently, but it was too boring underground. He didn't even know what he was doing here. Zhou Xiaowen, who unexpectedly got a large amount of talent from heaven and even a treasure trove, also thought about whether to change direction and simply participate in this game. However, the candidates he met several times were so stupid that he despaired, making him feel that he was simply bullying others when he went on stage, or that he would definitely be angry to death whether he won or not. So the previous impulse was left unfinished. Forget it. He'd better wait here for a while. Anyway, he had collected a lot of information. Although there is no one he wants to find at the moment, it is likely that those guys will show their true colors sooner or later. With his familiarity with them, wouldn't it be easy to find them? Zhou Xiaowen didn't know what he was waiting for. Anyway, he would wait until he couldn't stand the seemingly endless boredom. The black shadow disappeared quietly again. The night breeze was cool in the darkness, and the wind passed without leaving a trace, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 657, Driving the Wolf to Devour the Tiger. Although there was a general plan, Jianghui did not take action immediately, because no matter how casual it was, there had to be a plan. Otherwise it would be reckless and blind, and it would be bad if it really capsized in the ditch. Jianghui reorganized the 100 people according to the plan he had thought of earlier. In fact, the general personnel arrangement remained unchanged, and most of the familiar people were still together, because they had formed a system before. It would be bad if Jianghui changed it arbitrarily as soon as he came, which would increase the anxiety of these people. So Jianghui focused on changing the patrol system and sentry routes. In this regard, Jiang Hui felt that the problem was really big. Even if it was not her who met today, but someone else, it would be estimated that they would still fail if they used a little effort. So it was not unfair for these people to fail. Originally, this side adopted a flat team management. So there would be the situation where the people in the team were replaced last time, which gave people an opportunity to take advantage of it. Therefore, Jiang Hui adopted segmented management, with 6 people in a group, 3 people in a fixed half group, and half groups as units for regular exchange. And every time the handover is made, it is in accordance with the fixed number combination in order, which means that there is a trace of where all the people go. And Jiang Hui can know it. Some people may say, how is this possible? Such a complicated method seems difficult to implement even if they don't have many people at present. At least it is difficult to implement under such simple conditions. And there is another bad problem. That is, it is easy to have various problems. But who is Jiang Hui? A guy who can make a sweater with mental power. She has been tossing and turning over all kinds of things over the years, training her mental power, so that she has plasticity and precision that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Jiang Hui's perception and control of mental power are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If there is a machine monitoring at this moment, you can see that with Jiang Hui as the center, countless mental threads spread out from his mental sea, orderly and neatly going in all directions. There are so many threads, but none of them intersect, and some even avoid each other, shaking from time to time to help another stray thread return to the right path, which is quite human. This ability is extremely rare even among gifted supernatural beings. Even Huan Xian, who guided her to train her mental power at the beginning, had to admit that he was far inferior to Jiang Hui in terms of plasticity and precision. Of course, in terms of control and penetration, Jiang Hui was far inferior to him. Back to the topic. With such a gifted supernatural power, let Jiang Hui control hundreds of connections, as if looking straight at an arm. He can feel it clearly. Himself. You connect the status and position of each person. There are even these position points connected into lines and drawn into a picture. You are really Hui. Sometimes teach. And such a complicated exchange method is very simple for him. He can move at will. He only dares to pre-order an accurate position. He can transfer without fear. Jiang Hui has a hunch that this method can make his control over the team extremely efficient. Of course, everything is not clear at present. After sending everyone out of the command room and taking their positions, there are only 10 people left in the command room, including Jiang Hui and 11 people. 7 of them are the original senior executives of this base tower, and the remaining 3 are the team brought by Jiang Hui, Xiao A, 276 and 899. It is necessary for the former to stay here because they know this base tower best. Jiang Hui needs to know more, and needs them to continue to assist in the operation of this tower. She still has too few people under her. If she wants to develop further, she can't continue to be a commander without troops. Naturally, she has to start to gather some useful people. The latter is that they came a little late and don't know the situation. They still need to explain in detail before running in. 1002, she didn't answer the question she asked Jiang Hui before, because it was obviously not the right time to talk about it. What are you planning? Since you have come to the inner circle, you must occupy the territory. If you don't occupy the territory, why did she come here? If she said that she came to sightseeing for participation, I'm afraid she wouldn't even believe it herself. Since she participated, she naturally had to go all out. Jiang Hui didn't want to lose to others. But this kind of thing is not what you want to do. Jiang Hui has participated in many command and decision-making games over the years, with different forms and wins and losses. Although she lost 7 out of 10 times when playing against Huan Xian, she could win 2 or 3 times. She also summed up some experience. That is, if you want to win, you must control the initiative. It's easy to say that you can take the initiative. But how easy is it? After all, facing so many enemies, resources and territory are so limited. Why do you think you can take a place? They have nothing. Only one opportunity to take the initiative, which is too little advantage. Originally, Jiang Hui planned to occupy this Jiwei Tower first and then make plans, because they still had too little in their hands. But they happened to encounter a small opportunity. Jiang Hui learned from 1002 that Shilai, the former owner of this Jiwei Tower number 759, was an extremely self-respecting and arrogant commander, and any failure was simply a great humiliation for him. If Jiang Hui wants to further expand her power, she will have to fight with the other side sooner or later. Her behavior, which is almost like a sneak attack, will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the eye by the other side. With their temperament, they will kill Jiang Hui and others at any cost. This is very disadvantageous for Jiang Hui and others who are still weak and want to quietly accumulate power. Unless they can quickly pull such a large team and occupy a large number of resources in a very short time. This might be okay when the inner circle is just opened. But under the current situation, the competition in the inner circle is fierce. And even a small tower is fought over with bloodshed. So how can we encircle the territory? So if Jiang Hui wants to accumulate power, he has to lie dormant and be patient. It just so happens that this is also a good opportunity. Not long ago, this commander from the west seemed to have confronted a commander named Yara. When the two confront each other, they can just sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, which can not only preserve their power, but also explore more intelligence and information about the two sides. After all, nothing is easier to obtain intelligence than a third party watching the fierce battle. But although this Guanshan Sit Tiger Guanshan fight can preserve oneself and accumulate strength, the speed is still too slow and too passive. Jiang Hui felt that it was necessary to stir up trouble and stimulate the conflict between the two. If possible, she would not even mind providing some convenience or assistance to both sides. And it would be best if the two sides fought to the death without knowing the truth. Is this the so-called driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? Or driving the wolf to swallow the tiger? As for who is the wolf and who is the tiger, it is not important. What is important is to form a situation. And it is best for both sides to suffer losses, so that they will have more opportunities to come forward. Chapter 658 Transition. Shilai and Yala went to war. It was not without warning. The territories of the two were close to each other. If they wanted to expand, one of them would be hurt. Both of them were extremely powerful. Although other newly emerged forces that might take away their interests should not be underestimated. They could not tolerate the beasts sleeping soundly in their own territory. Just as Jiang Hui guessed, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. If the two did not meet, it would be fine. They would develop separately and sooner or later create their own world. But now the two met, and the direction of development also subtly overlapped. With their understanding of each other or because they understood each other, they could not tolerate such an enemy more than others. Not only Shilai. Both sides chose to attack each other at the first time. And Jiang Hui did not even need to rack her brains to arrange the two sides to fight fiercely, with a tendency to fight to the death, which saved her a lot of effort. While the two sides were moving, Jiang Hui dispatched 6 teams to investigate nearby, and found a lot of fresh and useful intelligence. The only thing that made Jiang Hui a little regretful was that the surrounding forces were just watching and seemed to have no desire to take action, which was a pity for Jiang Hui, who wanted to further stir up the water and create chaos. But it didn't matter. It didn't affect her original plan, because the first move to decide the plan had been very good, and she only needed to operate it a little bit to get the result she wanted. She was the only one left in the huge command room at this time, and all the people had been arranged by her to take their positions. But Jiang Hui could always roughly control their movements from the connected spiritual threads, and all the points were connected into lines to form an abstract three-dimensional network. And finally all the lines were merged into Jiang Hui's consciousness. This was the first time she had ever commanded so many people. To be honest, she didn't feel like she had everyone's fate in her hands as rumored. Instead, she felt a lingering sense of heaviness, as if her personal fate had turned into a wisp of faith that covered her, making her feel more and more heaviness that she dared not despise. This was different from her being alone. And it was also different from traveling with 5 people. The former was that if one person was full, the whole family would not be hungry. And they were free and undisciplined, and no one could control them. The latter was a strong alliance. And when there were difficulties, everyone would come up with ideas together, and there would always be a better solution. Now, Jiang Hui had to make the decision alone, and everyone listened to her, and she was in charge of the overall situation and the direction. If the decision was right and the luck was good enough, everything would be fine. And maybe she could even win 1 or 2 victories. But if the decision was wrong, it was uncertain how big a deal it would cause. Although almost everyone here was forced to get on the boat by her, at least they were following her. She was not only shouldering her own fate, but also that of others. So it is impossible to say that Jiang Hui has no pressure. But she has an indescribable eagerness in her heart. After all, who doesn't have a dream of ruling the world? Her eyes fell on a certain point in the sand table. Just as she was about to reach out, there was a knock outside the door. "It's me." A familiar voice came from outside the door. But it was an unexpected person. Jiang Hui paused and said, "Come in." The person who came was not 1002 as Jiang Hui thought, nor the 3 people in her original team, but the first person he officially conquered since he came to Jiwei Tower. 377. The other party was not among the senior executives that Jiang Hui had just summoned. But this did not mean that Jiang Hui did not value him. On the contrary, among the people she had just gathered, she was most optimistic about 377, even more than the branch commander 1002, because the latter could not detect her abnormality even when he stood in front of her, and he had to accept the reality until she showed her fangs. But 377 himself detected her mental fluctuations without any foresight. This means that the other party has a more acute mental perception than 1002. I just don't know why such a person would be willing to be a soldier. And even in such a remote place, he can't get a high-level position. But Jiang Hui didn't think he was a person who muddled along, because at a certain moment, she had seen a light called ambition in his eyes. He had been keeping his troops in place, and he didn't say anything even when he held a collective meeting just now. So the other party would never come to him to gossip at this moment. There must be a reason. At this time, in the eastern part of the inner circle, a new force also stood in a large area in the southeast direction. This group of forces seemed to have suddenly emerged from the ground and suddenly occupied such a large area. In addition, the scope of the melee in the central part continued to expand, and there were 2 fierce tigers above, and the battle situation in the north was even more complicated. In an instant, several small and medium-sized teams around were squeezed out of living space. They began to secretly think about whether to find a reliable big boss to take over, so that they would not have to worry about being wiped out one day and could follow the big boss to get points. But they could not be the boss themselves. Unlike the nervousness of the nearby small and medium-sized forces, this new big force seemed unusually quiet. Since it integrated the southeast corner at lightning speed, there has been no movement. It is very quiet. So quiet that it is weird. Moreover, all the spies sent by various factions never returned, and brought back no news. If it weren't for the strange flag standing there, the major forces might have thought that the place was vacant. Don't think that everyone can rest assured because it's quiet there. Instead, everyone is alert to it. The quieter it is, the more dangerous it is, because it is difficult to detect and because it is unknown. In an instant, the southeast corner was listed as a key inspection point by the commanders, and people were sent to keep a close eye on each direction. But except for the group that escaped back in the chaos at the beginning, no one brought back useful news. It is only known that the commander in the southeast corner is a commander named K. Chapter 659 Attention. If we say that the least prominent major in the colleges and universities watching this game is not those marginal auxiliary majors with ordinary combat power, nor the special majors that are not very useful in 2 simple environments, but the popular majors that are almost on par with individual command, the mecha department. In fact, this major is not unimportant. There is a reason why it can compete with the main combat power of the individual department and the core mecha department. Apart from large-scale Star Wars, land and water battles and various special battlefields all need to use mechas for advancement, and sometimes they even play a decisive role. However, mechas are not that kind of simple weapons. They are personalized weapons, and the effects of combination and debugging are different. It can be said without shame that a good mecha division can make soldiers exert super combat power, and a creative mecha division can even improve the level of the entire team. This is also the reason why mecha divisions are so popular in the Interstellar. Therefore, the army will receive a large number of skilled mecha divisions to serve the army every year. And some legions have even set up exclusive mecha research and development institutions to analyze and adjust the armor for the team. Unfortunately, the Unified Entrance Examination does not focus on this, and the conditions are limited, and there is no room for students from the mecha department to show their skills. After all, considering that the mecha department is not an easy subject to practice, even if the corresponding environment is given, it is impossible to show it in full. A good cook cannot cook without rice, without the corresponding situation and environment. No matter how talented you are, you can't do anything. The geniuses of the major mecha departments can only wait and see, and there is no opportunity to show their skills. However, all the universities have already recruited a batch of talents in mecha before the unified recruitment. Those who are a little famous have been selected for assessment in advance. Many people with real skills are directly recruited into universities, without going through the unified recruitment. For talents in this field, all the universities have always been open to all, and even make exceptions for this. They are also quite tolerant, and open up convenient roads for talents in this field. However, there are also many ordinary people in this world who have ordinary backgrounds. They have no connections. They are no different from others before. They may just have more talents than others. At this time, the unified recruitment has become their only chance to stand out. Even if it is not as clear as the special inspection, it is still a chance to stand out. Therefore, there are still many students in the Mecca department who hope to show themselves in this unified recruitment and get into the ideal college. But there is really no room for their development at the moment. Not to mention them. Even the teachers of the Mecca department of various universities can only look around idly, glance at students in other majors, or talk about the latest Mecca topics, and become the most idle group of people in the venue, compared with the teachers of the individual soldier department who can't see enough. They have a wider range of observation. Here, a teacher of the Mecca department directly opened the overall interface to see the overall situation of the competition. As mentioned before, when students apply for the unified enrollment, they must first fill in the intended school and major, and then the unified enrollment assessment type and content will be adjusted one by one according to the information they fill in. And their personal data will also be pushed to the corresponding university sublist according to the sublist. In this way, in addition to being able to subdivide students' potential and talents, it is also more convenient for major universities to select the talents they need. After all, although major universities are eager to recruit high-potential awakeners, it would be futile if these students did not choose their own schools in the end. So they naturally give priority to students on their own intention lists. And the perspective turns to the general competition field and feels different. If the sublist looks clear in the past, each student is in his position, and it seems that there is room for a big fight. But the densely marked general competition area looks precarious, with mines everywhere, and every step is thrilling, regardless of the final result. In the current situation, those who can stand out and get a label are all strong people. The little guys are not very capable, but they have a lot of ideas. Do you have any good ones? Major General Edward? Asked the neatly dressed lady. The young officer standing next to her was Paul Edward, the chief teacher of their class. The chief teacher of the Mecca department is a major general. He was born as a Mecca division and has served in the army for many years. He has made great contributions and was promoted to major general in his early years. He has rich life experience and is no longer a Mecca division. After all, few Mecca divisions can sit in the position of major general. But in the 100 years, when he gradually entered the decline period, he felt a little tired of the war-torn life. He began to focus on the relatively peaceful education career. The 1st Military Academy is his alma mater. He was transferred here as soon as he received the invitation. Later, he would come to the 1st Military Academy to teach almost every once in a while. But before that, he was a special guest lecturer for individual soldiers. However, this year, Colonel Howe, who served as the chief teacher of the Mecca department, received an order to be transferred to advance a new front. It happened that he entered the accumulation transition period again. So the 1st Military Academy of the Empire invited him to be the chief teacher. He was born in an ordinary family. He stood out in the unified examination and entered the 1st Military Academy of the Empire. Therefore, he was not as indifferent to the unified recruitment as other Mecca teachers. Although there is not much room for display now. As long as there is a Mecca, there will always be a chance to display. This is the only way for those students with ordinary backgrounds to stand out. They can only seize this opportunity. If even teachers like them don't take it seriously, what chance do they have? Having come from that position, Paul Edward knows that Mecca is not as simple as piling up resources. Not everyone can become a Mecca master. No talent means no talent, no matter how many resources are accumulated. It is in vain. And those who have talent but no conditions are just one opportunity. Edward shook his head. Now everyone has just got the Mecca and has no time to show it. How can they be optimistic or not? They are all idle. The female teacher was a first-year teacher in the Mecca department of the Empire's #1 military academy. She obviously knew the situation and sighed. It's the same every year. The unified recruitment system is still a bit difficult for Meccas. And the level of a Mecca master is really not something that can be seen in a few dozen hours. You can't build it. And you can't repair it. It can be said that the existence of mecha masters in the unified recruitment is almost equivalent to chicken ribs. And even the overall ranking is terrible. Forget it. Let's take a look. Anyway, there are still 2 days. Let me see how bad this overall ranking can be. Anshin clicked on the next horizontal sublist of the overall score list, which was the overall score list of the mecha department. Let me take a look. The first place is Hiyu, from the White Owl Intermediate College. The second place is that guy Terrell. And the third place, Jiang Hui, a middle school in the Permanent Galaxy. Damn. A single soldier? Chapter 660 Upgrade. Jiang Hui didn't know that she had entered the list where she shouldn't be. She was very busy now. On the one hand, she was consolidating her not-so-stable power. And on the other hand, she had to find a way to pry open the conflict between the two beasts around her, trying to make them fight to the death. Only in this way could they have a chance. In the 759th G-Way Tower, a patrol team that had been exchanged from outside hurriedly walked inside the G-Way Tower, preparing to take a break and go up to see their single soldier commander who had occupied the G-Way Tower at lightning speed. Since the other party became their new leader, the frequency of patrol changes in their team has increased a lot, changing shifts every 2 or 3 weeks. And the arrangement is neat and detailed, and everything is arranged properly. Don't look at the higher frequency of shift changes. In fact, the personnel allocation is very sufficient, and everyone can rest enough. But the things they have to do are more comprehensive, and it feels that the whole team is much more strict, and there is mutual supervision, without the previous sense of laxity. This commander is different from the previous one. She obviously has extraordinary control over the people under her, although the other party landed suddenly. The strange thing is that most people are convinced by her. It is said that 2 or 3 former troublemakers have been trained and are now carrying out their tasks obediently. The other party didn't do anything. At most, they specially summoned those teams at the top of the tower. And no one knows what they said. Anyway, after they came out, they ran out to do things. I heard from the staff who came back to change shifts that they are now motivated. And they are very active. And they are no longer as perverse as before. Now, if someone in the team questions the new leader, the first ones to jump out and refute are these troublemakers. As for their team, which was the last to take turns, almost all the previous teams had been summoned by the time it was their turn. Although they had seen the true face of the new commander at the beginning of the meeting, they had never tried to meet him alone like this. They wanted to see what kind of magic this person had that could subdue all those self-righteous guys. With this idea in mind, they followed the captain to the top of the G-Way Tower and stayed there for about 10 minutes before coming down. No one knew what they talked about, but they only knew that when they came out, they had the same expression as the previous people, excited and full of energy. During the 3 weeks of occupying the G-Way Tower, Jiang Hui's command room had been in and out, and every team had been summoned. No one knew what Jiang Hui said to these people, but they only knew that each of them came out as if they were injected with chicken blood or mysterious, as if they had shouldered some important mission. For Jiang Hui, the stage of drawing cakes is almost over, and the arrangements have been made. After a short period of trial, even with her picky eyes, she felt that there was no problem, and it should be able to last for a while. And then she should do her business. The last person Jiang Hui summoned was 377. Since the other party came to find Jiang Hui alone before, no one knew what task he was assigned to, and he was directly extracted from the team. The team that 377 originally led also found another person to replace the management, and no one saw him on duty patrol again, although the others were curious and speculative. They also knew that Jiang Hui probably had a separate task to assign to him, so they did not explore too much. Little did they know that Jiang Hui did have something important to assign to him, and it was an extremely risky thing. 1 week later, 377 led 3 teams to set off from the G-Way Tower, and their vacancies were arranged for other people to take over because they had more important tasks. If this trip can be successful, they can enter a new stage. Of course, this trip may also fail and end up with no return. And Jiang Hui also told them so. At this time, Jiang Hui, who turned into 377, looked at the G-Way Tower from a distance, where only the top of the tower could be seen, and then turned his sight back. I just hope that guy 377 can hold on a little longer. Shilai and Yara probably didn't expect things to develop like this. Yala took advantage of the chaos to see Shilai's territory and never hid it from the other party from the beginning to the end, because she also thought so. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. It is precisely because she knows Xilai's ability very well. If she wants to become powerful, she must get rid of the other party. Otherwise it will be a hindrance to both sides. This has a greater impact on them than K, the northern 3 districts, and the central chaotic zone far away in the southeast. Instead of spending energy to extend the battle line to attack K and others, it is better to deal with the enemies with similar strength and conflicting routes nearby. So the Jiwei Tower that Xilai had lost became the key battle point between the two. Both sides assigned more troops to press around this tower, regardless of the fact that this place has been destroyed by several chaotic battles, and vowed to take this pass. Although this point was severely damaged, it was still usable. Yala, who temporarily controlled this point, dispatched a lot of people to guard the battle. The people coming from the west had nowhere to live for the time being, but it was obviously not feasible to confront naked in such a situation. But it was impossible to attack if they were far away, so he could only order most of the reinforcements to stay at the nearest Jiwei Tower, and set up a temporary base around the lost tower, always on guard, ready to start a war at any time. And Jiang Hui and others came here under such circumstances. She followed with her identity concealed, using the identity of 377. Thanks to the rules of this simulated world, everyone blurred her appearance, and with a little cover-up, several teams did not know that she was the leader who talked to them not long ago. Well, even if they suspected or discovered something, they probably didn't dare to be sure, or dared not reveal it on the spot, because no one dared to believe that a newly promoted commander like her would leave her only territory and come to such a dangerous place as the front line without a trusted confidant. Isn't she afraid that someone will start a riot right after she leaves and take over the territory she has taken with great difficulty? Isn't she worried that she will be discovered and captured by the enemy when she brings such a small number of people out, and then fail? Is she so confident? No one knows, and no one guesses what she is thinking. Ask Jiang Hui why she took the risk to lead people to the area where the two sides are fighting. Of course, she came to cause trouble. She could indeed arrange it sitting in the Jiwei Tower, but many things cannot be done, and others do not have this ability. But it will be different if she comes by herself. It's not that Jiang Hui brags that if she comes in person, many things can be solved easily. Aren't these two groups fighting happily? It's just that the efficiency is not high. It's not a solution for the two sides to be deadlocked. It's just right that she can come to help them personally. If the implementation goes smoothly, she may be able to get a new foothold. She thinks the center of the battle is good. Chapter 661 Betting. Waste. Such a voice appeared in the tallest tower in the center of several base towers clustered in the southwest corner, and the owner of the voice almost roared. The sound was not small, even if the sound insulation effect of the top of the tower was good. The people guarding outside heard the movement, but they were used to it. After all, this master had never been a good-tempered master. He would invite people in and scold them when he was not satisfied. Several people had been scolded by him before, and they swallowed their anger in the end, probably because they were not as powerful as others. Of course, for Xilai, he felt that his scolding was relatively light, since he came to Zheng to participate in the unified enrollment. He had been enduring idiots, all kinds of idiots for dozens of hours in just one day. He felt that he was really stupid to stay here and play with a group of idiots. After hearing this, many people may think that Xilai is too arrogant. After all, there are always people who are better than you. After all, he is not dominating the entire inner circle now. He is only facing a part of it. Why is he so arrogant? But if you take this person's background into consideration, you can roughly understand his mentality. Xilai comes from Aglon Intermediate College. Yes, the college where Taylor studied. It is a very famous school in the Central Star region. He also comes from the school's trump card major, the command department. Yes, the top intermediate colleges in the Central Star region have their own merits. If you don't compare them together, you really can't tell who is better or worse. But if you compare them with bias, there are many rankings. Among the 10 major middle schools in the Central Star region, the only ones that have the command department as their trump card major are Valoranga College and Agron Middle School. The other one that has the single soldier as their trump card major is Jella Middle School. Valoranga College is a private customized college that recruits a limited number of students, and they are all for specific personnel. Those who enter are the children of family members with status, and civilian students cannot get in touch with them. The latter is a middle school in the general sense. although most of them recruit students with extraordinary family backgrounds and rich family backgrounds. Those with outstanding performance and superior qualifications are also within their recruitment range. And Agron Middle School is most famous for its command department talents. Before this, all the command department talents produced by this middle school in the past 50 years were exported to major universities. After graduation, they either inherited the family business or entered the military system for the next stage of training. Anyway, to exaggerate a little, the people who came out of the command department of this school are either heirs or senior officers in reserve. And there is no mediocre person. It can be imagined how fierce the competition is. And Sheila came from there. His original name was Lester Siver, a native of the Central Star region. Both of his parents were high-ranking military officers and S-level spiritual awakeners. He had completed 3 awakenings and accepted the call for the Empire's first military academy, and planned to enroll this year. That is to say, there was already a school recruiting him. But for some reason, he still participated in the unified recruitment. But because his file had been intercepted, he only participated in the ranking battle and did not enter the admission pool. The reason why he participated in the unified recruitment after being admitted was not because he wanted a name like most people with similar family backgrounds. After all, it is not an easy thing to stand out in such a mixed environment. The opportunity to stand out is hard to come by, and it is more likely to be a waste of effort and time. Time is precious for people like them, so it is better to spend more time training. But he is here because he made a bet with a mortal enemy. The two of them applied for the same college without knowing each other. But when they received the admission letter, they found that they were assigned to the same college with their mortal enemy. As the saying goes, how can a tiger sleep soundly beside the bed? Although it may not interfere with anything in such a large college even if they study in the same department. It is too constrained and easy to be scattered. So the two made a bet. Whoever can get a higher quota in the unified enrollment can continue to stay in the Empire's first military academy. And the other one must admit defeat and drop out. Although for people with their family background and qualifications, there are naturally other schools to accept them after leaving the Empire's first military academy. If you have a little ability, it is not impossible to go to a higher place. For talents, major universities have always accepted everyone. But if they are kicked out of school in this way, it is a great humiliation for people like them. The command circle is so small. If they lose in such a small occasion without even having a chance to fight a battle in their lives, they will immediately become a laughing stock. Therefore, both of them put in their utmost effort to face this unusual bet. However, Sheila is arrogant and a little too independent. He can't let go of his pride and is even unwilling to endure a little grievance. He is too eager for quick success. He easily integrated a large number of subordinates and was ready to fight with someone in the north. As a result, this grand plan was not even halfway started, but was destroyed by his partner who had been with him all the way. Sheila thought that the other party would be as easy to deal with as the enemies he had encountered in the past. But the fact was just the opposite. The annoying people could not be eliminated, and the situation was getting worse and worse. There was no progress in the map advancement, and Sheila's patience was completely exhausted. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his ability, with his perfect plan. If the people below executed it properly, it would never be possible to achieve such an effect. So either the people who executed the order were useless, or they didn't follow his plan at all. So the group who came back to report to him were naturally scolded by him. But the unstable factors are there, and they can't just let them develop. The more so, the more they have to eradicate them as soon as possible, so that they can have a new start. Sheila pondered for a while, and finally crossed out the risky plan of taking action himself, before he arranged for the next person to take over. His face suddenly changed, as if he heard some extremely unpleasant information, and his face turned blue. The group of people who had just been scolded saw that the other party seemed to be stunned, and they knew that the other party should be contacting a certain end at this moment, probably because they got some information. But this feeling didn't seem good, as if they thought of something. Everyone shivered a little, fearing that they would follow the footsteps of the person who was punished in front. And the atmosphere in the whole space suddenly solidified. I don't know how long it took. When everyone felt that the days were like years, they heard the man say in a gloomy and leisurely tune, "Who of you go? Please invite 011 over." Everyone knows that Sheila has 3 trusted deputies, who are currently managing these sub-towers. And 011 is Sheila's most trusted deputy. No one else. Chapter 662 Who Wins and Who Loses. Not long ago, Yala's men attacked a station of Shilai again, and almost touched the nearby Jiwei Tower. Fortunately, Shilai's subordinates were not vegetarians, and they immediately discovered, expelled and chased them. Unfortunately, Yala's men had planned it in advance, and they ran very fast as if they had come to harass them on purpose. Except for the few who started as bait. The rest escaped in an instant, leaving only the frustrated guards of the Jiwei Tower and Shilai, who was furious after hearing the news. There was no way. The area where Shilai lost the tower happened to be the weakest place for them. Although there was a medium-sized Jiwei Tower here, compared with the other Jiwei Towers under Shilai's jurisdiction, there was no natural sub-tower cluster around it. Among the 4 intermediate towers of the dozen Jiwei Towers under Shilai's jurisdiction, only this one was independent. The other 3 intermediate towers had 2 to 3 low-level towers that echoed each other, connected together, and had their own system. So it was naturally not so easy to be broken. However, the tower that Shilai lost is really an exception. Although it is a mid-level tower, it is the worst in terms of geographical location. It is not close to anything, and is difficult to defend. The terrain is flat, and there is no special cover. In short, it is a conspicuous bag that feels hot even if it is given away for free. In fact, its first owner was not Shilai. Its previous owner has now entered the middle of the inner circle, and has long since left with his men. This tower has become an abandoned tower. It just so happens that Shilai's governance area is barely counted near this place. So he simply regards this place as his territory. After all, although it is not very useful, it is a rare mid-level tower after all. It may be counted as a score. Shilai does not pay attention to such details and accepts all comers. However, after a while, he realized that it was no wonder that the people in front gave up without hesitation. Could this place be useful? There was no sub-tower around. It was completely an isolated island, and its existence was too peaceful. Whether it was the team stationed in the tower, or the enemy who wanted to attack, they could see everything at a glance, and they couldn't plot anything. It was also troublesome to arrange the people stationed there. There was no backup. And if something went wrong, it would be a big deal, and they would be powerless to save the situation. But the people had already been arranged, and it was not easy to arrange them back. Moreover, the place bordering this intermediate tower was a high-incidence area for attacks. For various reasons, Shilai finally sent people to surround this place. But he didn't send so many people there. But he didn't expect that Yara would catch the loophole this time. And he was attacked unexpectedly. The tower was lost, and he couldn't get it back in the end. No wonder Shilai was so angry. Now the two sides are facing each other, and an extremely long tug-of-war has begun with this intermediate tower as a base. Yala's men hid in the recaptured intermediate tower, responding to the enemy's moves. The Westerners concentrated in a relatively close lower tower and 2 temporary outposts. Yala attacked one of the outposts and coveted the nearby Kiwi Tower. If the Westerners hadn't discovered it in time, there would have been one more lost outpost. Although the commanders of both sides tried their best to tear off a large piece of each other's meat, or even swallow it up with bones and meat, they were unable to accumulate enough strength, and lacked the right time, place and people, so they could only stalemate here. I don't know who will win this farce in the end. The captured Kiwi Tower. In fact, it can no longer be called a tower. Shilai was furious when he learned that his base was taken away by his former comrade Yala. He was not someone to be trifled with. He could not wait to slowly take the place back, and directly used a ruthless move. He thought that this place was not useful in the first place. When it was in his hands, it was useless, and it was a drag. Now it has become his shame. This place can no longer be left. If useless things are left in the hands of the other party, it will help the enemy. It is impossible to help the enemy, and it will never help the enemy in this life. So it is better to destroy it. Since the other party has taken this place, and cannot get it back for a while, it is better to blow up the tower. So Shilai simply used a method to send people to destroy this base tower regardless of the cost. God knows how shocked Yala's subordinates were when they found out that they intended to blow up this base tower, and how much hatred they must have. Anyway, after several encounters, Yala's deployment found that Shilai's people really didn't care at all, just regarded this intermediate tower as a waste. Although they wanted to protect it, they were fighting in a completely barbaric way. They thought that since they didn't care, then they didn't need to care for them. Anyway, this damn place is really not easy to use, especially difficult to station. Compared with the intermediate tower of the same level, it takes twice as many people to see any effect. Then, This intermediate tower, which was originally acceptable, has become a place that is not much better than a ruin. There is even a serious collapse in one corner. Although it is not shaky, it is leaking from all sides and has limited load-bearing capacity. Now, in addition to the distribution command that must stay on top, there are only a limited number of reconnaissance personnel. The soldier named Kashi was assigned by Yara to suppress this place. Although she did not have a control panel like the candidates of the command department, she had extremely strong combat ability, a certain overall view and decision-making power, and was used to making good use of every opportunity. In addition to Yara's calculations, the previous quick attack on this intermediate tower was also inseparable from this person's wisdom and distribution. If the big and small things that happened in the middle are compared to a battle, then this soldier named Kashi is obviously a general with great operational ability. Shilai's anger is obviously not only reflected in the attack on this tower that he regarded as a shame. He began to get serious. It is estimated that he has drawn a large number of manpower from various sub-towers to come here, and built a new station with constraints 2 or 3 times faster than before, and began to arrange it without concealing it, openly wanting to fight a decisive battle with Kashi. This is not a joke. This place is always close to Shilai's station, although it is farther than other sub-towers. It is closer than their base camp. If they really want to fight them, they will definitely not be able to outlast these lunatics. Kashi was worried about the other party's next move and reported this guess to Yara, hoping that she could give an idea. What is Yara's idea? She and Shilai are indeed allies who used to be in the same way and feel very compatible in cooperation. It can be said that she has figured out the other party's mentality. Yara knows. If it were someone else, they could indeed outsmart him and take it slowly. But now it's Shilai. As long as you attack Shilai, you have to keep going without any pause until the result comes out. Otherwise you will be bitten to death by the beast. Yara's instructions are fight as much as you can and fight as much as you can. And she has transferred 2 elite teams over. It is said that each of them can fight 10 people at once. She hopes to win the battle quickly. Chapter 663 just in time. Hey, I wonder how G is doing. Have you taken him down? Little A stayed on the roof of the command building, looking a little restless. The 2 people in the command room ignored him. He wandered around again, touched his head, and looked bored. 377 couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly, "If you are really bored, you can go down and help patrol. Don't make trouble here." Little A shrank his neck. This guy seemed to have no temper before, but sometimes he felt more scary than 276. In fact, if he had to choose, he would rather do some brainless work downstairs. 899 still took care of him, and he was comfortable following him. But who told him to come up to find someone when he noticed something was wrong? Who knew that 395 really ran away, leaving a guy who was not familiar with him to watch the house? Which was not a trivial matter. Xiaoe found out that the person had been replaced, so 377 naturally wouldn't let him go. Anyway, he had been coordinating some things with 899 before, and he was not part of the regular patrol team. His detention here would not affect the overall situation, as long as he didn't go out and cause trouble. Xiaoe certainly didn't have any thoughts like why did you call others, but not me, or 395 hid it from him. He didn't have any skills, but he had been with Jiang Hui the longest, and he knew him better than anyone else. It was reasonable to say that this boss was very capable, and he often anticipated the enemy in advance, and it seemed that there was no difficulty for him. He almost watched the other party build up from nothing step by step. Although the other party seemed to have no temper and airs, he was also the least resistant to resistance and interference. This resistance and interference does not mean that she does not listen to other people's suggestions. On the contrary, she is very receptive to all kinds of suggestions. If you can really give constructive suggestions, she can even correct her mistakes and admit them on the spot, without any idle baggage. However, she can't tolerate disobedient people, especially those who pretend to obey but disobey or are smart. According to Xiao's observation, she will not even accept such people. Now those in her team are either smart people with decent style or honest people. The other party obviously has her own ideas and strictly abides by a certain set of rules. She has her own ideas and reasons for everything she does. Sometimes what others can't understand may be the cleverness of her ideas. Xiao thinks that he is an honest person who has not made any achievements, so he never tries to suggest or interfere with how 395 does things. Since she put 377 and 1002 in the command room to watch the house for her, she naturally has her ideas. He just needs to accept it silently. But, since he found out about this, he can't just pretend that he knows nothing. Although Xiao A thinks he is a rookie, he is at least a little discerning. He is stupid, but these two seem to have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Who knows if they will become disloyal after being here for 395 for a long time. Especially 1002, who looks arrogant and unconvinced. He used to be the commander of the branch here, and who knows what bad things he might be up to. 395 has always been nice to him and taken good care of him. Xiao A feels that he should do something. What to do? With his IQ, he can't expect to do anything big. Just stay and watch the two of them. If there is something, he can also report to 395 in time. Well, 395 is also doing something and temporarily cut off his mental connection. Xiao A can't contact him for the time being. This has never happened before. But there will always be a time to contact him. So don't think about getting him out. Xiao A is thinking about whether to pull 276 up as well. After all, he has no fighting power. If he really fights, he can't beat these two people. 276 is different. He is a potential violent maniac. Just worse than 395. 377 doesn't know that Xiao A has so many imaginary dramas. He always pays attention to the two links of the mental force field and thinks about the approximate progress. Xiao A is not wrong. Probably for the sake of confidentiality. Jiang Hui did temporarily cut off the perception connection and only maintained a vague connection. But 377 and others knew about the information from her side. Judging from the progress information reported from time to time, the other party has arrived at the destination for some time, and it was very smooth in the middle. Then, there was another new message. New instructions? If I don't reply within 3 weeks, control or resolve 1002. Among them, 276 and 899 can be used, and Xiao A can connect with me directly. 377 suddenly looked at the person who had been silent and folded his hands. The other party didn't seem surprised at 377's side at all, and said leisurely, "She just told you. Shilai is going to send someone to take over this place." Change someone to take over? New commander? No. It is definitely more important than the branch commander. Otherwise the word takeover would not be used. Shilai will not send his confidants here. He doesn't have many confidants. 1002 looked natural, without any disguise. Yes, it was only possible that he told Ji about Shilai sending people. But Ji gave him such an order. Did Ji think 1002 had ulterior motives? Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one making the decision now. I'm only responsible for telling you the news. I remind you that the guy coming here is not a pushover. You better act well. It's unclear whether the other party was really reminding him or taking a little gloating. Friend, I'm afraid we didn't receive an order. 377 had many thoughts in his mind. And then he turned to Xiao A and said, "Go down and invite 276 up. And say there's something important to discuss." Xiao A paused and agreed subtly. 1002 didn't care about Xiao A or 276. He glanced at 377 and said, "That guy is about to succeed." He said it with certainty. At this time, 377 had regained his composure and didn't say anything. Shilai camp? A certain station. Yes. Got it. After the communication ended, the branch commander immediately looked at a person not far away with a difficult expression. "Just watch what I do and do what he says," Jiang Hui said. "Don't talk as if it has nothing to do with you. Who is the person who just used extremely terrible means to control our entire team? No one thought that this would be a Buddhist master. Although I don't know what means she used to take control of them without alerting their commander-in-chief. It is certain that they have no ability to resist." The other party actually planned to let them pretend that nothing happened and continue to communicate with Shilai. Is this a plan to slowly penetrate the interior by cannibalization? If there are only 100 people, it's okay. But there are more than 2,000 people, and they are still expanding slowly. The other party's idea of dormant can't be maintained for a while. Shilai is not a fool. He will find out sooner or later. When the time comes, his angry flames will not only burn the enemies who fooled him, but they will not be spared. Chapter 664 Ambition. If you want to know who is the most valued person under Shilai, everyone in the main tower knows that it must be 011 without a doubt. Xilai has 3 strong generals under him. It is all thanks to them that Xilai has secured the position of leader of this area. And 011 is a very standard individual soldier. He joined Xilai's team after he was established. Not only is he excellent in his own ability, but his conditions in all aspects, including his style, are very stable. Since then, he has been valued by Xilai. Xilai has said before that he is the kind of person who is arrogant and out of touch with reality. If you don't know him and don't accept him, it's easy to have a lot of opinions about him when you get along with him at close range. These are all verified. The team can catch a lot of people who show their opinions. But as a leader with a strong style and ambition, he can naturally attract ambitious people like him. For the latter, although living under such a leader loses a lot of freedom, he can also get more opportunities. It is much better than being under the hands of mediocre people, especially for a power fanatic like 011. Whether the concept and style match in cooperation is very important. After all, although ability and potential are also important, the former can be compensated, and the latter can also be changed. Only the concept, commonly known as a person's 3 views, if it is not right, then no matter how much you say, it is useless. It is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. This sentence has been very common from ancient times to the present. Normal people, especially those who are stable and peace-loving, tend to yearn for leaders with stable personalities. However, there are not a few people in this world who pursue excitement and yearn for the peak and thus go to extremes. People like this simply cannot realize their ideas through conventional means or by following conventional people. So they will seek leaders with extreme ideas that are more in tune with their ideas and closer to them. 011 is just such a person. And Xilai is just the kind of leader he is looking for. The two can be said to hit it off and have good cooperation. It is really not something that can be done in a few words to form a team of this size in less than 24 weeks after the unified recruitment. Xilai has such courage and ambition. And a capable assistant like 011 is also indispensable. Since Xilai has commanded more than a dozen Jiwei towers, he has been high above the main tower and no longer wanders around. Instead, he manages the various sub-towers through the overall management of several confidants under him. 011 is naturally his most capable general. The other party manages several important intermediate Jiwei towers occupied by Xilai. A line of them is the main security line of defense for the safety of Xilai's territory. Each point in this defense line is composed of the important town of Jiwei Tower, which Xilai has carefully arranged and buried a large number of hidden lines. He has poured a lot of manpower, material resources, and resources into it. It cannot be lost, and not everyone can easily break it. It can be said that under the control of the opponent, no matter what kind of changes he suffers, Xilai can be in an absolutely undefeated situation as long as the defense line is not broken. But now, the situation has changed. In theory, no matter what happens, Xilai should not move this trump card. He is more than just this piece of power in his hand. In theory, Along in the east is the power he should use the most. And it is the most handy. But Xilai didn't know what he was thinking. After thinking about it, he actually pulled out the trump card he had and directly threw the opponent into the game. This is no small matter, because it will trigger a series of changes in the situation and power modules. And there is no doubt that this line will inevitably lead to chaos. If it is handled well, it may allow Xilai's power to double and the territory to expand unprecedentedly. But if it is not handled well, it will be a good hand that turns into a bad hand and all efforts will be lost. However, the card holder obviously has no time to consider this. He doesn't know if he really has other ideas or is losing his eyes. Yala's existence makes him feel like a thorn in his throat. And the sense of crisis prompts him to act irrationally. In addition to some considerations, he ordered 011 to replace him to go to the chaotic point on the front line to take down Yala. A hard bone. Regardless of what other people in the Xilai camp think, or how ecstatic the other person, who was promoted to take over the security line is. Xilai and 011 are particularly calm. After a private conversation with his direct commander, 011 left the main tower soon and led a group of people to the incident point, which was hundreds of miles away from the main tower. As for the position and suitability he had vacated, there was no need to worry, as other people would naturally solve it. Xilai never lacked capable assistants. Jiang Hui was not in a hurry when she learned that Xilai was going to send an important person to fight in person. She roughly counted the number of people and planned to make some preparations before the people came. Jiang Hui had previously blocked the perception of Xiaoe and the others, but she could still receive some information. She took the time to explain to Xiaoe, replied to the other people, and then turned back to the people and things in front of her. Come! Let's have a meeting. A short meeting. Everyone come. Jiang Hui seemed to be unaware of the stiff atmosphere in the venue, and waved to signal the person in charge and his deputy to come over. This was originally a temporary station with relatively few people, and with only 43 people in the command of the branch. Jiang Hui had no difficulty in controlling the people. If Shilai had not contacted him, Jiang Hui would have planned to take over the station on the other side before contacting the main tower to stabilize it. However, now that they had sent people directly over, the plan had to be changed. Jiang Hui himself brought 3 teams out, a total of more than 10 people, plus the original 40-something people, a total of 60 people. And it was quite spectacular when gathered together. They were just stiff like zombies, not very lively. Jiang Hui could understand and didn't care about this, but just urged everyone to gather quickly. After all, the matter was urgent, and it still had to be explained clearly. And the group of people who originally followed Jiang Hui realized who this person was. He was not the airborne confidant of the new commander as they thought, but the big devil himself, the new commander himself. No. What on earth does this person want to do after sneaking in? And they haven't discovered it yet. If they have some ulterior motives with the other party's methods, wouldn't they be completely wiped out without knowing who did it? Thinking of this, some people who originally had some ideas broke out in cold sweat. Jiang Hui didn't know what these people were thinking, but she only knew that some people's expressions suddenly became inexplicably panicked, which was quite inexplicable. She didn't have so much time to engage in these intrigues now. After calculating the time, she felt that the nodes of things were a bit tight, and they might all collide at the same time. Although she thought she should be able to control the rhythm, there was no guarantee that there would be any accidents in the middle. So she had to consider all the changes and unexpected things in the overall planning to avoid being caught off guard. Chapter 665. Catch them all in one swoop. At 58%, Kashi frowned and glanced at the people behind him, warning them not to go too far. The people behind him instantly quieted, although they didn't really speak from the beginning to the end. They fought with their eyes for no less than 10 rounds. Obviously, this is not a very regular team. In this simulated battle, I have seen many commanders presiding over the overall situation, and the brave soldiers and generals charging below. It is a strange thing to see such a reverse situation. In Kashi's team, Kashi is the commander, and the only 2 commanders in the team have become soldiers who convey Kashi's orders. Unlike the flat structure of most other teams, their structure is more 3-dimensional, and 3 brains that can think independently convey information faster and more comprehensively, and more efficiently. Even in this team of less than 50 people, there is a balance point of checks and balances, which can effectively prevent people from having different intentions and ensure that Yara has absolute control over this assault team. This seems strange, but in fact, this is the reason why Kashi and others were able to successfully attack the Shilai team several times. The latter obviously had the advantage of location, was close to the base camp, and was more convenient for overall coordination, but they still had the upper hand. And now this team with 3 brains has once again launched an action. Last time they went out and broke through the temporary station placed by Shilai nearby, and also affected another sub-tower, and almost succeeded. It can be seen that this team of more than 40 people is not ordinary. Shilai was very angry about this, so he sent his confidant 011 to uproot the guerrillas roaming in his territory, and then take back the territory that Yala and others had sneakily taken away. In preparation for the future, Yala knew Shilai's temperament and planned very well, but she did not ask Kashi and others to avoid him. Instead, she asked them to face him head-on as much as possible, intending to make a big move. Shilai was always arrogant and never looked down on those small fights. But we must know that a 1,000-mile dam collapses in an ant hole, and the so-called big things are also composed of small details. If these are not done well, the overall situation will not be much better. After all, elephants have the possibility of being bitten to death by a group of ants. So if Shilai is an elephant, Yala will be the group of ants, and that guy will be bitten to death one day. Shilai thought of sending a powerful person to integrate. Then, they would first take down the 3 nearby outposts, and even take down the sub-towers that surrounded them, and directly flatten this line of defense. They wanted to see where to start when Shilai's people came. Faced with this situation, They could only jump back and report, as if they had already encountered such a scene. Kashi's eyebrows flashed with contempt. Okay. Stop making trouble. And fight quickly. They set their sights on a certain outpost near them. It was already night. But it was not yet light. Only from a distance. There was a little light near the horizon to show it. It had been a while since that point in the middle of the night. But the temporary outpost was still slightly bright. They were not as well defended as the Jiwei Tower, because it was a temporary outpost for sentry duty. Just like a brick that could hit wherever it was pointed. But to put it bluntly, it's a bit like abandoning a pawn. And if the situation is not right, it can be abandoned at any time without mercy. So their class system is completely different. And there is no need to hide in secret. Just follow the arrangements of the main force. So it gave the people who were peeping in the dark a very good opportunity to spy. They only saw that this group of temporary station soldiers had no vigilance at all. Several people gathered around the campfire as if immersed in their own thoughts. And they didn't know what they were talking about. Although some people looked around vigilantly from time to time. They were a minority after all. Most people's attention was focused on the person in front, who should be the leader. Kashi raised his eyebrows and said, "It's a good opportunity." He made a gesture, indicating that everyone should listen to his instructions. Be ready to attack the prey within the range at any time. Jiang Hui paused before he said a few words, and was silent as if listening to something. The new members who were listening to him carefully list the rules held their breath, because they didn't know what kind of character this invader, who had recently controlled them, was, and what the other party's pause meant. The other party's methods were too mysterious and unpredictable. Even if she didn't seem to do anything to them at the first time, everyone still felt uneasy. So, what happened? Enemy attack. The voice that suddenly rushed into their minds and took away their control just now appeared in their minds again. But this time it conveyed another inexplicable command. Before they were shocked and jumped up, the other party said in a slow and unhurried voice, "Don't move. Sit down." This voice seemed to have some kind of magical and controlling power that made them obey the command involuntarily. Mark the southwest direction here, 47 degrees south, about 1.237 kilometers. There are about 48 lurkers. The proportion of high potential awakened people is relatively large and the combat power is strong. You listen to my instructions and don't resist. The other party paused, murmured a few words that they couldn't understand, and then accurately reported the enemy's lurking position. But no one knew that what shocked them was not the enemy attack. But, is this your ability? Boss? Can I call you boss? Is the perception of a single soldier so accurate now? Or is the other party not a single soldier at all, but a single soldier in command disguise? But they have never heard of any inner circle commander who has this ability. Seamless control. Accurate positioning. Isn't this almost the same as radar? Facing a big boss with this ability. What suspense is there for them to rebel? To put it bluntly, I am afraid that Shilai himself might have to surrender here. The speed of the 3 leading A-level spiritual awakeners is XX meters/meter. And the distance of the assault team is shortened to 981 meters. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and do what I say. The voice seemed a little puzzled, because some people seemed to be stunned for no reason. Did she not speak clearly enough? The part of the people who were pointed out felt a slight vibration in the spiritual space, and quickly took action. At this time, the enemies who had rushed to 600 meters away found that the lambs to be slaughtered that they were preparing to besiege had discovered their traces and took action. But it was obviously too late, because before this, they had already made a very precise layout and calculation to prepare to catch this group of people in one fell swoop. They will win this battle. This is just the beginning. Chapter 666 ST Simulation Domain. For Kashi, guerrilla warfare is his comfort zone. He is a student of the Single Soldier Department, studying at a university in the inner galaxy. He has good grades and is among the top students in the class. However, there is nothing special about his resume. The only difference is the stage record left by the other party in the ST Simulation Domain. The so-called ST Simulation is a very situational simulation section in the Interstellar, which is applied to many aspects and fields. It is usually used in combination with a new system to make various training and assessments more immersive, such as adding role simulation or conditional selection modes in the virtual world. However, the classification function that can only be regarded as ST simulation is already very mature. As early as the last 2-star eras, an exclusive simulation domain has been built, namely the ST full-line simulation domain, which is the second largest local system for sharing information and resources in the entire Interstellar after the star network. It sounds complicated, but it is actually another form of social network. The star network commonly used by interstellar people can be operated by almost everyone as long as they have hands, while the ST simulation domain is more technical and functional, filled with various situational communities, and tens of trillions of people swim in it every day. The complex situation is not convenient to elaborate too much, nor can it be explained simply. The candidate codenamed Kashi is still not fully awakened, and is still restricted in the star network area, not to mention the complex local area network like the ST simulation domain. Even because of its complex ecology, it generally requires the approval of guardians or units above the school level before they can enter and carry out activities independently. Kashi got into the ST simulation domain by chance, and then he got hooked. He started out as a soy sauce player in a guild, and in just 2 years, he became a guild secretary. You should know that the ST simulation domain is a social network used by people of all ages, and there are countless people in it. Anyone who mixes in it may not show their true identity and appearance. In reality, they may have a more shocking real side. In this world, they can also perform the same operations as in the real world. And it is even more convenient because of the convenience of the virtual world and the unique settings of the ST simulation domain. Guilds are the most common products in the ST simulation domain. Every guild, regardless of size, can operate and even make profits in a specific way. People who participate in the guild can regularly obtain resources distributed by the guild, and there are some things that are not circulated or difficult to buy on the market. Of course, such public social networks have thresholds, but the restrictions on people are not big. If you want to mix in it, you have to be at an ordinary level. Of course, it is impossible, or it should be said that it is not easy to mix in any field and get results, especially a special domain network like the ST simulation domain. Among them, the guild is the most basic community. Above the guild, there are public groups, branch sequences, and even principalities, etc. Nothing exists, only imagination. In this way, the ST simulation domain can be regarded as a very sound network country. If ST simulation J did not have requirements for registrants, people would probably flock to it like they did to the star network, and every account would feel that they were eliminated by the world. Under such circumstances, Kashi could become a guild secretary as an incomplete awakener, even if it was only a small or medium-sized guild. It was a great thing, and he not only held this position firmly, but also seemed to have a rising trend. And not long ago, he won the top 100 in the Youth B Zone strategy competition of ST simulation domain, and received some praise. Then he left the guild to avoid some things, and temporarily resigned from the position of guild secretary. It has been a few months since then. Originally, Kashi thought that he had listened to the advice of his mentor, bid farewell to those vanity, and settled down to prepare for the next study and training. He didn't think that the group of bad and pitfall guilds that used to make him angry were important. However, when she really left such a venue and came down from the lights and halo, Kashi realized that the things she used to take for granted played such an important role in her life and emotions. When you are used to doing something, and you have been working hard for a goal, even though you complain about it every day and even want to forget it, you will feel uncomfortable when you suddenly say goodbye to it, as if something is missing. Obviously, Kashi is in such a state. He has temporarily left the ST simulation domain and no longer has to work. The focus of his life has shifted, and it seems that he only studies and rests. In addition, his interpersonal relationships in real life are incredibly simple, and his life has become completely different. So Kashi began to feel a strong sense of loss. Fortunately, the unified recruitment came all of a sudden, and he had something to do to divert his attention. And in this unified recruitment that he once thought was boring and unoriginal, he found some fun similar to the ST simulation domain. What's wrong with him being a single commander? What's wrong with a team with 2 commanders? Anyway, as long as the goal is achieved, it's fine. This world is not as rigid and unchanging as a textbook. There is no should do or should not do, but more can and whether. Kashi didn't think there was anything wrong with other people's views on his role misplacement, and he was ruthless in commanding 2 A-level commanders. He was used to being a decision maker, and didn't think the so-called control panel was a big deal. Even some of Yala's decisions were very flawed in his opinion. However, it was extremely interesting to fight against various people when the guerrillas fought. After all, in the unified recruitment system, Everyone has limited conditions or restrictions. And even big leaders, like Shilai and Yala, dare not act rashly. But Kashi had no pressure at all. He acted as he pleased, taking down any prey he caught, coming and going like the wind, as long as he had enough ability. It was his sudden idea to attack the same station for the second time. And the way Shilai responded was too insulting, careless, and not taking them seriously. It was really annoying. Kashi and Yara reached a tacit understanding at a certain moment, intending to show each other a little power. It would take time for 011 to get here, but this little time was enough for Kashi to take down 2 or 3 loose stations. And if everything went well, he could also deal with a small subtower. By then, when 011 came, it would be too late to save the situation. Kashi thought it was very easy to take down this station, just as simple as the dozens of stations he had taken down before. However, the facts prove that things in this world are not smooth sailing. As long as people live in this world, they will always encounter different things and meet different people. Kashi encountered it now. He met Jian Hui. Chapter 667 Balance. Ask Kashi what mood he is in tonight. It can be said to be very complicated. He relied on surprise attacks to defeat at least 80 teams. And he even took care of sentry duty and trap setting. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a capable general under Yala. He alone accounts for almost half of the credit for Yala's 7 Kiwi towers. He is about to take down the 8th Kiwi tower. He thinks so. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is very skinny. Kashi has been at ease for so long and sent so many people away. But finally he also fell. What kind of mood would you feel when you blindly operate and think you have a sure win, but in the end you find that you are the turtle that has really fallen into the trap? Probably like him now. When Kashi came in with the suicide squad, he felt something was wrong. The atmosphere was wrong. Although they all seemed to have noticed something was wrong and started to move. There was something wrong with the dynamics. How could such a prey not defend or run away after finding itself surrounded? On the contrary, the ones in front of them made a big circle. And their formation was also strange. They didn't seem to be defending or even running, but seemed to be avoiding? What were they avoiding? Why were they avoiding at this time? This made the enemies a little confused. But soon they knew what the other party was avoiding. They were so stupid. Really? How could they think that this group of people were big fat sheep? The big devil led his group of captives. And then, they became captives without paying attention. I think their little leader Kashi was also very depressed about this. Kashi looked at these people dodging in a circle, and thought a lot in an instant, thinking that he had been tricked. Well, he really was tricked. He immediately realized that the other side didn't seem to want to fight them at all, but seemed to want to push them to the middle. What could be in the middle? It's impossible to set a trap in such a small area. Or do they think that their dozens of people can surround the same number of them? Moreover, most of the other side's mental power is not as good as theirs. After all, the players under Kashi are carefully selected, and each one has extraordinary combat power. They are not those who just get by. Kashi is very confident in them. Although he can't be said to be invincible in the past, he can almost beat them under the same conditions and configurations. Unless there is a team with hardware strength completely above them. Obviously, this team in front of him is not. And he didn't feel the breath of a high-potential spiritual awakener in it. Then Kashi felt like this. He felt that his arm was stretched over by someone as lightly as he moved to a certain point. His eyes were gray, and his brain seemed to be entangled by a strange force. Not tight or loose, but seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. After a while, he felt a certain force entangled in his mental force field, as if it was stuck by something. Well, he was startled, and didn't know whether to continue pushing or stop. And there was a voice in his head that told him don't move. The others didn't know that Kashi had been hit. They only saw that he was restrained by a strange tall soldier. After a while, the team received the first order since the raid, and they almost gritted their teeth and said stop it. Stop? What do you mean? Stop fighting? The members of the assault team were confused and doubtful. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, they still couldn't believe it. They wanted to hear the other party admit it personally. Okay. Stop it. If you fight again, you will be fighting your own people. A strange female voice sounded in their minds, as if it suddenly appeared. They were also shocked like Kashi, because some of them didn't even know when they were connected by another person. And as the battle in the field came to an abrupt end, everyone felt that the new connection in their minds was suddenly tightened and tied into a dead knot. This divided scene was harmoniously unified again. But in another way. Okay. It's safe now. Let's talk properly. The voice sounded again. But now, it was completely transformed into a real voice. Without any disguise. Not long ago. About less than half an hour ago. There were more than 40 people sitting here. Except for Jiang Hui himself. Everyone was confused. Including Jiang Hui himself. Then, after half a week, the number of people doubled. And the number of confused people also doubled. But most of them had cleared their minds and realized what happened. Jiang Hui could be said to have easily dealt with the more than 40 people who attacked. And nothing affected their continued meeting. Except that there were a few more people. But with more people, the formation had to change. And Jiang Hui's left and right sides were replaced by 2 people from different camps. In fact, ignoring the confusing waiting, the atmosphere on the scene was really awkward. After all, not long ago, the 2 sides were enemies fighting to the death. And in the blink of an eye, they were seamlessly connected. Then they had to be forced to gather together for a meeting. And the culprits seemed to be unaware of it, which made them not know what expression to face for a while. Jiang Hui certainly didn't feel embarrassed. She felt that everything happened just right. And a pillow was sent when she was sleepy. Originally, she was thinking that after the meeting here, she would lead people to the other side of the station that was a little further away to recruit another wave. Gather 100 people, and then attack the Jiwei Tower and break into the interior. Unexpectedly, before they could find people came by themselves. And they all seemed to be quite strong. And they played different important roles in their respective teams, which could be used. Now it's good. After the arrangements here are unified, they can immediately start to rob the Jiwei Tower. Chapter 668 Different. By the way, have you ever encountered something like this before? Yi Min looked confused. And looked a little upset. Fu Xian and Simon shook their heads together. They didn't know how to comment at this moment. Because they hadn't encountered such a situation either. Although the 3 of them had only been off the battlefield for a few days, and had no deep experience in coaching. They still had basic common sense. No matter how they were trained. A person's mental power level would be basically fixed when they reached the stage of full awakening. Training could only strengthen the body, and how to use their own mental power more fully. There were also many students who had powerful strength before entering school. If they were highly qualified, it was not impossible for them to be comparable to some grassroots soldiers. After completing their training and graduating, these students were also different from the grassroots. They had heavier responsibilities and expectations. However, there was still a difference between trained and untrained people, not only in strength, but also in thinking and experience. The reason why everyone gathered here to watch like watching children's tricks is naturally because the people who led this assessment can only be called children. There are few people who have real experience. Even if there are, they can't really play such a game with children. People who have really experienced things and witnessed blood and death with their eyes are different. Because the first thing war gives them is cruelty. In the battlefield where swords are blind, arrogance, softness and blindness are not allowed. These are fatal weaknesses. If you want to survive on the battlefield and in the war, the first thing you have to abandon is these useless things. After all, in an unreasonable, irregular and completely disordered environment, the first thing people have to abandon is unnecessary principles. Of course, abandoning principles does not mean that there are no principles at all or abandoning human nature. It just means that we should discard unnecessary concepts and say goodbye to sticking to conventions, so that we can have a greater chance of survival in the cruel war. But how many children of this age have really faced dangerous situations, let alone war? To put it bluntly, the most dangerous things they have encountered are jungle adventures with game nature or simulated real-life shooting games. So most candidates still have a sense of innocence. Or strictly speaking, they should be said to be student-like. The ivory tower can give them countless knowledge in a short period of time. But it is easy to limit their concepts and thinking. The practices and ideas of students taught in a unified environment tend to be consistent. And there are traces to follow. It is easy to get stuck in a wall or get stuck in a dead end. But although the student named Jiang Hui is not the only one, she does not look like a student or a college, but more like she has gone through some storms. Well, her resume is indeed unusual. But there are also special people like her in the unified enrollment. Just talking about the top 500 in the overall ranking. There are dozens of people like Jiang Hui who can be picked out at will. Like with Jiang Jiqing. She is not the most special one. However, The opponent is the most efficient one that Min and others have seen so far in this unified recruitment. She is bold enough and ruthless. She did not use a very thorough strategy, but she has enough tension and integrated a considerable force in a few moves. Moreover, she obviously gathered these people so suddenly, but she did a good job of gathering them. And it also strangely has some meaning of popular support. Is there anyone in this area who can gather the team with such a crude method and still gain a certain cohesion in a short time? Jiang Hui can. She is strong but also relaxed. Not aggressive. She didn't even use the forces she integrated, and simply relied on the arrangement of a few simple links to achieve the desired results with the least force. Although everything seems to be a coincidence, with a bit of drama, it actually requires the planner to have strong judgment and determination. If you are not careful, you may miss the opportunity and lose everything. In short, no matter what, the other party's step-by-step approach really surprised many people. If Min and others were just curious about her and only regarded her as a topic of adjustment, then after she played around and played tricks on both sides to seize the initiative, he finally began to face up to this special commander, who was obviously a single soldier, but played a role in commanding the overall situation. Xiao Fu, do you think Major General Zun can accept? Before he finished speaking, he was immediately stopped by the person on the opposite side. Fu Xian rarely seemed to lose his composure. His eyes widened. Major General, you don't want to. Don't. If that person knows, we won't be spared. Don't even think about it. After saying that, he even looked at the other end seriously. It seemed quite normal over there. Although I know that everyone is busy with their own people and things, it is unlikely that they will pay attention to what others say. But what if? If the other party really hears, Major General, you might be caught and persuaded. If they do such an unwise behavior, they will probably become the eternal sinners of the command system. He admitted that he was exaggerating. After all, Major General Zhang was just envious of the command department's combat resources and wanted to borrow a field there. And it was the kind of exchange with resources. The command department didn't lose anything. And it was an exaggeration to say that he was a sinner for all ages. But you have to know that this kind of combat field is the foundation of each profession. A hard resource, which is very popular and useful in any field. And it can't be exchanged at will. This is why Zingbona failed to communicate with the head of the command department many times. Because there are many resources that can be exchanged but only so many combat fields. And Major General Zhang didn't give enough. That person left the Central Star area for military affairs. And the negotiation fell on Min, the nominal chief teacher. It is said that Min should hang on for a while. But now, he actually considered Zingbona's exchange request because of a student. Are you kidding? In short, Fu Xian would never agree. This officer is used to being the leader on the battlefield and doesn't know the rules here at all. He can't let him cause complaints just after he became the chief teacher of the command department. Min was a little surprised by the other party's excitement. Shook her head and smiled. Is it that serious? I just said so. How can it be settled like this? Even if I really want to mess around, I have to consider the gentleman. Right? Min's mind is still very clear. She just had a short circuit in her brain just now. Suddenly, she felt that if she could replace such a student, it would not be necessary to agree to Bona's request. No. I just spoke out of emotion. I think it is a pity that such a good seedling is not in the command department. But she doesn't really want to exchange battlefield resources for people. After all, in reality, no matter what kind of talents, 10 together may not be enough to match a real battlefield. And she also has to think about what Jiang Hui, the culprit, will encounter if she really does such an absurd behavior. She will inevitably be criticized by all parties with interests. What hatred and resentment. Isn't this harming other people's children? Chapter 669 Enemy. On the other side, Jiang Hui didn't know that someone was using her as a banner and almost dragged her into the intrigue between majors. Although it was harmless. If it really happened, it would obviously cause some trouble for her, who was about to enter school. However, this storm quickly disappeared invisibly. No one except the parties involved knew what had happened. Jiang Hui in the picture was still busy with her own things. She couldn't stop for a moment. After gathering more than 100 people, she turned faster and could hardly wait for a careful plan. Because when there were few people, Jiang Hui could still find a way to fish in troubled waters. But when there were many people, the target was too big. If she didn't arrange it well, she would be discovered sooner or later. Now there was still room for operation. But it was not the time to stop. The more than 100 people Jiang Hui had now were all people who were gathered by abnormal means. It was impossible to get them all back. Wouldn't that be publicized? So she had to think of a way and a reason to get these people back to where they should be, while facilitating her plan. If they were to stay here, it would be difficult to integrate them together. The target would be too big and easy to be discovered. If they were to separate, her raid would become meaningless. Jiang Hui's idea was to find a fixed foothold. A station that could cover up the fact that she had integrated the personnel of both parties. She set her target on a medium-sized Jiwei tower not far from here. That was the Jiwei tower that Xilai lost at the beginning. Although it was now in ruins, it was still in an advantageous geographical location. And now it was a place that the two parties were fighting for. If it was taken, it would not be conspicuous no matter where it was deployed. Well, the movement in such a place was still conspicuous. But it would be particularly reasonable to move here. Not to mention 100 people. She could swallow 400 or 500 people, and it would be unnoticed. It can attack or defend, and it is convenient for acting. Jiang Hui has no reason not to be tempted. Do it when you think of it. After thinking about it, she called several key guys in the team to prepare for action. Far away in the ruined Kavita, the top floor that was still intact was crowded with people. The room, that was originally supposed to be used only for command now, had dozens of people standing. Although there were only a few dozen people, these people all had strong auras, and their passionate and ostentatious mental power reverberated in a small space. The dozens of forces with a strong sense of presence intertwined together made the top floor space feel narrow. These people were the leaders of a certain team. On weekdays, 2 or 3 people gathered together, and their presence was strong enough. Now that dozens of people gathered together, those with weaker mental power might not be able to resist. These people were drawn from the surrounding garrisons, except for a small number of teams left to maintain basic order. The small commanders of the other teams were summoned here. The purpose was naturally to study how to further advance the front line and plunder the positions belonging to Xilai. From their relaxed demeanor and ease, it can be seen that this is not the first time that such a situation has occurred. They have obviously done this many times. The reason why Yala can seize the initiative in the battle against Xilai again and again is not only because of Kashi's unexpectedness, but also the efforts of these backup personnel. It can be said that almost all of Yala's subordinates are good at outsmarting people, using the least power to do the most beneficial things. Even a small team of 6 can independently manage a plan. From this, we can see the selection conditions of Yala and Xilai. The latter accepts everyone who comes, as long as the quantity is large, and no one is restricted. The former is much more picky in selecting people, and cannot tolerate useless people or stupid people. This led to the fact that Xilai's team was mixed with good and bad people. Not only could they not produce many useful people at critical moments, but it was also easy for some people with ulterior motives to mix in, such as Jiang Hui now. Yala was at the other extreme. Her team had a slightly smaller number of people, and the territory she occupied seemed to be less than Xilai's. But there were many smart people or people who could take on responsibilities in her team, which was clearly evident in the battle, because smart people were less worried about doing things. This was also the reason why Yala was able to push down Xilai's front again and again. Obviously, Xilai was much stronger in terms of comprehensive strength, but it was still retreating step by step. Xilai was still too immature in details. However, Jiang Hui took advantage of this. Otherwise it would be difficult for her to start. Xilai's arrogance and blindness, and Yala's excessive concentration, were the reasons why she could get to where she is today. Back to the Jiwei Tower. In fact, this group of people had already gathered before, and this time it was a temporary call. The reason for calling these people again was because they also received news that Xilai was going to send a large force to conquer. Although they are very good at encroaching on Xilai's territory and have the upper hand, they are actually very wary of the other party. Xilai's team is strong, with strong soldiers and horses, and a tough style. It will be useless to confront them head-on, and it is definitely not comparable to the previous small fights. If the other party can really abandon the main tower and come in person, I am afraid that Yala, who is their leader, will not be able to resist. After all, he has pulled together and formed his own faction in a short period of time, and he is definitely more than just this ability. They just took advantage of the fact that the other party could not come here in person and manage such a large stall. But I heard that the other party came from 011. He is also not a good person. The people here are naturally not as skilled as Kashi, and it is impossible for them to manage only the dozens of suicide squad like Kashi. There are more than 200 people here, which is a big deal. If something goes wrong, they can't just withdraw. The style of the single soldier codenamed 011 is similar to Shilai, and he is even more ruthless than the other party. There are no surrendered soldiers wherever he goes, and they are all sent away. His methods are cruel. Shilai sent him here with the idea of eradicating them completely, so the other party must bring a certain number of people. After Yala sent the news, he became depressed. He didn't say what to do, and there was no clear instruction. It was more like watching from the sidelines. But if they were treated as abandoned pawns, the other party carefully inquired about their deployment, as if they were going to make some arrangements. But they naturally made the people who stayed at the station here very uneasy, and even a little irritable. Tell me what you think now. The person sitting on the upper seat folded his hands, and looked at the people, who were trampling on the ground indifferently. What can we do? If the enemy comes, we can stop him, and if the water comes, we can cover it with earth. Don't talk so lightly. I have heard that 011. If you really fall into his hands, you can't even surrender. He will not spare a single one. I heard that because of him. None of Shilai's men dared to defect. What are you afraid of? They are all the same. Every team has such extreme people. Isn't the one outside us now? Kashi is purely aggressive, but he is actually easy to talk to. By the way, I heard from the people who came back from patrol that Kashi is no longer at the temporary station, nor at the other two places. He wouldn't be so reckless to kill directly after hearing the news that 011 is coming. Chapter 670, repeating the old trick. He did fight his way over, but the problem was that he neither won nor lost in the end. He was intercepted halfway before he even had time to meet 011, and was dragged into an unknown team. Of course, he was not as easy to accept reality as those fence-sitters and his peers, and just accepted an inexplicable leader. He and Yala were almost mutually beneficial, and to be honest, Yala could not completely command him. Kashi had his own ideas. In short, he was a wild horse that was not easy to tame. Jiang Hui's inexplicable behavior of getting to the top not only failed to tame these wild horses, but also made him extremely anxious and hostile. But he had to accept it because of the situation. Kashi thought about finding a chance to escape, and also thought about whether he could report this important matter back to Yala. Unfortunately, Jiang Hui did not give him a chance. Moreover, the control of a mental thread alone held him tightly. His mind moved with his thoughts, and his whole body moved with a single move. He had no room to resist. In the end, he had to hold it down for the time being and wait and see. He didn't believe that this person could keep tense like this without making mistakes. It wouldn't be too late to take action once the other party showed a flaw. In Kashida's opinion, although this person had some magical skills, this move was like trying to get chestnuts out of the fire. Sooner or later, he would get burned and couldn't cover it up. Then he would add fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, someone calmed down and stood in the team waiting to see what this person with ulterior motives wanted to do. He thought that the other party had some conspiracy after catching them, and he was trying his best to make a big one. At least, he would try his best to get useful information from both sides as soon as he caught them. But it turned out to be not the case at all. Jiang Hui was so busy that he didn't even have time to ask questions. He directly dragged a large group of freshmen with different thoughts to attack directly. How could he have so much time to ask anything? Kasher was also shocked. No. You brought 100 people to attack a medium-level Kiwi tower with hundreds of people. Are you crazy? Who will take care of her? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible to complete. However, no one heard his inner cry, and things were still developing in the direction she least wanted to see. This tower, which has changed hands several times and has become a battleground for the two forces to compete, looks very dilapidated from the outside. Except for the remaining size, and 2 or 3 times more sentry posts than the remote small Kiwi tower. In addition, its appearance looks even worse than some remote ultimate Kiwi towers. Each layer has deep traces of brokenness, and the situation inside can be clearly seen from the outside. Except for the fixed sentry posts and patrol personnel, the whole place was empty. The resting room of the original garrison personnel was in a mess, with some sparse supplies or damaged objects left. It can be seen that the tower was still in normal operation before the wall was blown up. However, it can only accommodate patrol personnel, who cannot leave easily, and the top command floor at the top, which is basically undamaged. There are basically no other personnel in the tower. Most of the garrisons are stationed in a centralized station behind the tower, ready to be deployed at any time. The total number is about 320 people, plus nearly 50 people from Kushina. Yara has nearly 400 people at this battle point. This is not a small number. You should know that Shilai has only more than 2,000 people under his command, and Yala has even fewer than him. The 400 people can be said to be a heavy force here. So Yala is determined to attack Shilai and fight for territory. It is said that the other party wants to pressure some people to come in the later stage. I don't know what the plan is. But now this unbeatable group has encountered their biggest challenge. They got news from Yala. Shilai is determined to drive them out of the territory, and said 011 to lead a large number of people to conquer. And he is going to send a large army to flatten this place. This is tricky, because it means that Shilai has begun to regard them as a thorn in the eye. According to Yala, if this guy really regards a certain person or a certain force as a big threat, he will seize this crazy move at any cost. He is a madman. This is Yala's original words. This is why she has the upper hand over Shilai several times, but dare not despise the other party. Because she knows the other party. Yara used the other party's arrogance to test the bottom line little by little to achieve her plan. But she didn't dare to really make him crazy, for fear that he would lose control and attack recklessly. Besides, it was actually good, because although the other party noticed them, he seemed to still have a trace of reason and did not come in person, but only said 011. Although 011 is not easy to deal with, Shilai himself is even more difficult to deal with. If Shilai came in person, it means that the other party must be mad, and with his temper, it is not impossible for him to take the time to send his entire army to attack. So if Shilai comes in person, Yala will have to press on. If the two sides confront each other directly, it will be out of control, and one side will definitely sacrifice. From the perspective of their subordinates, they still don't want this to happen. After all, as the generals under Yala, they know in their hearts that they are not as strong as Shilai during the battle. They can only get to where they are today by wits and tricks. On the dilapidated intermediate base tower, the leaders of all the teams have withdrawn. After all, the team cannot do without their operation. It is already the limit to be able to gather for such a short time to discuss things. Finding that they can't come up with anything by gathering together, the leader directly dismissed the crowd and said that he would continue to pay attention to the movements of all parties. Everyone also dispersed wisely. After everyone left the scene, he was stunned in front of the three-dimensional sand table, looking at something fixedly, but there seemed to be nothing in his eyes. What's the matter? Don't stand at the door in secret. Get out of here if you have nothing to do. What a great and powerful person. I wonder what has caused you to be so anxious. Is there any important news? The voices were all the same and had been simulated and modified by the system. Each one was different, but had extremely subtle similarities. However, the tone was a little unique and sounded very familiar. The person who was silent just now looked at the direction of the voice and saw someone who shouldn't be here standing outside the door with his hands folded. Why are you here? Chapter 671 Two Sides. Seeing that the other party did not answer the question, Kashi did not care. After all, he did not expect to get an answer from the other party with just one or two sentences. He naturally found a stool to sit down. He did not know whether it was because the ground was uneven or there was something wrong with the stool, because it was a little unstable and made a clicking sound. Both of them were silent for a while, and then they ignored this point at the same time. You already know that this place is shabby, right? Under the chaos of artillery fire, these things are in tatters, and even the land in front of the Jiwei Tower is bumpy. It can be said that it is the worst among all the Jiwei Towers. But anyway, it is like this, and the supplies inside have been moved away. Fighting for this point is just a strategic position. I don't expect such a place to really block cannon fodder, so I'll just make do with it. It's hard to say who is worse off, the branch commander guarding a rotten tower, or the guerrilla commander leading a bunch of people without a fixed place to live. Didn't you go to the front? Why did you come back? Could it be? The man standing in front of the sand table has already walked back to the upper seat, glanced at the uninvited person and said leisurely, Are you scared too? What are you going to do? Kashi seemed to be talking about something else. No way. You are not really scared. The man frowned. He didn't realize that he subconsciously stood up and made a tense and alert posture. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking what you are going to do. Don't tell me that you are going to deal with 011 in this confused state. I think you will surrender without anyone else's help. Kashi seemed to sneer. So you came to inquire about the news. The other party immediately relaxed and returned to that carefree attitude. Come on. What can I do? The other party gave an answer that was not an answer. Don't think I'm as easy to fool as those people. What did Yara say? Kaz didn't buy his stupid tricks and got straight to the point. You're really rude. You swagger in and out of other people's territory without their consent. And you're not polite at all when you ask them questions. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. The other party rolled his eyes. And what I said is the truth. Whether you believe it or not. You can't force me to say more even if you put a knife on my neck. The man said a little shamelessly. This is a bit bad. He is not right with this person. But he also knows a little about him, and knows that he is not the kind of person who hides things. And although the two of them have some minor conflicts and different ideas, they have common interests and the same starting point. So there is no need to harm each other. If he says there is no, then there is no. He really doesn't know. So Yara really didn't reveal anything. She would do nothing for the time being about 011's attack. In this way, wouldn't it be like treating the hundreds of people on the front line as abandoned pawns? Chaos. Everything is a mess. He felt that what he encountered in just a few weeks overturned his cognition and pace, making him a little unsure of how to deal with it. But no matter how chaotic it is, he still has to ask questions. It can't be a wasted trip. Right? Then I won't make it difficult for you. Tell me how many people 011 brought with him. You should have an idea. Right? If you don't even know this, I will lead my people away from here without hesitation. You must know that there is more than one commander in this huge inner circle. Huh? No. You mean you plan to stay here? The other party was a little surprised. Yes. I won't go out next. I'll bring the others back with me. You can arrange it. He didn't deny it, but confirmed it lightly. Oh my God. Are you serious? I never thought that you would have some sense of unity. I thought you would hold on and act alone outside until the end. The man was surprised. Stop talking nonsense. I just want an answer. Forget it. You are still so funny. To be honest, I don't know much about it. But I heard from Yala that Shilai almost moved every base tower. And it is estimated that all that can be pulled out has been pulled out. There must be a lot of people coming. Maybe more than us combined. That means at least more than 400 people. And they must be traveling with mechas. The comers are not good. This is a tough battle. But Yala did not express any opinions on this. Nor did he give clear instructions. As if he tacitly agreed to let the people below play freely. Did she really give up here? Kashi frowned. And several thoughts flashed through his mind. But they could not be connected in the end. Why do I think you have been acting strangely and worried all day? The Kashi I know is not such an indecisive person. No. You came back for no reason and asked for information right away. This is not like you. Kashi, to be honest, you don't want to move to another place? 2856 looked suspicious. He is a straightforward person. And he can't play the kind of roundabout way. If he has a question, he will ask it directly. He glanced at the other person, turned back to the sand table, and supported his hands on the edge of the platform, as if overlooking the entire inner terrain. Although 2856 had a flash of doubt, he changed his mind and thought that this guy was so arrogant that he didn't even take Yala seriously. The two had worked together for a while, and Yala gave the other party almost absolute freedom. It was not easy to maintain such a balance. How could he turn to another head who had no idea of the details? Yes. What am I thinking? You don't even look down on Yala. How can you look down on Shilai? An impulsive creature whose emotions are far above reason. It's easy to arrange them if we agree in advance. But you? Let me say this in advance. If you want to sit in my position, I won't agree. If you can't figure this out, take your people and leave here. We can't tolerate a great god like you. 2856 warned. Who wants to care about those good-for-nothings under your command? He snorted and laughed. The two seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. But no one knows. Kashi, who was facing away from 2856, seemed to be relaxed and carefree. But his palms on the sand table were tense. The expression on his face was hidden in the dark, half obscure and half intriguing. The other party also asked him if he wanted to surrender to the enemy. It was too late. 2856 probably didn't expect that he had surrendered to the enemy. Although he was forced, he did change his camp. The other party's feeling was indeed correct. But it was too early to say which side he was on. Things are in the hands of people, and they are not completely unchangeable. Kashi has never been the kind of person who waits to be captured and waits for others to arrange his fate. It is not easy for people to live in the world. If you want to be the one who controls the chess, you must be able to control not only yourself but also the fate of others. This is what he pursues. Chapter 672 Arrival. Brother, you look good. A group of people gathered around the bonfire, and there were dozens of such groups around. They sat casually around a large pot of cooking, with white smoke curling up, and the aroma was fragrant, with a bit of fireworks. Jianghui came out of the consciousness space. From the outside, she only closed her eyes for a moment, and opened them in the blink of an eye. The leader of this circle finally couldn't help but talk to him curiously. When he asked this question, his voice was not loud, but many people present immediately pricked up their ears to listen to the movement here. It's no wonder that everyone is curious about her. She is a person under the Kashi. Kashi is a well-known person in Yala's camp, and he is also the most independent one. The other party seems to have accepted Yala's consent in name, but in fact, he doesn't obey the transfer order very much, and acts according to his own will. But Yala acquiesced to such an existence, and maintained this win-win model tacitly. At least 4 or 5 base towers under them were conquered in this way. It was obviously such a community of interests. But Kashi maintained an ambiguous attitude. In addition to the more than 40 people he usually led, he also had more than 4 commandos that could be directly mobilized, all of which were placed in important positions in the base towers under Yala's territory. They were nominally under the power of Yala, but in fact they had interests. It can be said that they were the same but different, and the two were very separate. It was the first time for everyone to come into direct contact with Kashi's people at such a close distance. In other towers, the commandos had always been formed separately to receive different instructions. Keep a distance from them. Just as 2856 said, Kashi's arrival is both a help and an uninvited guest, because it will divide 2850 SIXS WeChat in the team. Just like now, many people in the team have heard of Kashi's famous name, and his popularity is very high, almost on par with Yala. However, the other party took the initiative to return to the team. No matter what plans he makes after this, he needs to temporarily obey 2850 SIXS arrangements. The little leader was a little emotional. The new member who was just assigned to the team was tall and had strong limbs. He was the kind of person who could fight at first glance. It was rumored that the most capable elites in Kashi's team were carefully selected. It was well deserved. Jianghui silently took Tang one handed over by the other party, and accepted this olive branch. This simulation space is very real. They have exhausted their energy in the space, so they naturally need energy injection. The time in the simulated space is almost 1:1 with the outside world. When they have entered the space for more than 24 stars, they will also feel hungry and sleepy. This is a physiological instinct, which is also reflected in the entity of the virtual space. The supplies and medicines here can restore physical energy, and the food can also naturally satisfy hunger. However, because it is just food, it has limited effect on restoring physical energy and spirit, and most of it is used to relieve hunger signals. So they are not playing around the stove to cook soup here, because the entire unified recruitment lasts for 72 stars, and now it has exceeded 24 stars. That is to say, the unified recruitment has exceeded 1/3 of the time, and there is no so much time for them to continue to mess around or waste on useless things. Activities, like eating, naturally have to be resolved quickly and uniformly. Cooking a pot of mixed vegetable soup while resting at the station is the limit of their energy replenishment. When the shift changes, they will be busy again. It is unknown when they will be able to fill their stomachs next time. Of course, if they are eliminated early, they can have real hot meals outside earlier. But most people do not want to see such a result. Jianghui has already eaten around in the space of meaning, and she is not very hungry mentally, but she still took it and drank it with the team. Then 2856 and Kashi, who came down to gather everyone, saw it. Kashi frowned. He felt that since he met this person can refresh his cognition. Many times, if this body is not really in trouble, he will think that the other party is a mindless person. But how can a mindless person go to this point? 2856 noticed Kashi's line of sight and immediately looked over. He had doubts about Kashi's sudden return, but he couldn't say anything, so he kept paying close attention to the other party's words and actions. He followed his gaze and noticed Jiang Hui mixed in the crowd. Then raised his eyebrows and said with some amusement, "It seems that your subordinates have adapted well. Look, they are drinking soup. You know, these guys don't have many opportunities to fill their stomachs. And being able to share a bowl of soup is already the highest courtesy." Of course, 2856 knew that this was not because the man was so good at integrating into the group, but because he was being attentive to Kashi's name. He was a little surprised that this man's prestige in his team was unexpectedly high. Someone snorted, walked straight forward without stopping, and didn't look at Jiang Hui, who had his back to this side. 2856 glanced at everyone and said, "Hurry up. It's time to eat and drink. After everything is packed up, it's time to gather in front." Then he paced and caught up with Kashi from the day before yesterday. Alas, what should I say? It's not going to be a big deal this time. Is it? The captains have been gathering quite frequently recently. Who cares what he says? Even if the King of Heaven comes, he has to wait until I finish this bowl of soup. I'm starving. If we are not allowed to eat, I will lie down on the battlefield and let the enemy trample me to death. This damn unified recruitment. Why do others come in to be commanders or generals? At least they have a small leader to be. But I come in to be cannon fodder. You sound very dissatisfied. Okay. Then don't drink your soup. Explain it to me first. Okay? What do you mean by this? Explain it clearly, and I will let you be the captain immediately. Hey. 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 Don't you hear that you only say to gather? Wait until I finish this bowl of soup first. The long night passed. The sky was bright, and the bonfire was about to burn out. Jiang Hui drank the soup in the bowl with the last trace of residual heat and the light of the fire. Dawn has arrived. And it's dawn. Chapter 673, Unfriendly Visitors. Wow. They're coming. Look over there. Quick. 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 Don't block the way. Why are you still standing here? It's all messed up down there. Take this opportunity. Hurry up and take a look. Otherwise, I'm leaving first. A guard was bumped into by a group of his companions and stared blankly at the empty corridor. How come? There's no need to patrol all of a sudden. When he followed the crowd panting and rushed to the top floor of the only intact intermediate tower of the base tower, he felt a vibration under his feet before he could squeeze into the crowd to see what was going on. This was different from the usual sound floating on the surface, but a violent sound that seemed to be transmitted from the root. Huge. Roaring. This vibration did not last long, and it was over in a moment. But just when everyone thought that the movement was about to end, a louder sound accompanied by the shaking of the earth's crust. And this dilapidated tower seemed a little shaky at this moment. The man staggered, and then squeezed into the crowd with all his strength. It was impossible to squeeze into such a dense crowd. Maybe the people in the front were shocked and didn't know what to do. He jumped to the front without noticing. When he got to the front row, the man who came later knew why everyone didn't work or patrol, all squeezed up and became a mess. Because a strong enemy is attacking. The news that Shilai said people to attack had already spread in the station. After all, there is no wall that can't be penetrated, and they didn't deliberately hide it. And the tense and urgent atmosphere in the team made it hard not to think too much. In addition, Kashi, who had been wandering outside for many years, led his people here. Everything made people think of 4 words. Storm is coming. They thought about when the enemy would come, and they also thought that the enemy might be stronger than them. It would be difficult for them to guard such a shabby tower at that time, which was almost equivalent to Yara's abandoned pawn. But if they wanted to run, where could they run to? Yara's way of leading the army has always been to gather small forces and fight alone. And the main point is to be small and elite. Even if they escaped from here to another place, the situation would be the same. It would be better to stay where they are. At least the companions here are all familiar with each other. And if you escape from here, unless you are determined not to return to Yara's command, and you are sure that you can escape completely without being caught. Otherwise, it is not recommended to do such a thing. Because if you are caught or found to be a deserter, you will be punished. Yes, punishment. Don't think that everyone seems to be playing a sandbox game strategy online game here, which cannot be compared with a serious army in battle. But the set of rules followed has a very similar essence. In order to better manage the team, each team has set up corresponding rules. If someone violates the discipline or openly provokes, he will be punished accordingly. Of course, this kind of punishment is not physical. After all, everyone is a candidate and is classified into the same camp. How can you beat your own people? Maybe you will deduct your own scores, which is not cost-effective. However, it is still easy to detain people and prevent them from participating in the next unified recruitment or restrict or deprive them of the way or scope of obtaining resources. Don't think that you can avoid going back and become a deserter. The superiors can't do anything to them. In fact, when joining the team, everyone has chosen to connect with the team and command they belong to. And then, the branch command is controlled by the general commander. With this layer-by-layer division, it is clear who belongs to which team. The so-called deserters have nowhere to escape. If they are caught or discovered, they will not be punished. The best thing is to be eliminated on the spot. If you are really unlucky, you may have to suffer a physical pain before being eliminated. So they can only stay here. That is a mecha, almost as tall as their tower. The unified recruitment has been going on for more than 24 star hours, which is almost equal to 1/3 of the length. This kind of weapon that can be used in the interstellar battlefield and is considered the most common weapon that humans can use to strengthen themselves has finally arrived under the attention of the public. And it is a big move as soon as it appears. In fact, this hard target weapon has landed at the unified examination venue for less than 5-star hours. And everyone has only got it for a short time. And they can't figure out each other's cards. So everyone dared not use it rashly. And they were just guessing how many such winning weapons others had in their hands. And 011 is one of the few people who openly showed it. And he sacrificed 3 of them at once. 3 mechas. She-Light only has dozens of mechas. And there are still 2,000 people to share. But in order to fight for his pride, he used 3 mechas and 300 or 400 people at once. He really spent a lot of money to take back the territory and drive Yala out of his territory. How can human flesh and blood fight against mechas? If it is pure manpower, even thousands of people may not be able to stop a mecha. Any random action can crush a lot of people. It is obviously irrational for humans to use flesh and blood to resist mechas. Of course, the war between mechas can only be dealt with by mechas. So if it were another team without mechas, they would not even need to fight and could just send one person to surrender. Fortunately, this team is a little special. They also have 2 mechas. Although they have 1 less than 3, it is not impossible to fight hard. In fact, if this group of people came earlier, everyone would be even more unable to resist. Because at that time, they only had 1 mecha in their hands. Why do they have 2 now? Because they are commanded by the party division. 2856 is 1. And Kashi also has 1. This is the reason why Kashi can share power with Yara, so that he can have bargaining chips at any time and in any place. And no one can easily take advantage of him. You should know that many small forces surrounded inside don't even have a mecha. And even if they do, at most several factions in the camp share or obey collective operation. But Kashi can have a whole mecha. And he has the exclusive right to operate it. It has to be said that when subordinates treat him like this, I don't know whether to say that he is powerful or that Yara, the commander, is broad-minded enough. But regardless of whether there are 3 or 3 mechas, the problem now is that the fight is about to start. And there is no room for turning back. That 011 led 3 mechas, and came with such a fierce momentum that he definitely didn't intend to just visit or to deter the enemy forces. This was a waste of talent. And the Yara disciples led by 2856 simply had no confidence in being able to fight against the other party. It was obvious that they were in a difficult situation, and had to shoot the arrow on the string. Chapter 674 Emergency Battle. The chaos on top of the Jiwei Tower will obviously not last long. The enemy attacked without warning, and no one could stay at their post properly due to the huge noise. There were less than 10 patrols left on the Jiwei Tower. The people above were still in such a panic. So the rear guard camp must be in a mess at this time. 2856 also knew that it was better to disperse than to block, and acquiesce to the chaos of the crowd. So there was the scene at the beginning where everyone rushed up to watch. Just listening and being forced to do something always lacked a sense of real urgency when facing danger. But it would be different if they were allowed to participate in it, or witness it with their own eyes. The enemy's strength would be deeply engraved in everyone's mind through such a shocking appearance. And it also gave them a sense of crisis, as if they were tied to a sinking ship. And the luxury passenger ship that was about to hit them head-on did not slow down at all. After seeing what they should see and calming down what they should be calming down, 2856 drove everyone away and let them meet the people stationed at the rear guard station and prepare for battle. although they usually disliked the dilapidated tower. When the real battle came, it became their only fortress to rely on and live in. After issuing a series of instructions, 2856 fell into deep thought. He looked at the mecha column slowly coming towards this side, from a distance, with a tense expression. And I don't know what he was thinking. That was Kashi next to him, with a relaxed expression, observing the mecha moving towards this side with interest, as if it had nothing to do with him. And in fact it really had nothing to do with him. Why did you come so quickly? The person next to him murmured. What's this? It's just a little more noise. People have to make a declaration before fighting. The most feared thing is the kind of enemy who lurks around you without knowing when you fall into their trap and thinks you have a sure win. Kashur complained in his heart. However, such personal experiences are not worth telling to outsiders. So he could only complain in his heart. Kashur, I always feel that something is wrong with you today. The man suddenly changed the topic and talked about something unrelated. He was still worried about the battle situation the moment before, but asked about Kashur's situation the next moment. Someone was secretly shocked, because with the other party's rough character in the past, he would not pay attention to such things, and he was in a kind of gloating mentality and didn't think about hiding it. But I didn't expect that the other party would reveal it so openly now. What exactly does he want to do at this moment? It seems that I guessed right. 2,850 SIX's eyes slowly moved away from the mecha in the distance and fell on Kashi. I said that you are not right. You said that you want to come back to fight the enemy together. But I see that you seem to be hiding something from us. What do you want to do? I warn you. No matter what you want to do, don't hinder other people's big things. This is not a playground where you should act recklessly. Perhaps for them, getting an education is a very simple and ordinary thing. Especially for some children from aristocratic families, who have other ways to enter their ideal schools even if they do not participate in the unified enrollment. But for ordinary people, the unified enrollment is an unbridgeable gap leading to the corridor of destiny. The future of countless people depends on this dynasty. He knew that Kashi might not care about this. But it was this kind of carelessness and recklessness that would inadvertently ruin other people's lives. Kashi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. How can I know? I only brought more than 40 people. What can I do? Yes, the other party brought more than 40 people. And at this moment, he was not with Yala. And the momentum he created was lost. On the contrary, 2856 himself was in a high position, and all the people in the camp were his confidants. The other party could not take any advantage at all, let alone calculate them. And if it were someone else, there might be a possibility of surrendering to the enemy. But what would Kashi want? However, there was a voice in 2,850 SIX's heart that kept shouting strangely, always reminding him of something unreasonable. And the other party's occasional eyes, and even the development of things were not right. As if there was an invisible big hand controlling everything, so that they could only drift with the torrent. He has always believed in his intuition, which is also the mysterious power that ensures that he has been on the right path all these years. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time left. And he didn't have time for this fox to beat around the bush. So he just said it directly, and told the other party not to interfere with his actions, no matter what their purpose was. Otherwise, he couldn't just sit here in this Jiwei tower. It was more than enough to deal with more than 40 people. As agreed, you can stay still. But your people can't be idle. I heard that you have elite soldiers under you. So I decided to mix them into each team to help. After all, now is the time to use people. As for why the assault team with outstanding combat power must be split up and dispersed to each team, it is naturally to guard against a certain person to prevent him from making trouble. Of course, in addition to this, it can also more effectively expand the distribution points of combat power. But he didn't expect that the other party suddenly smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Are you guarding against me? 2856 glanced at him and said directly, yes, I am guarding against you. He did not hide this point, because the other party was too weird and his motives could not be explained. He was constantly alarmed. This made it impossible for him to cooperate with him without hesitation. He still chose to trust his intuition. Whatever you think, he sneered. But in his heart he was thinking, I thought I was very smart. Who was I guarding against? I wanted to create some trouble to prevent that person from being so smooth. But in the end, my own people started to drag their legs. That's fine. Let 2,856 see. He can't even tell who the enemy is. What is he guarding against in the end? The real dangerous person is not him. Kashi, who has been put into the flock by his own hands. The guards were stationed below, and before Jiang Hui and others could figure out what was going on outside, Jiang Hui and others received orders to go to battle one after another, facing the aggressive attack of 3 mechas. 2856 naturally did not look relaxed. It was impossible for him to go up and resist them head-on. He had to think of a way to deal with them. It was necessary to send people to intercept them. But how to intercept them, and in what form they should be intercepted had to be arranged well. Otherwise, no matter how many people were sent up, they would just be sending scraps to the enemy, and would inevitably die. Chapter 675, War Begins. So 011 dispatched 3 mechas. But in fact, they only had 2 on the field. The other one was used to hold the line in the rear to prevent the attackers from being caught off guard. The heavy battlefield armor is large and heavy. The thick ground alone accounts for 30% of the defense. It can be said to be indestructible. It is tightly wrapped from top to bottom and unmoved. It is a heavyweight role that can even maintain the nose and chassis. This type of mecha is not completely unsuitable for fighting. If the elements are used well, it can actually add a lot of combat power to the armor. It is just that it is more suitable to sit in the rear of the 3 armies, and it can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. It is also a suitable retreat. So it was taken to the temporary camp behind 011. 011 and a group of high-level people accompanying him stayed on this mecha, waiting for the next arrangement. This heavy battlefield armor is comfortable, with a large internal space. Even if more than a dozen people are squeezed in, it still looks very spacious and not cramped. This is why 011 decided to use it as the base camp as soon as he saw it. Although the mecha they are in is designed to delay the pressure, it also needs to follow the main force. Otherwise, the whole team will be separated if it falls behind, which will damage the integrity and continuity of the team. This is something 011, who is used to controlling everything, can never accept. At this point, I have to introduce that 011 is an ultra-standard single soldier. From the appearance, you don't need to guess that his mental power must be extremely high in reality. He is nearly 2 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and strength. The explosive power of the muscles in his limbs is extremely strong. He is the kind of strongman who is not easy to mess with in this space. No one dares to fight him alone without 3 or 2 people. The only disadvantage of this person is that he is a single soldier. Or it should be said that he is a single soldier in this unified recruitment process. In fact, the boundary between command and single soldier in interstellar battles is not so clear. It has been said before that many famous single soldiers in history were found to have the talent of command during the training stage. But some expanded it, and some focused on developing their combat power. After all, people have limited energy, and generally cannot achieve multi-directional development. Moreover, command in the army is not a necessary condition to become a war group leader. But as a function of command, it is easier to become the leader of the group. If you really have the power to command and intimidate everyone, it is not impossible to choose a suitable deputy commander to assist. After all, not all military leaders are commanders, and naturally not all commanders can become superiors. So the so-called command and single soldier and even mech division in the popular sense can only be said to be the embodiment of function and cannot represent the real identity. If you think that you can be fine after graduating with such a name, you are too naive. Besides, let's not talk about these empty truths. There are countless cases in the history of the star where a single soldier is superior to many commanders. In some special periods, some special leaders will appear, such as the mecha division that was forced to do something, the logistic soldiers who counterattacked, and even ordinary people who had no ability before and led the battle in times of crisis. So the final standard is still based on ability. It's a pity that in this place where there are few tools and resources, only the functions naturally assigned by the system can be used. In this case, other candidates except the commander are subject to certain restrictions and find it difficult to lead the people below. Otherwise, it is hard to say who is the soldier and who is the general between him and Shilai. Of course, it is meaningless to say these now. The master servant and the distribution of benefits are often not directly determined by strength. There are many complex factors in it, and some unknown games are required. I have gone a little far. Let's go back to the scene. As a standard single soldier, 011 has certain command capabilities and a general view. But he has no way to communicate with the members under him without obstacles. Therefore, it is necessary to bring more than 2 commanders with the team. In addition, Almost all of them are strong single soldiers. 70% of the personnel in the cabin, including the main seat and the deputy driving the mecha, are strong single soldiers, all of whom are strong. Then, there are one person each for reconnaissance, medical care and logistics. And there is also a mecha master with relatively high skills, who can check and adjust the status of the mecha at any time. These poor mecha candidates finally came in handy after the mecha appeared. Before, most of them were more idle than NPCs. In addition to the dozen people in the cabin, they brought nearly 480 people to this clearing activity. Compared with the more than 300 people stationed in Biala, they crushed the other side in terms of both numbers and hardware. No matter what the result is, this will be a battle with a huge disparity in combat power. And the weaker side has a very small chance of winning. I really don't know what Shilai thinks. Is it necessary to send so many people? Nearly 500 people. Even for Shilai, who has good strength and background, it is a big deal. He even almost drew out the free personnel stationed in the base towers to participate in the battle. Not to mention sending so many strong individual soldiers. Although the Yala is indeed very arrogant and has been causing trouble on their border for a while, those who know the inside story don't seem to have any great skills. It seems that he has been sneaking all the way to get some benefits from Shilai. For this kind of guy who doesn't even dare to fight head-on, violent response is the most appropriate method. And the store doesn't need 011 to go out. It would be basically safe if only half of them came. And the other party might not even dare to fight and run away. However, Shilai didn't know what was wrong and actually sent out 011. Although he didn't want to admit it, 011 can indeed be said to be the most trusted general under Shilai. He didn't know how many tails the other party would cause by withdrawing. I'm afraid someone will take advantage of the situation. Shilai can be said to be very blind in some aspects. If there was no such person, Commander B glanced at someone in a higher position. Any moment of underestimating the enemy is the beginning of failure. Commander B didn't expect to get any feedback. Just a little complaint. But he didn't expect the usually taciturn person to give such a sentence. Commander B was speechless. He wanted to say that he was not. But what was he not? He was indeed underestimating the enemy because he was unwilling to accept it. He always felt that the other party was not worth the trouble. But this is also the truth. Stop complaining. It's time to start. Before he could say something to defend himself, 011 solemnly connected to the cabin screens of the other two mechas, and simultaneously obtained perspectives from all directions, projecting the battlefield they were currently facing in multiple dimensions. Chapter 676, Oppression. Ah, this is interesting. Finally, there is something to read. And someone in the conference room couldn't help but sigh. It seems that these billions of people are not worthy of your eyes. But it is thanks to this little guy that I have opened my eyes. I don't know what kind of standard is needed to be worthy of your eyes. It's late. But this person's rebuttal always comes so inappropriately. Konoskina Stewart is a major general in her prime. Less than 100 years old. She has spent nearly 80% of her not-so-short life on the battlefield. Her life is very simple and boring. She kills enemies and kills enemies. She was born in a noble family and has a beautiful and superior appearance. She has a family background that ordinary people can't compare to. But she lives like an ascetic. She gave up all the good life she should have and turned to the battlefield to contribute to the safety of the empire. Many people admire her. And of course, there are many people who belittle her and talk about her behind her back. But these people often don't put things on the table, because most of them are still trying hard to find out what she did wrong, and then wait for an opportunity to pull her down and snatch a big piece of meat from her. But how could there be such a person who doesn't care about tearing the face so openly? Ah, no. She and this guy don't even have a direct conflict. They have only worked together for a few years, and a few things have caused a direct conflict. Until now, almost every time she said a word, this person would retort her, deliberately, as if it couldn't be more deliberate. But what the other party said was really reasonable and could not be refuted, which was the most annoying. But how could the other party even say such slander? Listen to what this is. Konoskina was furious. What do you mean? She could hear the hidden meaning of the words, which was really a severe accusation, almost pointing at her nose and saying that she took benefits from others and took care of someone. Konoskina's parents are very rigorous scientific researchers with a clean style. Although her family is well off, they are strict with Konoskina and have high expectations for her character. When she grew up, she did grow up to be a person who is consistent in appearance and heart. and is the pride of many of her peers. Therefore, she naturally could not stare at a special person to take care of him, as the other party said. She only looked at the real-time results. But the situation was special, so she looked at it twice more. However, there are many people who pay attention to this area. Not just her. But she didn't want to attract such empty slander from the other party. This female major general, who is actually quite good-tempered, was also very angry because of this. She asked in a stern tone that she rarely showed to people outside the battlefield. "What do you mean? Can you say it again?" Yin Bai was stunned for a moment. And for a moment, he didn't realize what landmine he had stepped on. He was used to always provoking this person's bottom line. But in the past, this female warrior who had made outstanding achievements on the battlefield usually behaved gently enough, which gave him an illusion that this person didn't have much temper. However, today was the first time he felt the undisguised sharpness from the other party, and even a little murderous intent. The young man's heart trembled. He was the supervisor of the capital military academy, but he was a practical civilian and came from the political system. His life education was completely different from those soldiers. If he really fought with this group of people, he might not even be able to resist one round of the enemy. In the past, perhaps because he was in the administrative system and because of his identity and faction, the soldiers he met were mostly polite to him, and he rarely faced such pressure. This situation made Yin Bo suddenly realize how powerful a warrior Konoskina was. As her resume showed, the reason why he could keep choking her without being beaten down was because she was well-educated and polite, and allowed his rudeness. But when she stopped allowing him and raised her cold and sharp weapon to him, Yin Bo realized how risky his previous behavior was. Wasn't it like teasing a tiger? The young man suddenly got stuck and didn't know how to explain that he didn't mean to say it before, but just said it without thinking. "Okay, that's enough. You two stop for now. It's just a small matter. Why make such a fuss? Come and see what's different about this candidate." I have predicted and observed her mental power several times, and the wavelength of the energy field seems to be different. Mr. Duckworth interrupted the stalemate between the two intentionally or unintentionally. I don't know if the two got this step to step down or really obeyed, and no longer entangled in the small conflict just now. Attention came to the abnormal candidate mentioned by Principal Duckworth. After confirming who the principal was referring to, the two of them looked meaningful and even intriguing, because this person was not a stranger. This was not the first time they had discussed her abnormality. Yes, the person whose database was opened and captured on the screen was no one else but Jiang Hui, whose resume was very impressive for a person who had not fully awakened. Sneeze. Below the Jiwei Tower, Jiang Hui sneezed suddenly, attracting the attention of all the teammates around him. Nothing. Maybe the dust was a bit heavy. I choked. Jiang Hui concluded, not caring about it. Yes, this is just a virtual world simulated by the integrated mind technology. No matter how real people's senses are in it, how can they really catch a cold? Thinking of this, they might be stupid. Alas, when can we start? This knife is hanging in the air, which is really uncomfortable. I would rather go on the field immediately, and then I will die immediately, which is refreshing. The captain of this team couldn't help but sigh again. They have been ordered to squat at this point for a while. The enemy in the distance seemed to be watching something. After walking for a while, they stopped, and only moved the personnel on the left and right wings from time to time, as if they were thinking about how to attack their fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Well, if their camp is a fat sheep in the eyes of others, then they can only be regarded as cannon fodder at best. Even though they were all squatting here at the moment, even discussing the enemy's course of action in a serious manner, and seemed very optimistic. They knew better than anyone that no matter who won or lost the battle, very few of them would survive, and there might not even be any left, because they were the bait thrown by 2856. The pawns to be sacrificed. Chapter 677 Cannon Fodder. The team leader was very unwilling, but he was powerless to stop it, because they were indeed one of the worst teams in the overall evaluation. The other 5 teams were also driven down to serve as the vanguard of this battle with them. Well, to put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Seeing the rumbling mecha team coming over not far away, the vanguards, who were forced to do so, did not have much time to feel sad. Everyone was busy equipping themselves and preparing for the final struggle. After all, even if they were determined to use them as cannon fodder, they could not really let them go into battle barehanded like this. For humanitarian reasons, they must be equipped with something. But they could not give too good to a group of abandoned children who were destined to sacrifice. So they threw it out in the end, yes. Those people might be afraid of changes, and didn't even open the door, and just smashed a lot of useless things down. There was a little bit of everything in it, and it was useful for dealing with any situation. But there was nothing important that could save lives and defend against enemies at critical moments. It felt like throwing a bunch of garbage down to perfunctory them. This perfunctory attitude was clearly felt by the low-level staff present, who actually had no access to any resources. Moreover, professionals like Jiang Hui could tell at a glance that these were scraps that were useless to the higher-ups, and were of no use. The faces of several team leaders nearby suddenly became ugly. Well, although it was already ugly enough. The current situation was more like completely tearing off the thin skin between them and the people above. What do those guys want to do? They are forcing us. Right? What do they think is the use of forcing us like this? Believe it or not, I will surrender on the spot. Hey, does this guy know what he is saying? He was so angry that he said something taboo. He was going to kill them. Seeing that the other party wanted to say something, the team leader who should be in charge of him made a prompt decision. Clamped the other party's shoulders and slapped him in the mouth. The team leader was a tall and strong soldier, although he was not as good as 011 and Jiang Hui. Those who could be team leaders had some skills. He punched one by one without any pressure. It was like catching a chicken to suppress such a guy who spoke without restraint. If you don't want to stay here, you should leave here as soon as possible. Don't mess around here and cause trouble for others. Someone said condescendingly, if you can't make up your mind, there are people willing to help you get rid of it. But this method is probably not what you want to see. After all, the injuries in the unified enrollment will not be brought to reality. But after the candidates who enter the system connect with intuition, the more pain inside, the more pain outside, the less difference, at most a little weakened. Of course, everyone is so shy about the topic of rebellion because they are not only afraid of being eliminated, and it will also bring a big impact to their real selves, but also because they know that neither 2856 nor 011 can tolerate the existence of traitors. 011 has heard a lot about cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. So let's talk about their own side. If nothing else, they have seen Yara deal with a traitor. Don't think this is just a mock exam. No one can deal with anyone outside the world. However, the state and look of the traitor before he disappeared in the virtual space really made them feel that even if he got out, he would probably have to rest for a long time. At this time, the man who had been talking nonsense realized what he had just said, and a cold sweat broke out. The captain estimated that the other party had woken up, but he had no intention of comforting him. He just said coldly, if you are really unwilling, then show your true ability. We are standing here today not for anything else, but because we are weak. Weakness is the original sin here, and the strong naturally dominate everything. If you are really angry, please come to the front. It will not be too late to make rules when you have enough ability. When you are really successful, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. The captain, who still had a bit of kindness between his eyebrows, murmured, as if he was also trying to convince himself. The man was speechless. If he really had any ability, he would not appear under this tower. He could probably stay under the protection of the upper base tower for a while, instead of being pushed out as cannon fodder like now. The man's face was a little gray. Others saw him like that, and knew that he was a person who had the courage to say, but not the courage to do. He said these things just to vent his useless emotions. He was just a waste. After slapping the man's head a few times, the team leader pushed him away without mercy, leaving him to cool down on the cold ground. Then he didn't have time to continue whining like this, and called on others to quickly pick up the supplies they could use. Otherwise it would be too late when the enemy really reached the defense line. Although the supplies were not very good, at least they could be used for self-defense. Once this interruption was made, the bloody facts were torn open, and everyone present was in danger, and the peacefulness they had just pretended to be completely shattered. Jiang Hui glanced at the tense-faced team leaders, who were gathered together, and then calmly picked up the barely usable supplies scattered on the ground, although it looked like he was just doing it casually. In fact, his hands and eyes were not slow, and he assembled a temporary armor with the scraps of supplies in a few seconds. The smarter people suddenly realized it when they saw it, and immediately followed up with the equipment, and immediately brought the panicked team back on track. The team leaders saw Jiang Hui's actions, and felt a little bitter in their hearts. Sure enough, as the same team leader, They are really far from those upper-level people. Obviously, they have similar conditions and resources. But they are familiar with the road and know very well what they should do and how to achieve the highest benefits. He is just a person randomly selected from the team. But he can respond and handle various situations so calmly, without being affected by external uncertain factors at all. Instead, they themselves are fighting in their own territory, which is really embarrassing. Even if they were treated as abandoned, the captains still consciously worked for the camp they currently belong to. Jiang Hui didn't care whether these people learned or not, or whether they paid attention to her. She had too many things to think about. And now that things had come to this point, it was really the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Fortunately, although everything could not be said to develop according to her expectations, it was not far away. It was very close to reaching the step in the plan. So at this moment, Jiang Hui still had a little patience and thought to play with this group of people, go around in circles, and maybe there would be unexpected developments, while carefully equipping himself and pretending that he was really just an ordinary soldier. Someone did not realize how cruel his thoughts were at this moment. Chapter 678 Lin. I have to say, you are really good at controlling your subordinates. While the people downstairs were making a fuss, there were also people on the top of the tower watching their every move and watching the movements of the people below. This was an involuntary sigh from 2856. They naturally heard what the ignorant boy said. But 2856 didn't care at all. After all, the other party was telling the truth. But as the captain said, this world has always been a world of the weak and the strong. And the strong make the rules. They are not strong enough, and their ranking is not enough. So they can only become chess pieces thrown out first. This is a very natural thing. 2856 is not worried at all that the other party dares to abandon the team and surrender to the enemy on the spot. Because as far as he knows, no one else says, the enemy 011 they are facing this time is ruthless. And his men almost never take prisoners. And kill one is one. Even if these people are allowed to escape to the other side with a flag, they will probably be regarded as enemies and slaughtered on the spot. And there will be no chance of survival. On the contrary, if they stay here and cooperate obediently, and have good luck and some strength, they still have a chance to survive. If they really want to die this way, then let them be. Anyway, they don't have much hope for these so-called pioneers. Looking at the mecha formations that swept across the defense line and gradually stopped at the base tower in a confrontation, 2850 SIX's eyes suddenly darkened. This is difficult. 2856 didn't expect to get Kashi's answer when he said that. He has a delicate relationship with Kashi. This person is now stranded here for some special reasons. He doesn't want the other party to interfere in the affairs of his team, so he can only keep him by his side. However, the relationship between the two was not good. When they chatted, they either complained about each other or threatened each other. It was a special state of harmony during wartime that they could chat casually like this. 2856 moved his eyes away from the bottom and shifted them to the mecha formation that was coming in the distance. He just missed Kashi's expression and did not see the weirdness that flashed across his face. Kashi just found it funny. Is this a problem of how he can train people? The one below is not a normal person at all. No matter how you look at it, he is outstanding. 2856 and his friends didn't notice anything unusual. I don't know if that person is too cunning and good at pretending or too lucky. Kashi thought to himself that he didn't help to cover up, and even vaguely revealed the questions. But he was not smart at all. That guy doesn't look like the kind of popular character that comes out of his hands. Has the guy in 2856 been managing those useless subordinates for too long and can't understand the overall level of the candidates? Now he is being played around by others. Well, he is one of them. Just sooner or later, with the ability of the man below, they may not be able to handle it even if they fight. And the other party used this method to secretly do a lot of things between the two parties. Even he failed. It's okay that he is not capable. But the problem is that others have not discovered it yet. Now the other party has come here in person, with a small number of people, but very efficient. And I don't know what the next step will be. Won't he meet Yara soon? Kashi thought with some malice. Okay. We should also prepare. 2856 said suddenly. It's almost done. Kashi silently retracted his gaze, forcing himself not to pay attention to Jiang Hui's situation, and glanced at 2856 calmly. He knew what the other party meant. When the enemy attacks, it is naturally not enough to just throw and a few forwards. In the end, even the dregs may not be recovered. They did use the abandoned pieces. But even the abandoned pieces must be arranged reasonably to be useful. The group of people below correspond to the enemy's advanced team. But the real confrontation requires things of the same level. That is, mechas. At this moment, no matter what they think or whether they are of the same mind, there are only so many resources. And what should be taken out should be taken out. 011 brought 3 mechas and sent them all on the field. While the camp where 2856 was located only had 2. One of which was still in Kashi's hands. Therefore, there is no need to hide it now. And they all have to be used. Go down. It's time for us to go up. 2856 went down first without waiting for anyone to react. He was not like Kashi, who had so much leisure to look at the scenery here slowly. The other party should also know the importance of the matter. He still had a lot of things to worry about. Kashi, who was thought to be looking at the scenery, withdrew his eyes from the distant mecha formation and turned to meet someone's eyes at the bottom. This was the first time that the two of them had met each other's eyes since they disguised themselves into the tower. Before this, he actually avoided the other party's eyes intentionally or unintentionally, because what happened before was so incredible. Even Kashi, who always knew the current situation and disdained to deceive himself, couldn't accept it for a while. In fact, Jianghui sometimes didn't quite understand what was wrong with these kids. Are they too academic? The crusade should be ritualized and give the other party enough time to prepare. It's not that this is not possible, but Jianghui thinks that such a small scene does not need too much preparation time and too long charging time. You must know that the battlefield changes rapidly, and speed is the essence of war. It is better to be fast than slow. At any time, a quick battle is the best way. There are countless battles in the history of Star Wars, which shows that this trick will never be outdated. So why do you want to make everyone know that you are here to attack? Is it for deterrence? And give the other party so much preparation time. Jianghui is not talking with her hands on her hips, but she thinks this is unnecessary. Of course, she also thinks that she is nitpicking, because this situation is actually more convenient for her to move. It doesn't matter if there are not enough people. It doesn't matter if the reserve camp is far away. And it doesn't matter if her people are thrown directly into the field as cannon fodder. As long as the two sides can fight. The more intense the fight, the better. And it would be best if the leaders of both sides can go into battle. In this way, Jianghui had the opportunity to capture the thief and the leader. At that time, she could quickly complete the work of closing the door in a step-by-step manner by controlling from top to bottom. Her ideas and methods were very rough and somewhat insidious. However, this time Jianghui did not think that she could control the enemy by patting his shoulders or kicking his legs as before, because the main force on the battlefield this time was the mecha. And if she wanted to capture the leader, she naturally needed the corresponding weapons. Very good. The mecha she got from 799 and others had never been used. And this time she brought it out for this time. Jianghui had been in the examination room for so long, and she had not made much of a move even after almost 1/3 of the time. Finally, she had a chance to really make a move. It had been a while since she had properly operated a mecha to fight, and she didn't know if she was a little rusty. Chapter 679 Intermission. After a long period of struggle, the two sides finally completed the long preparation process and stood in front of the defense line, facing each other. In the nearly 500-meter interval, 5 mechas stood opposite each other, showing a trend of 2 opposing sides, and it was quite tense. After all, 011 was still a little hesitant about the next step, and did not take action immediately. He only drove the mecha team to open the way. The accompanying small team was distributed in a goose shape, and the 2 mechas playing the vanguard were separated on the left and right wings. Apart from anything else, the atmosphere and momentum on the scene went up all of a sudden. Of course, the other side was not to be outdone. Although they lost a mecha, they still had one more thing, which was this half-rotten base of the base tower. Although it looked a bit shabby and dilapidated when taken out alone, it could still be barely picked out to play a role in such a situation of opposition. In addition, although there was a difference in the number of people between the two sides, it was not too much. It was quite similar for each team to be stationed in the opposing camps. The two teams stood in opposition, tense, waiting to see how the other team would attack, and then they would follow suit. Of course, Jianghui was furious when she saw this. What was going on? These people were posing endlessly. Hurry up and fight. Why delay? If they delay and attract other people, she will have trouble controlling them. Although Jiang Hui also knew that it was not appropriate for the two parties, who had few cards in their hands, to act impulsively. It was normal for them to act cautiously. It was impossible for them to fight as easily and casually as she said. However, for her, it was really every second counts. The longer it was delayed, the greater the variables. Naturally, she was calculating the benefits of a quick battle. Seeing that both sides started to do something again, Jiang Hui was just a little helpless. Oh, it was really frustrating. What? Why did you become deflated again? You were so passionate just now. They all thought that a fight was about to break out. A booing sounded in a corner of the meeting hall of the Joint Military Academy. Well, it can't be considered a corner. After more than 20 long weeks, the teachers who were originally sitting in their respective positions gradually became unfocused. The teachers of the departments that were originally clearly divided gradually mixed together. The armor department stood with the logistics department. The individual soldier department and the pharmacy department exchanged a few words. And the aloof command department rarely mixed into the crowd. If a student happened to come in at this time, he would probably be surprised to see those usually aloof teachers talking heatedly. The scene was also extremely lively, comparable to a vegetable market. No, Xiaoya. Look at the students in your major. They are being played around by others without knowing it. And now even their basics are being copied by others. A certain professional master pointed and pointed, not giving anyone any face. He is an old man who galloped on the battlefield when he was young. In his eyes, everyone here is just a kid. Maybe their parents were saved by the old man's needle. So although the words of this respected old man were unpleasant to hear, no one was ignorant to refute. But some people were not so tactful. Seeing the old man say this, they thought they could say it too, and mocked the candidates of the command department for being useless. But they were actually played around by Jiang Hui's trick that was not really a trick. Is that an ordinary person? And Colonel Gui, why don't you take a look at the ranking of your professional pool first? Yu Min glanced at a guy who didn't know what he was doing. The mechas were dropped not long ago, and the students haven't used the mechas they just got yet. So how can they repair and modify them? The students of the mecha department can still only do soy sauce to get points. This date allows Jiang Hui, who can score points in all aspects, to get promoted without any pressure. She is a student of the individual soldier department, but she ranks among the top in the score pool of the mecha major, and she is almost squeezing out the second most promising seedling in their major. In this situation, Guicheng still has the face to laugh at them? Guicheng is just a bad mouth, and he didn't expect to get himself involved. He could only shout evil ways, and then shut up angrily. Yimin ignored the short-sighted person and touched his chin thoughtfully. That child looks like a good seedling for command. But he didn't see his own path clearly. It's still unknown what path he will take in the future. Maybe he will change his mind about their major. Hey, have you ever considered the reality when you are discussing this? That's a student from our individual soldier department. When did you say that we would give him to you? Someone was already very unhappy when he heard this. Yimin looked over and saw that it was the deputy lecturer of the individual soldier department. He had just arrived and had been delayed outside because of something. He had not sat down for 2 hours. But he was smart enough to observe from the messy signs that this person from the command department seemed to have taken a fancy to an interesting student who applied for their individual soldier department. He also roughly watched some clips and immediately concluded that this was not okay. Not to mention that the child looked really capable. And besides, didn't the child apply for the individual soldier department? Without asking other people's opinions. The group of old guys outside made decisions for others in a panic. As for the two giants in the single soldier system, they naturally folded their hands and watched the show, including the old-fashioned Su Dinglan, who knew that this person was not easy to mess with, in terms of talking and temperament, if not qualifications. The two of them tied together could not compare to each other. Yi Min has been in the army for many years. Although the army emphasizes the use of superiors and subordinates, and also emphasizes the hierarchy of status, the old soldiers are fearless. Especially the soldiers who are not affiliated with each other, and are loyal to different forces. I am not convinced by you, and you are not convinced by me. So I want to fight. This female major general is not low in rank, and has a lot of experience. But she has also been challenged by various cool and domineering colonels, lieutenant colonels, and even majors. If she gets angry every time, wouldn't it show that she is narrow-minded? In fact, She doesn't value military positions very much, but admires people with abilities. Like the one in front of her. He has a lot of experience but lacks luck. Otherwise he would not be a colonel today, being so ruthlessly challenged. Yi Min didn't care at all. Moreover, there was no big conflict of interest between the two. The other party's ruthless rebuttal was probably the duty of a teacher of the individual soldier department. Yi Min found it quite interesting. She didn't expect to encounter such an interesting scene on her first teaching assignment. In the past, she had seen many people fighting for resources, merits and territory on the battlefield, and also fighting for special generals. She had never seen such a scene of fighting for an uncultivated talent. After all, there are so many talents on the real battlefield that they can be picked out and used at will. Patience is really not important for training. Chapter 680 Gap. The lives of most Imperial soldiers are dull and hard. Apart from war, everyone's life focuses on training. They rarely have private space. Most Imperial soldiers live such a simple life. This means that there are few opportunities for communication between soldiers who have no interests or conflicts. If there is no involvement, they may not even bother to say hello on the road. What's more, a group of people like now get together and quarrel. This scene only happens during enrollment, which is also an alternative way of communication. But the fight is really a fight. What they are fighting for is not just a source of students, but deeper interests. If they can gather such obvious generals to their respective colleges or even forces, then it is the truth to not give in. Yi Min snorted and laughed, and did not talk to the other party. His eyes fell on a name that had slowly climbed to the top 50 in the comprehensive ranking without realizing it. It's really strange, isn't it? Usually, all the guys who are so arrogant are fighting for a student, even though the student is not the most outstanding and conspicuous. And most of them are students with noble family background and good conditions. They are so good that they fell in love with such a child at first sight. Well, the child is really good. Otherwise she wouldn't really want to poach him. If someone said this to her before today, she might have thought it was a joke. But it became a fact now. Jiang Hui didn't know that she was completely exposed in the eyes of some people. She was still counting the chips she had, thinking about the line that was about to be closed, and thinking about how to promote changes in the situation with as few variables as possible. Now both sides have laid out their cards. One side has only about 300 people, at most 400, while the other side has nearly 500 people, and the hardware mecha is one less than the other. On the surface, 2856 has no advantage. But now there is no way to avoid it. They have to face it head on. Otherwise there will be no way out. However, these are not problems, because the difference in combat power is not the biggest factor hindering her. She is more concerned about the development of the situation. Jiang Hui thought that the two sides might have to confront each other for a while after such a big battle, and both sides would think it over before taking action. I didn't expect that the first one to hold back was 011. Or it should be said that they had a plan in advance. Huh? It's very neat. Looking at the rapid actions of the other side, 2856 in the mecha raised his eyebrows, and immediately pulled up the virtual projection screen. The direct connection system of three sides jumped up. One side faces the main command room of the Jiwei Tower, where several of his confidants have re-entered, as well as the auxiliary command of the sub-position commander, who are responsible for the coordination work at the back of the Jiwei Tower. There are 6 people in the command room, all of whom are 2,850 SIXS confidants, and none of them are Kashi's people. Although this cannot completely guarantee the safety of the rear, it is still possible to control it roughly. Then the scene on the other side seems more casual. The situation is skewed, and it can be seen that the other end is in the mecha control room. But the owner on the other side of the screen looks casual. Only half of the face is shown on the screen. It is obvious that he is a disobedient person. It is Kashi who came on the stage at the same time as 2856. If it was his subordinate, 2856 would definitely be dissatisfied and teach him a lesson. But the problem is that if the person on the other side is Kashi, it seems normal. After all, this person's ability to show his face is considered cooperation. Then, there is a blank screen in the middle, which is black, but it is directly connected to the command distribution station, which can transmit messages to all the commanders under his control panel in real time. Very good. Everything is ready. Let's start. 2856 didn't say much nonsense, and rushed out of the backup defense line directly. Before the action, he didn't forget to talk to the people on the other side. Dude, it's time to work. Don't hold me back at this critical moment. Who holds who back? Do you know that now you don't even know where the real terrible enemy is? And the ending is already doomed. It was obviously the time when the war just started, and the outcome was uncertain. But Kashi seemed to have determined the ending. Forget it. Do what you should do. That person still hasn't given a specific order. So let's deal with the enemy in front of us first. The mecha on the other side also followed the former, and advanced into the war zone. In an instant, the middle war zone fell into chaos. What is a real battlefield like? What is it like when two armies fight against each other? Perhaps many people don't know. From ancient times to the present, few people have mentioned it. And there are not many records. Some are oral experience or family elders and military leaders who teach them, or go to the battlefield to experience it directly, from the snow and rain. A set of things that have been explored. In this regard, Jiang Hui has no advantage over other students. She is not even a student of the command department. Although Wan Xian has regular guidance, the other party is busy with affairs and is involved in military secrets. He can teach her less and less in the past 2 years. Jiang Hui didn't think there was anything wrong. She is still in the learning stage. The basics are the main thing. It is better to proceed step by step. If you are too anxious, you will not learn anything well. But when she really stood in front of this matter, Jiang Hui found that many things were really different from what she imagined. As the saying goes, practice leads to true knowledge. If you don't really practice it, you can't know that there are so many twists and turns inside. Since ancient times, humans have been keen on various wars to divide territories and interests, as well as to promote and establish their own status. Of course, the most important thing is to protect the country where they are. As early as the primitive age, humans have explored an effective war mechanism, but it has been constantly changing with the times and technological progress. But the core remains unchanged. All for fighting and killing the enemy. If there are no advanced weapons, use manpower. If there are insufficient troops, use battle formations. If the two armies are in a war, and it is difficult to determine the winner, use strategies and plans to make up for it. During the period, various factors such as the general's positioning and tactics and other decisive factors are innovated, which can be said to be playing new tricks. And the ultimate goal is to defeat the enemy and win a great victory. However, the unified test simulation scene where Jiang Hui and her classmates were located still had many restrictions on the candidates. Although it could not be said to be a complete wilderness survival, they came in empty-handed, and most of the weapons distributed were dispensable and useless. The result naturally depended on themselves. However, this group of people were not those old soldiers. They were all little kids who emerged from the ivory tower. How could they have so many tricks? Therefore, this war was destined not to have too much technical content and highlights. It was closer to the way of the old generation and old humans, fighting for heads and weapons. Command or strategy may be of some use, but no one can guarantee that they will win. So each side must use all their strength to defeat the other side. Chapter 681 Awakening. So how important is it for a team to have a good commander? On the eve of the war, when 011 abandoned the command of several base towers in his hands, and came here to conquer the common enemy of the Shilai camp, 2856 was worried that Kashi would take the opportunity to seize power, and ignore the various clues of the other side. The difference was immediately apparent. From the disunity of the entire team to the difference in command level, it was immediately reflected on the battlefield. 2856 is a commander, with some cleverness, but the level is not high. Previously, he only commanded his subordinates to disperse and harass the Shilai team, eroding the opponent's power bit by bit. But he was really not good at the overall situation, because the battle was on the plain, and the venue was also in full view. There was no good arrangement, and both sides chose the traditional battle formation mode. That is, the formation composed of the vanguard center army accompanied by the left and right wings, and changed at any time with the situation. The vanguard and the center are naturally mechas. After all, human power is not enough in the face of absolute combat power. Then, humans form the left and right wings to advance flexibly, and cooperate with the main combat power of mechas to flatten the enemy. Although the center team looks like two mechas of similar models on both sides. In fact, the 011 team has a heavy mecha behind, although it will not immediately participate in the melee. The overall arrangement is different. With a little arrangement, it immediately forms a concave shape to attract the enemy into the formation. The two armies fought for only a moment. and a remote team was swallowed because they failed to interpret the command in time. There was no sound for a while, and it was probably sent out of the examination room. All this happened in a blink of an eye, and the surrounding teams did not even react until these teams heard the distorted voice of 2856 roaring in the channel attached to the control panel, and then they reacted and retreated to a safe range. Damn it. What are these guys doing? Don't you think they're dying fast enough? They're not good enough. But they're bad enough. 2856 angrily knocked on the hard edge of the operating table, and the sore knuckles kept reminding him to calm down. This is a bad habit of his. He can't control his emotions whenever he is unhappy. When he was young, he was often scolded by his mother, who was a commander of a certain unit. Later, he chose the command major and gradually restrained his temper. It's just that he changed from yelling and cursing regardless of the occasion to knocking on the table in the control room alone, trying not to let outsiders see his out-of-control side. It's really amazing. At this moment, everyone finally knew how amazing this 011, who was rumored by all kinds of people, was. He was really amazing. The truth was revealed immediately after the fight, and he deserved the name of Meat Grinder. No wonder it is said that there are almost no survivors under the other side. If 2856 had heard it from others, he might still be unconvinced or just watch the fun. But the problem is that he is now the enemy of the other party, and the target of the other party's ruthless attack is himself. And he may also become one of the pieces of meat that is strangled. 2856 and others are not in such a good mood. Calm down. Calm down first. The more they should calm down at this time. Otherwise it will be really over. Yes. Yara told them to wait patiently until the planned moment comes. So there is still a chance. This person is more cunning than we thought. The original arrangement may not work. 3764. Withdraw the 14 teams stationed in the middle of the G-Way Tower, and transfer them all to the front. If there are those who are unwilling this time, we will enforce it, and make sure they leave immediately without any delay. 2856 gave a firm order, and the person who received the order was 3764, who was currently sitting in the command transfer station, finally willing to let go of someone. It seems that he was suddenly awakened by 011. Kashi thought that the other party would be confused to the end, and would only think about changing when things were irreversible. But by then, it was estimated that nothing could be changed. Although Kashi arrogantly did not appear on the screen, the other party later moved the camera to show only a blank ceiling. But the connection was still there, and the curse and obvious knocking sound were heard. He was a little funny. How did this person get to the front line under Yara? He has such a bad temper and many small thoughts. Who else can be cannon fodder if not him? As early as the other party warned him not to interfere with the team, and then created a completely insufficient abandoned team, hiding a large number of people in the back like treasures. Kashi had no interest in this battle, although he was very happy to cause trouble for someone, and then wait for an opportunity to muddy the water in the pool and see if he could find a chance to get out. He really didn't like the feeling of being controlled by others. But that didn't mean he was willing to deal with a fool for this. Too stupid. Not to mention the insidious guy hiding in the dark. He had no ability to resist 011 at the moment. Just watch. No one else needs to do anything. He will be defeated and defeated. Unexpectedly, he reacted in time and was not stupid enough. That's right. Why do those cowardly guys cherish him so much? If he doesn't deal with such people who don't listen to orders immediately, he will be sorry for his unified enrollment results. Kashi watched the excitement for a while, and someone who had issued several orders in a row finally set his eyes on him. The right-wing part is handed over to you. Although these words did not point to a specific person, everyone knew who 2856 was talking to. The entire right-wing part, plus a mecha, was equal to half of the command of the team. And he only said it to one person. Kashi raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, and easily intercepted a small group of scattered enemies, and then said in a relaxed tone, "Oh? Aren't you guarding against me? So now it has changed again? You still hand over the entire right part to me. Aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to seize power?" 2856 said in a rough voice, "Are you laughing at me? Don't forget. Our department is a grasshopper on a straw. I am not good, and you are not much better. Don't say these nonsense. Hurry up. Immediately. Do it if you want to do it. Or get out if you don't want to do it." Knowing that this person can't stand more stimulation, Kashi snorted, "I'm too lazy to bother with you. You are also. These few moments are slightly acceptable. Then, before 2856 could hold back his temper and curse, Kashi took the lead and left the original team. The camera was completely free, and only the page facing the ceiling remained. This is what you said. If you say you have to listen to me, listen to me. Otherwise, I will take my people away immediately. I think Sheila will still take my people, and even if this is the case. But I don't know about you. Is this a threat? It must be a threat. How dare this guy threaten him with this? 2856 couldn't help but hit the control panel hard again, completely ignoring the redness of his finger bones. Chapter 682 Retreat. How can those who dare not take the lead fight? The people below are already fighting fiercely, and have carried out 2 handovers in teams. When the team that was swallowed up failed, Jiang Hui's team was not far away. She saw with her own eyes how they were driven into the battle by the huge machine, as if there was an invisible big hand behind them, telling them not to escape even though they knew the danger. This blow shocked everyone around. They thought about what would happen to them as abandoned pieces, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. They haven't really fought yet. But just like the reality that the people above are facing now, they also have no time to ease up. Or it should be said that they have even less time to calm down, and can only be pushed forward step by the situation. Jiang Hui glanced at the heavy mecha that was steadily advancing at the rear and thought about it, while quickly retreating back to the defense line with the team. However, after a circle outside, the situation on their side changed again. Jiang Hui found that the 2 mechas that were originally like conjoined twins on their side had been completely separated, and the original central army that was advancing side by side was changed to the left and right sides to attack separately. Jiang Hui saw their plan at a glance, which was a very risky approach. It seemed irrational, but in fact this approach was exactly the most suitable for them, because it allowed them to fully mobilize the power of the entire army under extremely limited conditions. The gap between the 2 sides was too big, and it was obvious that their concentration and stickiness were far inferior to the opponent's team, so they could only disperse and try to preserve the new strength. As for this tattered Jiwei Tower, it is definitely not worth saving. After all, the enemy is coming with great momentum. If they are determined, the 2 mechas plus the heavy mechas behind them will basically leave nothing behind. They can't just be stubborn and smash the tower into pieces. Right? This tower is not really a hot commodity, and it does not involve the critical position of the mechanism where Yara is. It is really just a Jiwei Tower, a transit place, and it was snatched from others. It is not difficult to abandon the tower and escape at this time. Besides, they are also making the worst plan. If they can't hold on in the end, they can fight with 011 and then return to Yara, which is considered an explanation, and they will not be considered as deserters. This is actually a good result. So come out, all of you. In the end, only a small group of people will be left behind as a backup, and the others will fight in a distributed manner to disperse the pressure of the enemy's concentrated attack as much as possible. Jiang Hui saw what 2856 was planning, and so could 011 and the others. Seeing this, he had no comment, but raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Don't worry. Continue to catch them, and don't leave any alive. Yes, it's that simple. 011 doesn't do these fancy things at all, no matter whether the other party plans to divide or concentrate their forces or do any other tricks. His goal is to wipe out these annoying flies and tell them not to run wild in Shilai's territory. They have been arrogant for a while, provoking in various ways, thinking that no one can control them, and they should have expected this day. As for whether this is the best method and whether it can maximize benefits, it is not in 011's consideration at all, because the moment he brought a bunch of people here, he had given up all kinds of considerations and weighing. This behavior itself was irrational, a risky move from the West, and thinking too much would only hinder him. Both sides had their own ideas and continued to fight according to the instructions of their respective commanders. Don't go there. Go to the southwest. 76 degrees. About 360 meters. The current position is too dangerous, and it is possible to be hit by a grenade at any time. Jiang Hui frowned. Well, but forget it. I'll listen to you. The captain who led Jiang Hui to drink soup wanted to say something, but when he touched Jiang Hui's solemn face, he instantly gave up the question on his lips. Well, this guy is always right. They have verified the correctness of the other party with countless examples before, and the other party is really better at commanding than him, because of Jiang Hui's casual advice. Their team successfully avoided 3 high-density stray bullet drop areas, and then avoided 2 rounds of roundups, and successfully ambushed 9 enemy teams, and killed more than 40 people in the interval. This achievement is also a good record in the entire camp. And all of this is due to the opponent's advice. Is this the strength of Kosher's people? Well, this is a bit too powerful. I always feel that something is wrong. If Kosher is here now, and hears his voice, he will probably tell him. Ah, right. Everything is wrong. You finally have someone to react. Of course, the team leader would not have thought that Jiang Hui was an external spy, but was amazed and somewhat unbelievable that he was lucky to have accidentally got a good helper, and avoid becoming cannon fodder immediately. Jiang Hui was silently calculating the entire battle situation, looking coldly at a gap that was gradually being smoothed out. And she became more and more certain of a certain conjecture in her heart. Finally, it was time. It was almost done. When the team leader was about to continue to move forward slowly according to Jiang Hui's previous instructions, he suddenly heard the other party say, "Stop. That's enough. Don't move forward anymore. You, retreat straight back 1,300 meters. No, you can retreat a little further. If you want to stay here to save your life, don't do anything. No matter what you see or hear, try to stay at the rear defense line even if you are driven away," the tall soldier said in a deep voice, mixed with the roar of the mecha and the sound of sporadic gunfire. But he seemed particularly calm and reassuring. No. 1,300 meters directly retreated to the rear defense line. Although there is still some distance from the base tower, there are soldiers stationed at the rear defense line. If you retreat rashly, you may be regarded as a deserter and be severely driven away. Yes, the other party knew that they might be driven away. So why did they still call him? And what was going to happen? Then, they saw the other party take off the complicated things on his body, and took off the straps and laser tags that could indicate the Yara camp, showing the pure single soldier uniform. Seeing the other party taking off the miscellaneous things on his body and rushing into the chaos, the team leader couldn't help but call the other party. Wait! What are you going to do? How can you? The straps representing the things of his own camp were also removed. You should know that on the battlefield, the idioms to distinguish the two camps are to distinguish them by straps and laser tags. If you don't have anything on your body, you will not be considered as one of your own people, but only as a floating and uncertain factor. And then be killed. Better to kill the wrong one than miss the right one. This is simply courting death. Chapter 683 Command. This time, the other party did not respond to any of his words. He threw away the bandages and laser markers that burned to ashes in an instant after being removed, and entered the battle zone without looking back, and disappeared in an instant. No. Alas. Why did this person run away without saying a word? Is he looking for death? The team leader was anxious and angry, and couldn't help but worry about the other party. After all, this person has guided them for so long, and helped them through many difficulties. They are not plants, and they are grateful to him. But this little gratitude can't stop him from looking for death. They know that the other party is powerful, but they are just flesh and blood. How can they resist the mecha? Didn't you see those people below, fighting hand to hand? No matter how fierce and brutal the fight was, they avoided the surrounding mechas and kept a long distance, for fear of being involved in the fierce battle. If they are really involved, let alone the Mamashing War, they will probably be crushed into slag and become cannon fodder. Captain, what should we do now? We have to continue. A member tried to ask. Their current location is actually not very safe. If they go further, they will be involved in the war zone again. If they retreat, they will have other concerns. The person that Kashi put in their team ran away, but they are still here, and without the other party's divine command. They suddenly became a little uneasy, and had to focus their attention on their own team leader. Well, in fact, the team leader is also quite reliable, although it is still not as good as that one. A captain saw the other party's thoughts at a glance, and laughed a little, snorting, "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking? Don't think about it. I have more important things to do. You can only follow me. Don't complain about this. You have survived until now, and killed so many enemies. I guess you have earned a lot of points. What else do you want? Then, what should we do next?" The member was thick-skinned and pretended not to hear, but still asked, "What can we do? Didn't they tell us to retreat?" "Then retreat. If we are really driven away, We will talk about it later. After that, the team leader took the lead and led the crowd to retreat in the direction indicated by Jiang Hui. But they didn't expect that the situation in the field changed unconsciously while they were retreating. Changes in an instant. The mechas that had been fighting independently, and occasionally fighting with enemy mechas for a short time, and then separated from each other suddenly started fighting, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. They gave up the previous symbolic confrontation and fought vigorously. Except for the heavy mechas on the 011 side that served as a natural barrier. The members of the 2856 side were completely unprepared. Some of the soldiers who were around and slightly closer were caught off guard and were involved in the fierce battle area. There was even a team that was directly pressed flat by the rapidly retreating fusillade and immediately withdrew from the simulation scene. However, I think they must have felt very unforgettable at the last moment. 2856 was also secretly cursing 011 for his unreasonable changes and attacking without saying a word. But he didn't care about the innocent soldiers who died in vain. Or should I say, he didn't care about more. Because as the only 2 mecha pilots in their camp, he was one of the people who faced this situation most directly. When facing the opponent's mecha, only a terrible thought flashed through his mind. I can't beat it. This is the problem of huge information gap between 2856 and others. They only know that 011 sent by Shilai is powerful and tough. That they came with nearly 500 people. That they brought 3 mechas and had sufficient weapons and equipment, but they don't know that there are 2 strong individual soldiers coming at the same time. One is a subordinate who usually follows 011. The 2 have been together for a long time. From the time when 011 was alone to when he decided to follow Shilai. The 2 of them knew each other very well. So 011 knew that this guy codenamed A Ping also had extremely high mental power and mental control ability that even he could not match. Therefore, 011 gave up the position of the forward to the other party and turned to sit in the heavy mecha at the back, because he knew that giving the position of the main force of the forward to the other party would definitely achieve his ideal effect. Or even better. Then the other one was a person transferred from the main tower by Shilai, who was also a strong individual soldier with extremely high mental power. 011 had not used the other party directly, nor had any contact with him, and did not know his ability. But it doesn't matter. With these 2 mechas and some arrangements, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a chaotic team of 2,856. Yes, Shilai never took 2,856 and others. Or even Yara. Seriously? He just felt that these little mice were annoying and had been trying to challenge their dignity. But neither he nor Shilai could spare the time to deal with them. So they had to suppress them again and again until now. Now they just brought people here, without much planning and action, and without much fighting against the opponent. They were in chaos. And just by looking at the scene, you can tell how good the commander is. With such a level, 011 was too lazy to get entangled with him. So he slightly changed the original plan and sped up directly. He ordered Ah Ping and the other 2 to go straight to the mecha battle, as long as they defeated the 2 mechas held by the other camp. This chaotic team would naturally collapse without any accidents. 011 thought so. Looking at 2856, who was retreating step by step under Ah Ping's pursuit, he was a little bored. But he still remembered to order another mecha outside the battle zone to meet the Kashi on the right. In his opinion, Kashi was a little tricky. So he sent 1036 to meet him first to see how it went. If it didn't work, he would wait until Ah Ping's side was almost cleaned up and then work together to besiege that side. And it should be almost ready. The idea was very good. But he didn't know that there was a variable on the right side of their slow attack at this time. Kashi on the other side was also quite boring and a little frustrated. While trying to maintain all the defenses, he looked expressionlessly at the other side, where 2856 was almost vulnerable, and sighed. It was so boring. As expected, a bad teammate is a bad teammate. Even if he awakened, he was still a bad teammate, and his own abilities were much worse. Otherwise, how could he end up in such a miserable situation just by swinging his fist? This made him lose a lot of desire to fight with the strong, because Kashi didn't know what would happen under the drag of such a bad teammate. Alas, it's really not fun to fight. Someone is probably going to make trouble. It's not right to move. It's too frustrating, he complained in his heart. And the next moment, he received an order from someone. Go to meet the enemy now. He is about 47 degrees and 1075.7 meters southwest of you. The speed is wind direction. Be fast, Remember not to let him return to the left. Chapter 684 Self-Evident. Hearing this direct command to the mental force field, Kashi subconsciously wanted to obey, and then immediately reacted. It was her. Only the other party had such a terrifying control over him, and he could not refuse at all. Although he did not like, and was not convinced by the other party, he could not change the fact that he had become a bird in a cage, and a bird in the palm of his hand. It is better to live than to die. And he still wanted to stay and watch the show. So, no, he still had to ask, taking advantage of the gap when overturning a team that intended to sneak over. Kashi sent a message over there. Are you sure? But I don't think 2856 can hold on for long. If I confront that mecha now, I will be attacked from both sides by them soon. This is his biggest concern. He also wants to fight with the strong. But if he has a choice, he will not step into such an obvious trap. But now Jiang Hui told him to step into this trap. He was not afraid. But he had to know what the other party had in reserve. And he couldn't just jump in and die in a daze. Don't worry. I'll deal with the people on the other side. And I won't let you deal with it alone, the man said. There is more than one mecha on the other side. He raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, but finally said nothing. Okay, I'll listen to you. This 011 is not bad. It seems to have some skills. And you know whose child it is. Yi Min looked again, and then took a fancy to another special soldier in the field. This ability is not just a literal meaning, but actually means that the other party has some style of a soldier. Even if he has not received systematic training before, he has a certain understanding of things between soldiers. This type of people is easy to distinguish, and their style is different from that of ordinary people. They are often not children of ordinary civilians. In contrast, Jiang Hui, for example, performed very well in all aspects and attracted attention. But it can also be seen that she has not received systematic training. She has many traces of factions. She still needs good adjustments after entering school, and she can become better. However, 011 is obviously a very mature student. This is not to say how good he is in this, but the other party's style and way of thinking are very mature. Obviously, before this, he not only received some training, but also should have been guided by mature elders. And it took a long time to train such a style today. The school needs to adjust him in the later stage. But it does not need to be big and big. That seems to be the child of the Yi family. Our school recruited him before, but he followed the wishes of his elders and applied for the first military academy. It is said that there are people who are willing to take him there. And even the primary selection corps has been decided. Fu Xian said. It has been decided so early? Not to mention Yi. Simon next to him also looked at him suspiciously. Because it's strange. Few students would choose their primary legion so early. This is not a random choice. The wrong choice can affect the future of the next 10 or even dozens of years. It is said that his father is a senior general of the 1st Legion. Wait, he can't be Zhou's son? Yi Min asked as if he suddenly remembered something. The surname Yi is also a big surname in the inner circle of the star, with several branches. So Yi Min didn't think of Yi Zhou at first. But the senior general of the 1st Corps mentioned by Fu Xian had the last name Yi. And she immediately thought of someone annoying. Yi Min knew from the other party's expression that it was needless to say that the real owner was Yin Zhou's son. No wonder she always felt that the other party's words, deeds and style were very familiar. And just as annoying. Forget it. Never mind. He is not a student of our school. Let others worry about him. Yi Min turned around and looked at something else. Colonel Simon next to him glanced at 011. Thinking. He had heard that Yi Zhou had a son. But as far as he knew, he had 2 sons. Simon had met him before for some reasons, and felt that he was different from this person. And the other son of the other party seemed to have a less glorious background. And few people knew about it. I don't know why he intuitively felt that this person would be another one. 1036 is also a good individual soldier under Shilai. Unlike what others think. Shilai did not send 1036 to contain 011 or to check and balance or something. Shilai is an arrogant person. But he doesn't have such a delicate mind. He has full confidence in his control. He doesn't care about those people at the bottom. So he doesn't care about control. He sent this person to help. After all, physical combat is different from mecha combat. Although mecha courses are very common, schools in various places will offer a series of mecha courses regardless of their resources. But those who have really come into contact with mechas know that only truly talented strong people can control mechas. A half-baked person. Even if he has a weapon like a mecha, he can only make up the numbers or drag his feet. 1036 was sent to be a helper under such circumstances. He has completed 3 awakenings in reality and has A-level mental power. He is also a high-potential awakener and is expected to be on the admission list of the 1st Military Academy. Before coming to the Unified Examination, he was also a leader in mecha control in school. Although not the top, he was really good. But in front of Kashi, he was not good enough. Kashi's success in the ST simulation domain is not just based on empty talk. He is not only first class in practical experience, but also in emergency response and overall situation. So to be honest, most of the candidates who entered the system unified examination are far inferior to him. Jiang Hui was able to take him down in one fell swoop because she was caught off guard. If they were to fight head-on, she would probably find it very difficult. 1036 watched 2856 being chased by a ping and running away with his head in his arms. He was still laughing at Yulla, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to Kashi on the other side, and even had a little contempt for him. But he didn't know that at the moment of fighting, Kashi seized his flaw and hit him in the face. Although 1036 discovered it in time, he didn't have time to respond, and was immediately hit by a sensor point on the side of the mecha's ear for transmission. The mecha-related technologies used in the system are all similar to reality. Although it didn't really hit him, the feeling of being hit in the ear and the dead silence of the instant disconnection made 1036 instantly distinguish things. Kashi naturally didn't give him a chance to relax, and took advantage of the victory to attack his lower body. The two mechas fought violently, raising rolling dust, and the people around had to evacuate the dangerous area and stop fighting temporarily, so as not to be accidentally involved. The real climax of this battle was just about to come. Chapter 685 Emergence. 1036 and Kashi had just started, but 2856 was caught in a new nightmare. He could not hold on any longer. And he could not hold on any longer. Ah Ping was very good at controlling the mecha, and he could restrain his movements with every move, leaving him no way to avoid or retreat. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. If he caught the prey, he would not kill it immediately, but would tease it until the prey died of exhaustion from struggling. When 2856 was a child, he watched a documentary about ancient creatures in the old times, which recorded the situation of the creature called the ancient Sidic cat catching prey. It felt like that. At that time, he still thought it was interesting, and a kind of cruelty hidden deep in the hearts of humans was aroused in his heart. But now, he seemed to have become the mouse that was teased and abused, and his mood was not so fast. For some reason, 2856 felt a sense of powerlessness and depression in his heart. He even shamelessly thought, forget it. When will it end? If he loses, he loses. He just wanted to leave here quickly. Then, he was forced to curl up and dodge again. But it was exactly what the opponent wanted. He was hit from behind and hit the core of the mecha. Although there was a thick seal, the vibration was not reduced, so the whole mecha stopped for a moment. At this time, 2856 was still trying to make trouble, because he was too shocked. He habitually slapped the edge of the operating table, so sometimes bad habits are best nipped in the bud. Otherwise sooner or later they will become a shot in the middle of your eyebrows. He thought he was hitting the edge, but he didn't expect that the fuselage shook violently at this time. So 2856 hit the operating panel immediately, and swung it over and pressed dozens of commands. Mechas are such delicate machines that the instructors usually teach them with great care. 2856 caused the mecha to crash immediately, and the core of the mecha was also severely damaged, so it immediately lost control. Ah Ping originally wanted to see how he would respond, but he didn't expect that the mecha's next move was completely out of his expectation. He thought that the opponent would come up with a killer move, but it looked like it was out of control. I saw 2856 controlling the mecha and began to swing it left and right. Even the guns hidden in the back were flashed, and he fired randomly without caring whether there were any of his own people in the range. Then he kept running around, and didn't even dodge Ah Ping's fatal attack. He looked completely out of control, like he was having an epilepsy. What is this guy doing? On the connection screen, Ah Ping, who was calm and composed, also showed a strange silence on his face. Is this guy crazy? How can he fight? He enjoys killing enemies, but it's completely boring to follow the crowd. Not to mention that this guy fights like garbage when he is awake. And it's hard to fight when he loses control. It's really ridiculous. But there is no doubt that this thing, including the mecha and the people, should be considered useless. Ah Ping stopped and looked at the other person on the screen. He saw that the cabin displayed on the main screen was facing a huge table, with more than a dozen people sitting on it in groups of 3 or 2. 011 himself was in the center of the main seat. Some of them were looking up at something, probably paying attention to the battle map hanging above. Some were concentrating on recording, and some were looking in his direction with interest. I think that was the direction where the live projection screen of the heavy mecha cabin was located. What should we do next? What do you think? Ah Ping asked as if no one was around. But everyone knew who he was asking. 011 had no expression on his face, nor did he make any comments on the enemy's weak battle. He just nodded slightly. Let's finish it. Don't let him get up again. Yes. He shifted his attention away from the projection screen. Ah Ping didn't show it on the surface, but he was a little surprised in his heart. 011 was still so decisive. He thought that the other party would temporarily keep the enemy for the sake of the mecha. It seems that he is still the same as in the past, leaving no one behind. Not even the mecha. This guy is really... I don't know what kind of person he is in real life. They are all the same age. And he always thinks that he is not bad, comparable to those favorite children. But he asks himself if he doesn't have the same determination and choice as the other party. How hard is his heart? However, the level of the guy driving the mecha on the opposite side is really a mess. Even if he is kept, he may drag them down one day. It's just right to kill him. Ah Ping thought cruelly, and then slowly followed 2856, who was jumping forward like a wild horse, intending to give him a final blow. This side was basically finished. 011 was finally able to free up his hands to observe the other side, but found that the other side did not seem so easy to deal with. He saw that 1036 seemed to be a little defeated. Although he was not beaten, he was not far from defeat. 011 frowned fiercely, which was not what he expected. Then he watched the battle between the two mechas over there for a while, and was a little surprised. Although he had thought that the other party was not so easy to deal with, he did not expect that he was really good. 011's hand under the table moved, and he felt a little itchy. But then reason overcame reality. Seeing 2856 being destroyed neatly, he issued the next order. What is that? A person sitting under 011 suddenly wondered. He was wearing a command uniform that represented green, and he should be a student of the command department. The other party had no notes in his hand, and he was not looking anywhere else. He sat close to 011, although it was not obvious. His body had a slight tendency to lean forward. With 011's extremely defensive personality, he must have full trust in this person to arrange him to sit so close. 011 was a little unhappy about the voice of the person next to him making a fuss, but he looked over naturally, and then his eyebrows jumped slightly and wrinkled. Didn't they say they only had 2 mechas? Where did the third one suddenly appear from? Yes, at this time. I don't know when. A new mecha appeared out of thin air in the messy war zone. Everyone was sure it was new, because 011 brought 3. And 2,850 SIXS mech had been destroyed and fell on the other side. The mech driven by another Kashi was still entangled with 1056. So this unfamiliar mech obviously came from outside. Where did it come from? No matter where it came from, it was not theirs. 011 immediately ordered, Ayun, take some people down and focus on checking several places near the base tower. This mech came suddenly, and there might be a trick. If it is necessary, all the nails can be used. He wanted to see what tricks this defeated general would do. No matter what it was, the other party would undoubtedly have only one result: defeat. Chapter 686 Companions? While 011 and others were plotting all kinds of things about the mecha that suddenly appeared. On the other side, the people on 2,850 SIXS side were also confused, because they didn't know whether the mecha that suddenly appeared was an enemy or a friend. Now 2856 and the mecha he was driving were destroyed together. I don't know if he is still alive, but looking at the enemy's pursuit, it is estimated that even if he has not been eliminated now, he will be sent out of the examination room soon. The main control screen connected to 2856 has been completely damaged, and there is no way to see and hear the movements over there. Now the many people connected to 2,856 can't contact the other party. The other party seems to have completely disappeared from the simulation situation and lost contact. Therefore, Everyone has to accept the fact that their leaders have been killed by the enemy. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Now they have even killed the leader. Although the rest are not just a few small shrimps. They are really leaderless. Fortunately, most of the people chosen by Yala have some ability to withstand pressure. So they can't immediately take the position of 2,856. After losing the general leader, they didn't mess around for too long. And they arranged the sub-army management team rationally, intending to minimize the impact of losing the leader. Of course, even if the sub-army is self-reliant, it can't change the fact that they have lost the commander-in-chief. This can only ensure that the remaining people will not wander around on the battlefield. If they don't find a new leader to continue to lead the team to resist, then they will really be finished. Looking at the teams that are smart enough to retreat to the defense line one after another, the senior leaders in the G-Way Tower all breathed a sigh of relief. But they were choked with a breath and couldn't come down. The former is because everyone is smart enough to try their best to cooperate even at this point. The latter is because they have no solution to the current dilemma. How easy is it to re-elect a leader? There are indeed many commanders in their tower, but they are all connected to 2856. Now 2856 is in danger of death, and they don't know whether the connection is broken. Can a new connection be established? Moreover, it is difficult to command without knowing each other's situation. Kashi is undoubtedly a good candidate, but he is also fighting fiercely on the other side, and can't withdraw immediately to take charge of the overall situation. However, the enemy team will obviously not give them more time. The enemy army is leading the team to slowly press here, and the rear is about to lose. So they can't wait. They can't wait for anyone. They can only gather all the people who come back and re-establish the connection. A senior executive has tried it just now, and it is estimated that 2856 has been sent out of the examination room, because they found that they can directly connect and control those commanders or soldiers who were connected by 2856 in the past. So what are we waiting for? They didn't even have time to think about how to proceed. So they hastily elected a person, and then reorganized the people in the tower, integrated them, and pushed them all to the front line again. They couldn't hide it anymore, because once the tower was broken, they estimated that there wouldn't be many of them left, and everyone would be doomed together. So why hide? Even if they were really not good, they still remembered that this was a unified entrance examination venue, and the ideal schools they applied for might be watching their performance, with the idea that they had to fill in the test paper even if they didn't know how to do it. They naturally had to stay here for a while, and the longer they could hold on, the better. They were also extremely vigilant about the sudden appearance of the mecha. This couldn't be another hidden enemy force? Then they really didn't have to struggle anymore. There were 4 mechas, and they were 2. No, now 1. Facing 4 big guys, how could they survive? The person who was temporarily pushed to the position of leader was also frowning, not knowing how things had come to this point. Obviously, he was fine before, and now even if he was made the leader, it was not a good thing, and he was completely blamed. The connection screen that had been silent for a long time suddenly flickered, and the command transfer station was a little surprised. They thought that 2856 had found the communication again, and then they found that the one who contacted them was actually the Kashi who usually did not participate in exchanges and make comments. They observed the situation over there, and it was still very good. The Kashi was still reliable. The mecha chasing Kashi was about to be defeated. I believe that if Kashi was more powerful, the other side would also lose a mecha. But this person has always fought alone. Why did he suddenly think of contacting them? Is he trying to take the order at this moment? This is not impossible. They are still very happy about it, and they are eager for someone to take over this mess. But when the other party explained his intention, everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. They knew that the other party would not take over this mess. But he also brought good news. This mecha that suddenly appeared was not the enemy's hidden armed force, but a companion brought by Kashi. It's just that she didn't come out before for some reasons. There is no better way now. So she can only call people out, and then let her replace 2,850 SIX's previous position to see if she can take over the number temporarily. In fact, this matter is a little unreasonable. Kashi has 2 mechas. So why didn't he take them out at the beginning? He was carrying a mecha and went on the field himself. But he still hit a mecha and didn't bring it out until 2856 was defeated. This seems to have bad intentions. But it's useless to say anything now. Not to mention that Kashi said it naturally, and without any hesitation. When he talked about 2856 again, Kashi's expression was slightly subtle, saying that he had told the other party before. Others just believed it for the time being. After all, 2856 didn't know whether he was still on the field, even if he had intentionally hidden a mecha at the beginning. So what? In the current situation, they can only be thankful that the other party can have an extra mecha, so that they can hold on for a while. Who will speak up for 2856? But how long can this guy who is said to be Kashi's companion hold on? 2856 was crippled in a short while, and it was good enough that he could hold on for a similar time. Everyone was not so confident about the new guy, and just hoped that he could be a little more reliable. Then the new mecha that everyone hoped could be a little more reliable was naturally driven by Jiang Hui, and she had just left the team and mixed into the chaotic battle zone for this. Although the scene was so chaotic, Jiang Hui had some thoughts, which was just right for her to implement her plan. But she couldn't get any benefit just by being in the chaos, and only if she personally cut into the muddy water and reached out to fish it out, she would have a chance to get something. Then in the mecha war, joining the mecha control and joining the mecha war is undoubtedly the best way. Chapter 687 well deserved. Jiang Hui sneaked into the chaotic battle zone and summoned the only mecha in her hand when 2856 was destroyed. She had never used this thing since she got it from 899. After all, she was either on the way to an ambush or on the way to an ambush. The mecha was too big a target, and it would easily alarm some people if it was released at will. So for the sake of safety, Jiang Hui held the mecha and endured it. This time there was no worry, and the scene was suitable. Jiang Hui started the mecha and rushed into the cabin in 3 or 2 steps and sat in front of the control panel, gently brushing the buttons without any bumps and bumps. Jiang Hui quickly calmed down. But now is not the time to sigh. Pulling the switch, Jiang Hui controlled the mecha to immediately meet the enemy, who had discovered her, and gave up destroying the remnants of 2856 mecha. Beautiful. In the conference hall of the 1st Military Academy, a military instructor happened to see this scene and couldn't help but slap the table excitedly, making a bang-bang sound. Several slightly more gentle officers around frowned and looked at their comrades, with a look of disgust in their eyes. The young man saw his comrades' disgust at a glance, and the officer was quite unconvinced. Why? Am I wrong? Don't you think so? The obviously older young man next to him was speechless. It's pretty good. But what does it have to do with you? That's from another school. Didn't you just pick the seedlings over there? Why did you turn over here to see it? Isn't it just a chance to see something interesting? This person actually didn't want to see Jiang Hui's side at first. When he turned to the information of 011, he naturally saw the current battle. It was expected that the child named Iji performed well. After all, it was their military academy. Talents discovered by themselves. Zheng Xiao is also an instructor of the individual soldier department. If nothing unexpected happens, Iji should enter his class after admission. After all, the person who called Iji in was very busy, and it was rare for him to come and teach a few courses occasionally. The rest of the time, Iji naturally went to school like ordinary students. The students were his students, so he should pay attention to them. However, when the scene was changed, Zheng Xiao happened to notice Jiang Hui, who was mixed in. At first, he didn't know what the other party was doing, and then he looked at the records out of curiosity and found that this was really a wonderful person. If other children were playing strategy games very seriously, and initially felt the atmosphere of the battle through trial and exploration, Jiang Hui was playing something very new. She was not rigid in her actions, and she was not eager for quick success. She did things step by step, and she handled things in an orderly manner. She was able to deal with things as they came. Although it looked ordinary, her scores were accumulated little by little, and she went up steadily, which was better than many people who made a lot of noise. If it was just like this, the other party could only be regarded as a relatively outstanding talent. But they now found that the solid period was just a time for the other party to lie dormant, and they would really show their skills after they were almost ready. Watching the other party use not so superb means to infiltrate the interior, and boldly and carefully recruited marginal teams that the enemy could not take into account, and then eroded and divided the enemy step by step. Now, she has quietly intervened in the battle between the two teams, and it seems to be effective. From nothing to something. It is really amazing. Seeing this, it can be judged that she is an extremely remarkable person. I never thought that the other party also has hidden real skills. After all, they are in the unified recruitment, and do not involve complex actual combat forms. Even if there are opponents, they are all teenagers and have limited tricks. So the real attraction depends on personal skills. The ability of a single soldier is easy to say. Just look at whether he can fight. The ability of bare-chested flesh, killing monsters, and fighting against mechas can be compared. Jiang Hui has already demonstrated a lot of the first two before. His not-so-low score is accumulated in this way. He also showed some more miscellaneous skills. The mecha came later, and she has never had the opportunity to use it. Many people have been paying attention to her for so long, and finally have the opportunity to see her control the mecha. To be honest, it is really good. Although not as good as those who have been trained for many years in colleges and universities. She is much better than people of the same age. And she is also the kind of rare worldly experience. In her gestures, there is a bit of calmness that can only be seen after being bathed in artillery fire. Who are the people who can come to watch the unified recruitment? The instructors of the first military academy are even more so. They are all tough guys who crawled out of the dead on the battlefield. Controlling the mecha is as easy as commanding their own body. They have spent most of their lives on the battlefield and regard the mecha as their comrades and lifelong weapons. For those who are determined to join their team, their most sincere advice is to learn to use their own weapons. As long as they don't die, they will learn to die. Every experience they have in swinging the mecha is a guarantee for their survival on the battlefield in the future. They have also been there. They can tell at a glance what these kids are thinking, and whether they are in the right state. In fact, it is understandable that they did not understand at the beginning. After all, these were only exposed to them later. They had never been on the battlefield. So it was understandable that they could not know the true meaning of mecha. But the serious attitude should not be lost. If you cannot respect and use your own weapons from the beginning, it is estimated that there will not be much improvement in the future. A good seedling who is really suitable for the battlefield does not need anyone to guide him or she just sits on the cockpit. And her demeanor and movements are different from those of ordinary students. Jiang Hui is obviously such a good seedling. The other party was running breathlessly in the chaotic battle zone in front of the control panel. Jumped into the cabin and sat down without a gap. And then calmed down in an instant, concentrating on adjusting the state. And then drove the mecha to meet the enemy in an instant. This process does not exceed half a star, which can be said to be very efficient. And at such a fast speed, they can still see some of her calmness and orderliness. In this regard, among her classmates, there are probably no more than 100 who can compare with her. This guy really deserves to be in the top 100 of the overall list. Chapter 688 Bug. A certain university was also discussing this battle. They had figured it out. No matter whether Shilai and Yala could find Jiang Hui's actions in the future, or what would happen. Jiang Hui had really played the two teams around. And now he was about to succeed. Everyone saw Jiang Hui's skill in controlling the mecha, which was expected, because she was enrolled in the United Military Academy. The information about the students enrolled would be more. Jiang Hui's performance of being ranked first in the Beska Intermediate College for 3 years was not a lie. And even in the resident galaxy with average education, she was considered an excellent student. What's more, the other party's past experience had a record of defeating an A-level star beast with a D-level mecha. So I think his mecha level was not low. Finally, I saw this little guy riding a mecha. Bona and others were actually a little unhappy when they saw him hiding in the crowd before. They were all individual soldiers, and their lifelong hobby was to fight bravely on the battlefield and kill the enemy to their heart's content. Jiang Hui was not bad. She was bold, careful, brave and resourceful. But it was not very pleasant to watch. Now that she was finally seen fighting seriously, she finally saw some of the style of individual soldiers. And even Su Dinglan, who had always been dissatisfied, looked a little better. Everyone saw Jiang Hui's preparation for this battle. And Major General Bona admired her very much, clapping his hands and praising her, which was a little more than his appreciation for a Ping's operation just now, showing that he was more optimistic about Jiang Hui's performance. Su Dinglan also nodded secretly in his heart, and turned the screen again, and saw that the 1002 on the other side had finally learned something, and arranged the rear in an orderly manner, which relieved a lot of the fatigue of the day. But he is not used to praising others, and it is rare for him to praise any junior who performs well, no matter what Jiang Hui is like. He just thinks that this guy is talented but a little distracted, and he wants to teach him a lesson when he enters school in the future. Major General, please don't praise her too much. She has such a skill, but doesn't think about improving it. She has wasted her talent, and only does those fancy things. He snorted coldly. If she had the time to look at the panel blindly, she could have counted the seconds faster. The professor of the mecha department, who was watching the fun with great interest next to him, was indeed a little unhappy. Wait. What do you mean? Old Sue? What do you mean by fancy things? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. She is not just looking at the panel blindly. She is adjusting the parameters. Which of you doesn't need to adjust before going out? It's just that the mecha master usually helps you adjust it. Now the kid has the ability to adjust it by himself, and is said to be fancy. Su Dinglan doesn't understand. He saw that the other party's parameters were selected quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly without thinking. Only those who know mecha very well can do this. Without 3 to 5 years of research, you can't reach this level at all. It is obvious that the other party must have studied mecha-related knowledge very seriously and diligently. Even some students in their second and third years may not be able to do this. But now a student from the individual soldier department has done it, which really makes those students from the mecha department jealous. Alas, why do talented students in this world like to choose to be those stubborn individual soldiers? It is obviously more interesting to study and assemble mechas to create useful mechas for interstellar humans. In the past few years, there were several good students who studied mecha and transferred to the individual soldier department halfway through their studies, which made their teachers in the department very angry. This time it was even more outrageous. A student who was definitely a mecha student did not even enter the gate of their mecha department and rushed into the individual soldier department. He was different from Guicheng. He did not have so many old-fashioned things. In his opinion, good students were good students, and good students were good students, as long as they loved mecha and were willing to study. They were all good students. People like Jiang Hui, who not only had both, but were also talented, were all good students he dreamed of. Although he accepted many such good students every year, he would be unhappy to see such a good one end up in someone else's field. Hearing Kane say this, Su Dinglan was a little surprised. He was not a comprehensive talent. Since he joined the army, he had been stationed in the position of a general wholeheartedly. He was not very clear about the adjustment of parameters and other trivial matters. In addition, he was busy with affairs, and he always used the accompanying mecha division to adjust and prepare them uniformly before using them. So this was the first time he saw someone debugging a mecha, and it was a single soldier who did it himself. So he was surprised. Knowing that he had made a mistake, Su Dinglan did not say anything, which was considered as tacit acceptance of the accusation. Professor Kane knew this man's stubborn temper. Since the other party had no ill intentions, he was too lazy to argue with him, and continued to focus on the person on the screen. At this time, everyone also moved to a new viewing page and commented on a candidate in another corner. After all, no matter how well Jiang Hui performed, she was just one of the hundreds of millions of candidates. There were more than one talented and outstanding candidates in this class, but everyone saw that she performed particularly well and paid more attention to her. Kane fixed his front screen to Jiang Hui's perspective. He wanted to confirm something by himself. In addition to adjusting the parameters just now, the other party also made an adjustment. Kane didn't pay attention to it just now. Now the screen is pulled back and slowed down again. He was a little surprised when he looked at it carefully. This is not something that can be explained by a little research on mecha. It is rare. Even students of mecha department may not be able to explore and understand this principle. What is this little rascal trying to do? He adjusted the time back a little bit and froze it at a certain moment on the screen and zoomed it out. When he saw the symbols on it clearly, Kane couldn't help laughing. This child is really interesting. How did she think of it? Ha ha ha. How did she think of binding these data combinations? If it was an actual mecha, it would be wrong parameters. But now, he is in the simulation field. Everything here, weapons, mechas, including human images, are actually a manifestation of a group of data, which is different from the real thing. If the opponent pays attention, a little manipulation can create a perfect bug effect, and maybe it can catch people off guard. Su Dinglan said that she was taking shortcuts, which actually did make sense. However, if he did not understand the mecha to the extreme and had real strength, it would be impossible to think of this operation method and put it into action. He couldn't wait to see how the opponent would do it. Chapter 689. Jiang Hui didn't know that someone had seen her little trick through clues. She was already concentrating on the fierce battle in front of her. The mecha she got from 899 was an ordinary standard mecha, the kind that Jiang Hui was most familiar with in the past. The B-level mecha was 2 levels higher than the mecha she used to fight the snapping turtle. Jiang Hui just opened the operation page and scanned it, and found that the parameters were almost the same. She just adjusted it a little bit. Then she kept a little trick for the convenience of the later performance. I don't know if it can be used smoothly. Then she finished it as quickly as possible, and went out to fight. She also watched the battle between 2856 and Aping just now. It was obvious that the level of the mecha warriors on the 011 side was much higher. It was normal that 2856 couldn't hold on for long. Jiang Hui didn't dare to say that she could definitely beat the opponent, but she could fight with him. She was never afraid of challenges. As soon as they met and fought, Jiang Hui understood 8 points in her heart. She finally understood why 2856 was defeated faster than she thought. Because the mecha warrior driving the enemy plane not only had an advantage in speed, but also had excellent controllability in subtle places, and was a mecha warrior with no shortcomings. Jiang Hui often fought with classmates and friends in the past. It's not that she had never met fast and powerful ones, but she didn't meet many opponents like this who had a very balanced control of all aspects, could send and receive freely, and could even connect with each other. Among the people Jiang Hui met in the past 3 years, she met many extremely powerful mecha warriors, such as her teacher Stark, her friend Huan Xian, Clarence, her old rival Holly, and even Colonel Zhong Ting, who she had met several times. They were all born warriors. These people made Jiang Hui feel that she still had a long way to go in the practical operation of mechas, and she needed to work hard and never slack off. This stranger, whom she had never met before, gave her a different sense of danger. Jiang Hui quickly straightened the fuselage, manipulated her left arm to easily remove the opponent's force, and quickly retreated, because just at that moment, the opponent had dug a pit waiting for her to step on it. She was not unable to deal with it, but she would inevitably be involved in a passive position. Then she might be suppressed for at least 3 rounds, which was extremely disadvantageous for Jiang Hui. So in the face of this, it is best to immediately distance herself to disrupt the opponent's steps. A ping in the cabin raised his eyebrows high. A little surprised. This guy was unexpectedly difficult. He didn't fall into the pit. This trick was learned from his elders at home. It was a small trick he realized when he was young. With this trick, he took the lead in battle countless times, and pulled a lot of distance. Even 011 was almost tricked by him when they first fought against him. Unexpectedly, this guy avoided the trap right away. He was decisive and neat. He was really amazing. But maybe it was luck. Whether it was real skill or luck could not be explained by one move. Ah Ping suddenly pulled the fuselage closer and charged in the direction of Jiang Hui. Don't think you can just hide. If you can't hit it this time, you can still hit it the second time. There were many flaws in the retreat, and he accepted these flaws with a smile. Jiang Hui was not surprised at all when he saw the mecha approaching this side without thinking. Sure enough, it came. Then let me teach you a lesson. Those who trick others will always trick others. If you keep digging pits to bury others, you may have to pit yourself one day. Jiang Hui quickly summoned the main display screen and entered a series of commands. Her hands almost became after images. She moved suddenly just as the opponent was about to collide with her fuselage. Generally speaking, the standard mecha is designed according to the human body and imitates the human body structure. It can fit the human control sense to the greatest extent, but it is a bit conventional compared to other models of frames. And the lines are very hard. And more flexible linear mechas were born later. However, the standard mecha has always been the most popular model in the interstellar. Without a doubt, students all like to use this kind of mecha, because if they can use the standard mecha well, other mechas can also be controlled naturally. So it has always been regarded as a basic model. Jiang Hui has been using this kind of standard mecha for mecha operation in recent years, including the first mecha she tried to build. She dare not say that she is proficient in its understanding and cognition, but she can also be called familiar with it. And she has already read through the relevant books on the market. She knew that although the standard mecha was universal, its structure and lines were really rigid, and the operation was quite limited. If it encountered a similar mecha with slightly higher rigidity, or a relatively type of mecha that could restrain it, it would be easy to suffer a loss no matter how capable the operator was. Like now, There was no need to think. She would definitely suffer a loss. Because Jiang Hui was driving a B-class standard mecha, while the opponent was driving an A-class, which was a linear mecha with much better lines. Therefore, even if her level was so good that she could fly, she would inevitably be suppressed at the beginning. This was not a good sign. You must know that if you work hard at the first blow, you will lose the second and the third, and you will be exhausted. Jiang Hui didn't want to do anything to suppress before you praise. For her, it is best to make a quick decision in the current situation, as there are still a lot of things waiting for her later. Since the mecha is not powerful, let's do something fancy. Jiang Hui had previously explored the simulation scene of this system and gained some conveniences that were not too excessive. So adjusting the parameters of the mecha or even slightly changing the attributes of the mecha should not be a problem. Jiang Hui swore that she did not want to get stuck. Really? This was also Jiang Hui's first thought after seeing the model of the mecha driven by the enemy. She buried the line when adjusting the parameters at the beginning, so it came in handy now. But he did not expect that his little action would be seen by others. But it doesn't matter, as long as it is useful, even if she is caught. Strictly speaking, this is also a method of a mecha master, who stipulates that a mecha master cannot input the mecha program. It's not strange to enter it wrongly. And she, Jiang Hui, is a single soldier, so it is normal to enter it wrongly. It's not a big problem. Anyway, she had fixed this bug. Looking at the enemy approaching, Jiang Hui's pupils slightly dilated. It was at this moment, feeling a very strong corrective force acting on the waist and abdomen of the mecha, Jiang Hui took the opportunity to lower his head and neck, and then waited for the force to penetrate his whole body. Chapter 690. 011 in the back looked a little grim. He was still waiting for the news from the scout. The appearance of this mecha was too abrupt, which made him worry that there was a trick behind it. If this was Yara's backup plan, there must be more than one. If he rushed out rashly and fell into someone else's calculation, it would not be good. But he also couldn't wait patiently, because almost at the same time, the good situation that had just opened up changed. After destroying a 2856, a new mecha came up immediately, and while the new mecha was fighting with a ping, 1056 on the other side was about to fail. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a new mecha here, she might have driven the heavy mecha to rush over there to help. Their advantage is that they have one more mecha than the enemy, and he doesn't want to lose this advantage. But this newcomer is too fierce. After watching the battle, even a guy like 011, who is always calm, secretly thought it was not good. He saw it clearly from the outside. Ah Ping's level of mecha control is extremely high, and it is also extremely high among his peers. It is exquisite and subtle, far beyond his peers. But he also has many problems that many strong players have. That is, arrogance and curiosity. When he meets someone who is stronger than him or can match him, he tends to be impulsive. 011 knows that losing your composure in a confrontation is the worst thing, and failure often starts from this, which is not a good omen. This newcomer did not play by the rules at the beginning. Dodged Ah Ping's special move. And then after a few moves, he saw the situation. Ah Ping is powerful, but the opponent is not much inferior, and even has a few more changes. 011 could see clearly that the opponent had a very good control of the rhythm, and was very comfortable with it. Ah Ping was even a little inferior to him. The opponent suffered a loss in the level of the mecha. For some reason, 011 was actually a little glad that the opponent was driving a B-class mecha. If they were of the same level, Ah Ping would have been at a disadvantage in the previous fight. And this was not the worst. Seeing Jiang Hui's unusual action, even 011 could not guess what she wanted to do. What is he doing? Everyone in the meeting room could not guess, because the curve of the opponent's mecha was too weird. It didn't look like a normal operation at all, but more like the state of 2856, who had gone crazy just now. No, strictly speaking, even 2856 would not do this, because this was not an action that a standard mecha could achieve. Could it be that the opponent was not driving a standard mecha, but a? Then the next moment, the situation changed drastically, shocking 011 and others. The opponent didn't know how to dodge Ah Ping's attack, but bent down instead. The standard mecha is built according to the human body, but it doesn't have the flexibility that humans generally have. It's already difficult to bend forward, and bending backward. Is this an idea that a carbon-based creature can come up with? The mecha itself doesn't know that it can be so awesome. 011 actually had so many nonsensical ideas in his mind. But this nonsensical idea just fits the scene in front of him. 1 venue. 2 camps. No matter what situation they're in, everyone can't help but stop what they are doing and look at the 2 mechas fighting in the middle. Stunned and stunned. As the waist joint parts were squeezed, the mecha made a clacking sound. And the 2 shells at the junction were inevitably pressed together. But due to the special nature of the material, it barely held up without deformation. The force on both ends had reached a very terrifying level, and it could not be increased by a little bit. Jiang Hui calculated the limit of the waist and abdomen of the mecha, and kept adjusting the angle to avoid this operation really destroying the mecha. Indeed, she wanted to find a bug and exploit the loopholes in the data flow. But Jiang Hui did not forget that the mecha would still be damaged in this simulation world. And normal damage was irreparable. And there were no parts that could be repaired in this barren space. Even though she had already calculated it, and was prepared to take risks, she was still very careful in the end. She even sweated on the tip of her nose involuntarily. And she didn't even notice that her fingertips were about to clasp into her palm. As for Aping, who was almost close to the fuselage, Jiang Hui also paid attention to it. Because if the other party did not cooperate, she would not be able to find this bug well. Fortunately, the other party didn't know what she wanted to do. When the corrective force appeared and penetrated the abnormal part, Jiang Hui withdrew her own power and adjusted the angle of her head along with the external interference force. It worked. Everyone saw Jiang Hui control the mecha to do a mecha version of a stiff way spin. And then Ah Ping flew over and almost stuck to her body, one above and one below her, sticking his arm straight into her mecha core. The mecha below suddenly went crazy at this moment, changed its posture, pressed its head even lower, and the bridge built by the reverse arch suddenly collapsed half of its height, and then relaxed its lower body with the traction of Ah Ping. The lower body that touched the ground instantly seemed to be corrected by some external force, and the reverse effect was applied. Her whole body was like a ruler that was not easy to bend and bend. It was bent to the limit, and then the person at the head suddenly let go, and the other end bank straightened up, because he was chasing Jiang Hui's flaw. Ah Ping was getting closer and closer, seeing the other party making such a weird move. He also regarded it as useless resistance, and he was thinking of fighting back. If Jiang Hui dismantled his moves head-on, he would not worry about anything. Ah Ping was thinking about getting closer to block the other party's moves. But the problem was that Jiang Hui's final attack was the position of the lower body, and Ah Ping had already given up the lower body, and the whole posture was a flat posture in the air. How could he care about the lower body? Even if he found it, he couldn't dodge it. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to attack the core of the other mecha. In this case, it naturally depends on who is faster. Obviously, what Ah Ping was dealing with was not Jiang Hui's spontaneous attack, but the system's external force correction for Jiang Hui's modification of the mecha's attributes. This correction was mechanical and straightforward, without any soft arc. Everything in the data world is manifested by data. Wouldn't it be easy for the system to modify the number? This external interference force was corrected in an instant, and then hit Ah Ping's lower body in more than one step. It was at this time that Jiang Hui used his head to support the ground, and his legs, and the corrective force kicked hard at the waist of the opposite mecha. Maybe some people don't know what that concept is. It's probably the force of a jack plus a giant spring, which is about the same. Chapter 691 Correction Rebound. Ah Ping's last thought in this simulated space was, I was bounced by what? Bounced by what? Of course, Jiang Hui destroyed both the mecha and the person. Jiang Hui had never practiced it, but he had felt similar correction along the way. How to say it? Everything in the system is a data stream. As I said before, the system has certain restrictions and regulations for various things, including people entering it. For example, students of different majors will automatically wear different clothes and be equipped with different props. And even the command system will simply press a control panel that looks like the one in the game world. For example, it will set what kind of spiritual plant or star beast's attack power reaches what level, what props will be issued, and what kind of performance this thing will have, all with corresponding settings. This sounds very common. After all, many things in real life also have a limit and use limit. But the simulated world is the simulated world, and the simulated situation created by the system has extremely limited limitations. And many things are very rigidly regulated. And because it is essentially a data flow, If something gets stuck, it gets stuck. It will ensure that people or things in the system will maintain a standard. But if people or things violate this standard and the factory is abnormal, the system will force them to correct it. This was discovered by Jiang Hui by accident. At that time, she was bored and intended to modify the data of a tree for convenience. And then the tree was stimulated to start data turbulence. The system immediately discovered it and corrected it. And it was very fast. Jiang Hui watched it straighten back from its strangely bent state in an instant. Exactly the same as before, without any trace of modification. At that time, Jiang Hui didn't think much about it. Just felt that this system was really hard and would not allow others to modify its programming at will. Later, she mostly only dared to sense the data flow and no longer intended to modify the data flow. This was her first time to seriously interfere with the data. In fact, she was a little nervous about doing this, feeling a bit like cheating. But later Jiang Hui felt that although she was stuck in a bug, it was within a reasonable range. After all, everyone picked up the tools directly in the simulation field and used them in this way. So discovering the characteristics of the system data flow and applying them. As long as she didn't tamper with other people's data directly in the battle, it's not too much. Right? At most, it can only be regarded as opportunism. Jiang thought without conscience. And then it was like this. She didn't expect it to cause such consequences. Is the system's correction force so strong? This A-class mecha was actually kicked in half by her. And the huge impact force even caused its inner cabin to fly out directly. Although Jiang Hui modified his own mecha, he did not touch the opponent's mecha. But the rebound force generated by the corrected recoil plus Jiang Hui's ruthless kick, Ping in the air was hit completely in a state of losing his center of gravity. In this way, he was knocked out with the cabin. And then the cabin caught fire. And he was sent out of the examination room on the spot. Yes, there was no chance to rescue him. And he was eliminated. The whole process of the two machines fighting only passed 3 points. And ended with Ping being eliminated. Whether it was the 011 side, the remaining Yara soldiers hiding in Kavita, or Kashi who was about to finish the battle on the other side. They were all stunned by the scene. No. What happened? What did that guy do? How did she do it? Didn't they participate in the normal unified recruitment? How come this is more exaggerated than those outrageous Star Shadow dramas? Is that magic? Huh? It was Kashi who had seen Jiang Hui's ability before who reacted first. He gave 1036 the last blow neatly, making it lose its ability to move. Then, he couldn't help laughing in the cabin. And then laughed like a seizure. He didn't care that it was not a suitable occasion at the moment. And covered his forehead, as if to calm himself down. Alas! It should be said that not only the people in the field were stunned, but also some instructors, who were watching this battle on TV outside the field were also a little stunned. What kind of operation is this? They understood the front, but the back was outrageous. They couldn't understand the action of Jiang Hui controlling the standard mecha to bend down. And they didn't know how she kicked Ping's mecha in half and destroyed it. In their opinion, Jiang Hui's posture was indeed very difficult. But it required extremely subtle control to achieve it. And the subsequent similar bridge building and leverage could also be understood. But they didn't understand how the abnormal rebound in the middle was achieved. It didn't feel like the power emitted by Jiang Hui herself. Could it be that there was something wrong with this mecha? Many people subconsciously opened Jiang Hui's page, ignoring the dense operation records in front, and finding the other party's most recent operation. Right. It's a B-class standard mecha. Nothing special. And the model number can match. Anyway, they couldn't achieve such an effect with this mecha. And then? Oh my god! What's the long string of garbled code at the end? Could it be that the other party's operation can't even be read by the system? Impossible? A burst of discussion suddenly rang out in the meeting room of the Joint Military Academy. And those who had not paid attention to this side were also attracted and began to replay Jiang Hui's previous segment one after another. But most people still didn't understand what happened. Some thought that there was something wrong with the system. And some thought that Jiang Hui had done something. Well, in a sense, it was true. And some were very curious about how Jiang Hui did this. For a while, the meeting room became extremely lively, and the atmosphere was even more lively than before. Some knowledgeable people guessed it, and felt quite funny about it. How could this kid be so good at finding loopholes? He could think of it like this. And he could also implement it. Several mecha department teachers all looked like they understood what was going on. The teacher who had said Jiang Hui was a heretical person snorted coldly but didn't say anything. Then, the surrounding officers saw at a glance what this group of Mecha department teachers must know. Major General Bona asked questions when he didn't understand, and immediately asked Lieutenant Colonel Hiyu, the chief teacher of the Mecha department. Chapter 692 Who released him? Lieutenant Colonel Hiyu is the youngest among all the chief teachers. He lacks some qualifications, but he is talented. He followed the Direct Army to fight after graduating from the United Military Academy. He has made great contributions in the dozens of major battles he participated in. It is rare and precious that he has obtained the position of lieutenant colonel at a young age as a civilian. His achievements in Mecha are also well known. In order to keep him re-elected, the school will provide a lot of resources for his research every year. This person is also gentle in nature. Compared with his deputy master, he seems to be more difficult to get along with. Fortunately, these Mecha people are ambitious, but they all rely on their own abilities. They can show their real strength by showing their achievements and research results. As for who is convinced by the main position, what is that? Do you think all of them really want to teach and educate people? No. Most of them still want to cheat resources in the college. They are just taking advantage of resources and teaching people by the way. That's how realistic it is. Hearing the question from his superior, Bona, Hiyu did not keep the secret and briefly explained Jiang Hui's attack ideas. He did not say anything complicated. Just let everyone know what Jiang Hui used to knock out the enemy with one move. Ah Ping, who has a strong fighting ability. He, who is calm and treats people equally, and is immersed in his own research most of the time, has a rare tone of surprise. The few people in the individual soldier department only thought that this could be done. I don't know how to evaluate it. Is this method something that a normal student can think of? It's too tricky and risky. First, even if you know that there is such a thing as correcting the return force, who can think of using it to attack the enemy in a short time during the fight, and are not afraid that you will not be able to use the correct return force when you manipulate your waist like this and break your waist instead? Second, how did she do it? To control the mecha to perform such a difficult action. Even if there is a corrective force, the angle of force and the timing of attack must be correct to hit the opponent. Otherwise it would be a waste of time. How did Jiang Hui calculate all these and then operate in the buffer time of less than half a star minute? This is not only a talent, but it is not an exaggeration to call this operation a stroke of genius. Even Su Dinglan, who was not satisfied with Jiang Hui's not taking the right path, could not tell what was wrong with her behavior. He also came from the battlefield, and being impartial is not such a correct way. After all, he is an old soldier, and everyone knows that war is not too treacherous. If a fight can really be won, no one will necessarily investigate whether the hand grab is despicable. Moreover, Jiang Hui's method is not despicable. It can only be said to be somewhat strange. Anyway, it is not certain that anyone else can do it. But this person did it, and did it clearly in front of them, which made these veterans not know how to evaluate it. This, can she count this time? A teacher from the logistics department asked with some doubts. Jiang Hui's purpose of slightly modifying the data flow this time can be regarded as exploiting a loophole. Perhaps it is just a bug, as she said, and the operation record is garbled. Then will she be judged by the system as a violation or not scored? This is exactly what some people want. And they all look at the enlarged record end at the same time. A sigh sounded in the conference room. And Sheng. Of course, they were not regretting anything, but they were regretting that Jiang Hui had messed up the system and was given a score. Jiang Hui's move was considered reasonable, and she was given an S-level operation rating. No, the system just garbled the code. Didn't it? It was outrageous. Even Yumin, who had been quite optimistic about Jiang Hui, was a little stunned, seeing that the child's name moved up a lot in the comprehensive list and entered the top 30 directly. The more than 20 people in front of him all had several A-level operation ratings. Jiang Hui had a lot of DCBs, and there were about 5 A-levels in total, which were not as many as the 30th place. But an S-level directly allowed Jiang Hui to surpass the 9 people from the bottom 30 and jump to the 21st place. Yi Min's eyebrows couldn't help but jump, and he pressed his nose bridge. He turned his head and asked Fu Xian beside him, "Do you think she was just warming up before, and didn't really do anything? If you give him enough time and space, he can do a lot of S-level operations like this." Fu Xian was speechless for a while, and could only shake his head. He was always good at communication. but he didn't know how to respond to the question from his superior. At the same time, not only the headquarters of the United Military Academy, but also the 10 major colleges and universities discovered this scene. Everyone was shouting silently in their hearts, "Where did this weird student come from? Which family released this crazy person? Can we take her back? Don't let her harm our family." Okay. The conference hall of the First Military Academy, which should have been full of discussions, was silent at this time. So quiet that you could probably hear a pin drop on the ground. If someone was at this moment, they would probably be shocked by the solemn atmosphere in the room and unable to move. Well, many people in the room are really unable to move now, because a special guest came here not long ago. The principal, who was sitting at the top, has stepped down and made way for the left and right sides. The commander of the 23rd Legion, Durenti, and a young man in admiral's uniform sat opposite each other on both sides. Then there was no one at the top, but a three-dimensional projection screen was projected behind, and that was a person, also sitting at the other end. The other person was wearing a thick scarlet cloak, which made his face pale, but his eyes were bright and energetic. The other person was calm. His shoulders were relaxed, and his head was not raised, but it made people feel ashamed of himself. His eyebrows and eyes were not angry but majestic, making people dare not offend. Although he was not at the scene, only through such a layer of image projection, it made everyone present feel tense. No one did not recognize this person. Or it should be said that the entire empire did not know him. He once represented the empire's military and the direction of the empire's victory. And the symbol of Gaoyang was the glory of the people of the empire. And it is still the same now. It's just that the other party is hiding deeper and more untouchable. Although the heir of this class is about to enter the school, no one would have thought that he would personally participate in this spectators' battle. Is he here to see the performance of the heir? But the young master did not apply for the First Military Academy this year. Chapter 693 Watch. It can be seen that this person came on impulse. He sat for a while, and did not ask anyone in particular, or make any comments. However, the principal of the First Military Academy, that is, the general commander, specially called up Zhou Xiuwen's page for this father, with a special identity to see. In fact, the general commander was a little nervous about calling him out, because Zhou Xiuwen was the heir to the future power of the 23rd Corps, so they naturally had to pay more attention to him. Even if the other party did not have a very eye-catching performance, they repeatedly tracked him one after another. But the child was too quiet. Except for some scores that were sent to him, there was no other big movement. It seemed that he had no goal and wandered around. But he would not let anyone get it at will. However, compared with so many outstanding students, the other party seemed too ordinary. Especially this one was the heir to the marshal. Although they knew that many things could not be seen through a unified examination, they heard from some colleagues in the 23rd Corps that this young marshal was actually a promising talent. But there was no way to change the fact that the other party seemed to have no desire to fight in the unified examination. If Zhou Yuanjing wanted to see his son in person, I wonder if Marshal Zhou would be angry if he was released as he was. But considering that he rarely appeared in public and in the military since his glorious retirement, even his subordinates didn't have many opportunities to see him. But everyone knew that he valued his only son very much, and even retired to the permanent star system away from the power center in order to give him a good living environment. A while ago, he paved the way for her to gradually return to the power field. So the other party must come here to see Zhou Xiuwen's performance. Instead of hiding it, it is better to show it directly. I think the marshal is broad-minded and will not vent his anger on others because of the performance of his successor. Zhou Yuanjing watched it very seriously and did not say anything about Zhou Xiuwen's passive attitude. But his silence made everyone a little nervous. Seeing that Zhou Yuanjing suddenly turned the edge behind him, an angle of view was cast to a small-scale chaos, which was the scene of Jiang Hui and others fighting. Then, he just saw the scene of Jiang Hui's coquettish operation. Of course, other people also saw it. And of course, it caused some discussion. Because even if Zhou Yuanshui was present, he could not change their doubtful mood. What is this? Hearing the voices below that were gradually uncontrollable, the chief of the First Military Academy couldn't help but have veins on his forehead. It's okay that these guys are disrespectful on weekdays. But why are they so surprised in front of Marshal Zhou? The student's performance is indeed amazing. But they have come from the battlefield and have seen everything. So why are they so surprised? Don't let Marshal Zhou think that their military discipline has regressed over the years. Quiet, Where did you remember the military regulations? The commander scolded in a low voice. Thinking that the superior was there, he tried his best to control his emotions, and wanted to give the superior a sense that he could still control the people below. Then there was a moment of silence, and everyone remembered what kind of situation they were in. Then they heard that the person on the other side of the projection screen also laughed softly, very lightly, with a little bit of ease. Relax. Don't be so nervous. Just do what you did before. I'm not here for official business this time. I just came to take a look. No. You said to relax. Can we relax? Who wouldn't be nervous in front of you? In front of you. A big shot. Even the current Prime Minister of Military Affairs would be reserved. What about us? But the other party's words, that he was not here for military affairs, really made them feel a little relieved. Their first military academy has a close relationship with the 23rd Army. Almost a mother-child relationship. The 23rd Army is Zhou Yuanjing's Geely Army, and they naturally belong to this commander. This person has not interfered with their internal affairs too much over the years. In fact, he didn't interfere with the tasks of the military academy much during his years as marshal. He only accepted a large number of talents exported from here every year, and then continuously provided a large amount of resources to the school. He was a very good leader. Then this big leader, who didn't care about anything, suddenly came to their humble home to watch the entrance examination of his successor. It was hard not to have some thoughts and concerns for them. Fortunately, he really came to watch. It's not that they just need to give orders. They are really afraid that this person will suddenly bring them a message one day saying that he wants to go to war with XX, or wants to break up with someone. Although there have been military forces that have interfered with certain colleges and universities without following the rules, there has never been such an example in the first military academy. This is really a school. When the people below were speculating on Zhou Yuanjing's thoughts, Zhou Yuanjing signaled Duolandi to watch the part where Jiang Hui responded to a ping in full, and then shook his head and laughed. This little guy is really brave. Jiang Hui is Zhou Xiaowen's good friend. They have been together for many years, and Jiang Hui has been invited to Zhou's house. So Duolandi has seen Jiang Hui many times and is familiar with her. Moreover, he is Zhou Yuanjing's man. Although his talent selection standards are different from those of his superiors, he naturally appreciates people like Jiang Hui. Student John's practical skills have always been good. Duolandi responded. Wait, Corps Commander. What you said? It sounds like an acquaintance. This student who does not follow the rules is not their superior's man. Right? Oh, if it is a talent cultivated by this person, then it is not surprising. They are still wondering, how did such a person appear in this permanent galaxy? There was no sound before, just like suddenly appearing, and all kinds of tricks appeared, which made people confused. Now think about it. Isn't the resident star 732 his territory? He is the same age as the son of the Zhou family. And maybe he is a specially trained deputy. This makes sense. But they don't know why such a talent trained for their power, including the future heir of the Legion, did not report to the Empire's first military academy. Could it be that they are planning to go to other places to compete? No. They still want to teach their own talents themselves. It would be a shame to send them to other places. Chapter 694 New Challenge. Xiaowen is still as lazy as before. Zhou Yuanjing closed Jiang Hui's page full of battle records with satisfaction. And then he turned his eyes to his troubled son. That kid probably thinks it's boring. Duolandi shook his head and smiled. What fun! The instructors of the first military academy present couldn't help but complain in their hearts. But they didn't understand what they meant. They were still thinking about the unified recruitment. And they were all competing seriously. What kind of fun is this? But Duolandi was too lazy to explain to these people. Zhou Xiaowen is indeed not as good as Jiang Hui Huanxian. But he also has his advantages. And even has advantages that his peers can't match. As Zhou Yuanjing's only son. To put it bluntly, even if he himself has no ability, the entire Zhou family army naturally stands behind him. He was born to be a king, and never a subordinate. What he has to learn and deal with is different from his peers, and even many elders. So not everyone can teach him, because he has too much, and too many people rely on him. He is no longer alone. Those peers, soldiers, politicians, what they want to learn are not suitable for him. So he can only find his own way to be a king. So Zhou Yuanjing did not teach him directly, did not expose him to the starlight, did not put him above the glory of the aurora, did not let him be proud, did not allow him to be humble, did not teach him to be competitive, and did not let him retreat half an inch. He made him not be Zhou Xiuwen, but become Zhou Xiuwen himself. Until one day his name was engraved in the annals of the empire, and he shared a page of glory with his father. This is a road that no contemporary interstellar person can walk again. Such a road is too difficult to walk. Even more difficult than his father, who has been promoted step by step. If he falls from the clouds carelessly, he will be shattered, and there will be no recovery. Zhou Yuanjing knew. So he never forced the child. Because as a father, he had foreseen how the other party would eventually be put on the glorious military emblem step by step, and become a symbol involuntarily. And by then, the burden of 10,000 trillions would not be enough to describe it. So let him walk slowly by himself, and experience his short but vivid first half of life, while he can still experience life. In this way, in such an irreversible and heavy future, it would be nice if there were still friends who could move forward together. Zhou Yuanjing suddenly felt a little grateful that the children could slowly walk to his son. You said he wouldn't be waiting for the child all the time, Zhou Yuanjing said with interest. More than that, the other party was wandering around lazily before, and finally found the trace of the child and touched the team. Although they haven't made any moves yet. They look restless, and it's hard to tell when they will start a fight. He only gets a little more lively when he meets these friends. It's true. The other party has been lurking here for a while. They haven't recognized each other yet. They probably want to make a big move for their friends. A bunch of little things. The venue is not big and the conditions are limited. But they have a lot of tricks. They are more interesting than the battles fought by some mediocre people. It's time to make an effort. If he keeps messing around, I will kick him out even if he wants to go back to the United Military Academy or the First Military Academy. Zhou Yuanjing snorted. Is this what they should hear? It feels like they heard something they shouldn't hear. They understood it. But they didn't. Jiang Hui didn't know that Zhou Xiuwen's father was watching their performance live at this time. Although the outside world was shocked. And the enemy in the field was also shocked by her. Jiang Hui's mind was still very clear. After confirming that the enemy's mechas and people had been killed thoroughly, Jiang Hui was not idle. He immediately summoned the hundreds of people he brought with him, and asked them to find a way to control the remaining troops. Then he gave orders to let them deal with the scattered enemy soldiers. As for her, there is still a big guy that has not been dealt with. So she can't be happy so early. At this time, the heavy mecha driven by 011 had come to her at some point. The other party reacted quickly, and was not panicked at all, because the two mechas playing the vanguard were killed. Well, even if she was panicked, she couldn't see anything. Jiang Hui looked at the heavy mecha that was standing still not far away. The chassis was so thick that it was hard to tell the front, back, left, right, head and tail. She was a little confused. This big guy looked difficult to fight. Difficult to fight. This was the voice conveyed by another person. Kashi had already dealt with 1036 and seemed to be hesitating whether to come over. Jiang Hui touched his chin in the cabin and did not reply. She was thinking about not fighting. Jiang Hui suddenly controlled the mecha to jump up. It was not a big deal to fight. But the other party wanted to fight. Now it was like this. 2-1. And the other party was still not giving up. If the other party had just chosen not to fight and ran away, she might have considered giving up. Now that the other party opened fire on her, she could only fight. And at the moment when the other side fired, she received a very good news. And she was still worrying about how to start. It is not easy to start from the outside. And it is possible to hurt the enemy 1000 and hurt yourself 800. But if the inside and outside cooperate and the whole secret is hidden, then there may be a chance. And he is really her good friend, who is thoughtful, and gave him what he wanted most at once. Jiang Hui glanced at the base tower not far away, and thought that it was just right not to worry about how to lead the other side there. Just go directly there. Not long after, 011 in the heavy engine room looked at Jiang Hui, who was strolling around without smoke, and rarely revealed his emotions, clenched his fists, and said in a voice that almost jumped out of his teeth, "Chase him." He provoked him, and intended to fight this battle. Then he will teach the other side a lesson. Whether the heavy mecha can flatten this place. Where are the scouts? Let them keep an eye on the other party, and see what he wants to do. Although he was furious, 011 did not lose his mind. He felt that Jiang Hui returned to the Jiwei Tower, because he was afraid of him, and did not dare to fight him. He must have other plans. According to the other party's style of playing cards unconventionally, and the things that happened recently. It can be seen that she is the kind of person who will not release the eagle until she sees the rabbit. Since the other party has such a plan, if he does not make preparations in advance, he will not know when he will fall into the trap. If 011 had a bit of contempt for this battle before, then even he was a little uncertain in his heart now. After a logistics staff member who just came back from a shift reported to 011, he sat in a corner by himself. The one who was just starting was still staring at the end of the G-Way tower displayed on the connection screen, and did not notice that the logistics staff who had just changed shifts glanced at him at this time, with such a subtle look in his eyes. Chapter 695 Control. Sure enough, this is a person who plays cards unconventionally. Jiang Hui completely ignored other people's eyes, and casually gestured with the heavy mecha for a few times. When he found it difficult to do it, he quickly withdrew and evacuated to the base tower behind him. Then Kashi probably received the notice and slowly retreated to the base tower. Jiang Hui retreated to the base tower and put away the mecha, freeing up time to arrange the remnants hiding in the base tower. As for the mecha that Kashi controlled to retreat to the defense line, he did not take it back, but just stood in the defense line 200 meters in front of the base tower to protect himself. It seems that he is going to have a head-on fight with 011. In this way, we can finally see who is the leader of this team at the moment. The owner of the mecha that suddenly landed in the air. They retreated quickly, and the remaining soldiers wandering outside also quickly withdrew from the team as if they had found a backbone. In order to run faster, they even threw away the miscellaneous protective weapons on their bodies, and returned like chicks returning to their nests. The soldiers of 011 seemed like stupid geese, not knowing whether to chase or not. Fortunately, they received an order from 011 not long after, asking them to stop for the time being and not to chase forward, so as not to be sent food. They have now lost the stable mecha triangle formation. Although they are not forced to retreat, their current situation is not so stable. The other party does not follow the rules at all. 011 in the mecha cabin pressed his forehead. He felt a little headache. Since the battle with this unknown person, some unexpected and unplanned things have always happened. 011 had to admit that this suddenly appearing enemy did have the ability to overturn the whole game. If he knew who the other party was, he would kill him 10,000 times. No. He wanted to capture this person alive. He wanted to see who was the one who made all of their brothers so anxious. As for Jiang Hui, he quickly retreated to the back of the G-Way tower, took back the mecha under the cover of the tower, and then rushed into the G-Way tower. The remaining soldiers were all huddled in the G-Way tower, no longer as orderly as before, and the morale was scattered. Most people didn't even react when they found Jiang Hui. And Jiang Hui didn't have the straps and laser markers representing the Yala camp on his body. Just a single soldier's uniform. Ignoring the guards and rushing into the G-Way tower. She didn't have much time now, and she roughly looked at the density here. There might be less than 200 people left, and 100 of them were her own. During the battle, Jiang Hui didn't forget that her family was mixed in, but she still distracted a little to command and control them, trying to let them avoid the deadly battle zone. They were also the first group to retreat to the G-Way tower, because they had received Jiang Hui's order early on. After seeing her ability, they were now waiting for her to come back and finish the job. Why would they stop her when they saw her? They just turned a blind eye to it. Except for the few people who were not her own and who reacted slowly to the intrusion of a person. Jiang Hui had almost no obstacles along the way. And by the way, she also integrated her own team that had been disrupted. She quickly arranged them to go down and asked them to organize the people for the time being, as there would be a battle later. Then she rushed to the upper-level command transfer point alone without hesitation, where the remaining senior members of the original Yala team were kept. These people are the last ones. If she doesn't deal with the ones behind, it will be difficult for her to operate. Jiang Hui thought so and kicked open the door of the top floor, when someone inside suddenly stood up and looked over vigilantly. She didn't give him time to speak. She directly released a large group of mental power to fill the entire command room, and then replaced the cores one by one like stuffing cotton. After 3 days, Jiang Hui sat in the main seat of the command room. She said calmly, "You can listen to me now. We don't have much time." "It's nothing, isn't it?" Yimin said calmly, without moving her eyebrows. Simon strangely heard some strange meaning of dust settling from it. Has he been used to being shocked? It can only be said that those who have come from the real battlefield are more valuable. This kid doesn't look obvious, but he is quite murderous when he is serious. Admiral Bona commented. Isn't it? Jiang Hui's resume is not the most interesting one among the freshmen of this class. And it is somewhat ordinary compared with the top batch. Among them, there are also dozens of people who have obtained military ranks early. And their military ranks are not low. Of course, some of them are brought by their families or elders to guild. And some are due to the situation, or their unique birth and family background have created special experiences. These people are also dazzling. In comparison, Jiang Hui is more like a pearl of inner beauty. It is bright, but lacks some intimidating names. Of course, the reason why they pay attention to Jiang Hui is not only because of her amazing performance, but also because she is one of the few in this class who has relied on her own experience to step up step by step. Her performance also matches her experience. Or even better, his psychological quality and growth are rare among the freshmen of this year. It's not that there are no better ones than her, but Jiang Hui has to work harder and do her best. She respects every battle, makes good use of every advantage, is decisive and resolute, does not doubt her subordinates, and kills the enemy without mercy. She is not a single-line war machine. She has her own thoughts, knows how to think for herself, and weighs the pros and cons. So it is well-deserved and impressive to get such a record. Watching the other party walk step by step, the veterans who have attended such occasions in recent years can't help but be a little excited. It's really interesting, as long as they think that such students will soon belong to their joint military academy, and perhaps they will be taught and studied under them in the future. A group of instructors and related majors are very happy, as if they have seen themselves participating in the polishing of such a rare treasure in the future. Fu Xian is a little strange. Although the heavy mechas were not easy to fight, it was not surprising that Jiang Hui chose to go back to integrate the team. But how would she deal with 011 later? She couldn't send these remnants to flatten the enemy. After all, the mechas would have to fight to decide the outcome. And she was not afraid that if she did this, 011 would abandon the battle and flee back home in the heavy mechas. Wouldn't it be a waste of battle? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but express his doubts. Yimin smiled strangely when she heard this. Are you watching too intently? Didn't you notice that the kid's expression when he chose to retreat just now was a little strange? Chapter 696. What do you want? Of course 011 will not leave. He and Shilai are essentially the same kind of people. They are both arrogant and intolerant. They will not even look at those they despise. But if you provoke him, it will be a big deal. If you give him a chance to catch his breath, he may chase you to the ends of the earth. Even at this point, he still does not think he is a failure. And because of the previous defeat, he regards Jiang Hui as a great shame and humiliation. And he must win back again to feel relieved. So 011 will not run away. Even if he is the only one left, he will fight Jiang Hui to the end. So 011 controls the remaining heavy mecha and leads the remaining soldiers to slowly push towards the dilapidated Jiwei Tower in the distance. Neither side interacted without authorization and began to send their soldiers to fight. There were more than 200 people guarding the base tower, and only more than 200 people were left on the 011 side. No one was better than the other. Without using mechas, the hand-to-hand combat was equally matched. However, both sides were probably under the command and control, and the casualties were reduced to the minimum. It felt more like a rest and delaying tactic after the war. As for what the two sides were thinking, no one knew. After the thrilling and jaw-dropping battle just now, the current scene seemed like a small fight, much less exciting. Even the command room, which was full of excitement just now, suddenly became quiet as a chicken. Everyone was probably still immersed in the tragic failure just now, and a little depressed. Only the people in the upper seats kept summoning the news that they were on duty outside, and mobilized all the commanders in the command room to control the casualties of the subordinates, so as not to end up with a commander without troops. What did you say? Did he see it with his own eyes? 011 tapped the table with his fingertips, pondering, as if thinking about something. Yes, the man had been lying in ambush there before, and had never moved. The news came only when he saw him get off the mecha with his own eyes. It's not strange for a single soldier, but it would be strange if he was a commander with such combat power. But the other party did not wear the bandages and laser tags of the Yara camp. And then the sudden appearance of this detail also caused him to think. 011 was not so amazing that he guessed that Jiang Hui would be a spy among spies. He just thought that the other party's lack of bandages and laser tags might be a breakthrough point. But it was too easy to recognize. A team returning to the city to report the news hurried to the door. and the team leader said something. 011 looked a little surprised. And then a trace of thought flashed across his eyebrows. He called the team leader and whispered something to him. The other party received the order and quickly retreated. 011, who had been a little anxious since just now, finally relaxed a little. Although he didn't smile lightly, his lips were tightly pursed. He also relaxed a little. Although he didn't know if it was a trap. He had to bite it even if it was an obvious bait. After all, the other party risked his life to come and hit him so boldly. He couldn't miss this opportunity. We have to hurry up. The superiors ordered us, who are out to get information, not to stay. Otherwise we will be regarded as traitors if we delay the military plane. A team leader led his members to the secret exit of the heavy mecha, past layers of inspections, and finally walked to the command room. There were layers of guards above, with a guard every 10 meters. Dozens of people covered the conference room tightly. People outside couldn't easily get in, and people inside couldn't easily fly out. The atmosphere on the scene was very depressing. Although they had followed the team leader to change shifts several times, the situation here was still as unbearable as before. They were also stunned by the depressing situation and did not dare to move, as countless vigilant and scrutinizing eyes fell on him. They also held their breath involuntarily, fearing that they would be stabbed on the spot by these people if they did something wrong. They were a reorganized team. There was no other way. The battlefield had changed too much. The teammates who had fought side by side with them had left one by one. It was often not until the end that they found that the whole team was scattered and only they were left. It was necessary to rearrange and regroup. This would increase their survivability on the battlefield. Their team was quite strong. Most of the people would be left after coming and going, and only 2 people would be added every time there was a gap. It didn't matter what people were added, as long as the teams cooperated or made do with each other. After all, the commander was not idle enough to pay attention to such subtle things. They had also seen that if they wanted to survive on this battlefield, they could only rely on themselves. This can be seen from the previous battle. Originally, they were full of confidence with 3 mechas and nearly 500 people. But in the end, only a few people and a heavy mecha were left. No one had expected this before. So at some point, perhaps the next moment, they might be defeated by the enemy. It is also possible that their own commander will use a big move to defeat the opponent. It is not impossible. Anything is possible. Of course, no matter how big the matter is, there are people above them to bear it. Fortunately, they don't have to report things. It is said that the commander-in-chief is a bit scary. They can leave as long as they wait outside for the captain to finish speaking. Unexpectedly, the team leader came out this time, but did not lead them away immediately. Instead, he called in 2 new guys in the team, saying that the commander-in-chief had something to ask them. Ask them? What to ask? How did these 2 new guys come in? The others thought about it, but none of them could figure out a special reason. They looked at each other blankly and gave up thinking. They just watched the team leader and the 2 enter the heavily guarded command room. They waited as usual, but they didn't know that the door would open in the next moment, and their leader might be replaced. Just as they thought before, the changes in the world came so suddenly, without any signs. Of the 2 people who were specially summoned to the command room, Jiang Hui was naturally one of them. She got in specially, and it was not easy to get in, although it was a bit horribly smooth along the way. But it's not a big problem, as long as the goal is achieved. Facing the scrutinizing gaze from above, Jiang Hui remained calm and composed. He felt that this scene seemed familiar. Where was the last time the same scene happened? Let me guess, it should be you. You are so brave to come here alone. I wonder what you are doing. Chapter 697 Darkness. Jiang Hui knew that everything couldn't go so smoothly. She was not panicked even though she was exposed and named. She raised her head lazily, changed the respectful look she had just created, and then looked around casually. At this time, even if she was stupid, she would react. Why did 011 suddenly summon 2 soldiers? Because someone sneaked in. It seemed that it was the person who created all the chaos. They all reacted, stood up with a boom, and surrounded this guy. As for the soldier who came in with Jiang Hui, he was already paralyzed by fear. After Jiang Hui was exposed, the other party crawled and rolled out of the siege. The others had no time to deal with this little guy, and they only surrounded Jiang Hui, the troublemaker. Nothing. I just wanted to come and see you. I didn't expect it to be like this here, Jiang Hui said casually. So this is what the heavy mecha looks like inside. It looks like an extremely stable structure, with 2 main driving seats and 3 assistant seats. It couldn't be more stable. Fortunately, she didn't plan to fight this mecha head-on. Otherwise she and Kashi's mechas might not even damage it. 011 was a little angry and laughed. He didn't expect that the guy who brought him great shame was such a bold and careless guy. Is this because he is so skilled and bold? Or does he not take them seriously at all? If the information reported by the front line of the ambush and the nails was not completely consistent, he would not believe that this person could be so ignorant and bold. Or did she think she could escape unscathed under the siege of so many people? 011 himself is a strong individual soldier. He is proud of his own ability. But he will not be as arrogant as the other party. In his opinion, the other party is undoubtedly seeking his own destruction. So he can just give him this fight. Looking at the other party looking left and right, 011 sneered, "Don't look. There are people ambushing here. Right? Do you think he has the courage to come out? I want to see which traitor dares to respond to you." Jiang Hui, who was still admiring the internal structure of the cabin, talked to someone in a random manner. It was no surprise that the other party saw through his internal response. After all, in terms of the other party's rank, he was above Kashi and 1002. There is a sense of induction between high spiritual awakeners. She can tamper with other people's spiritual connection at will. And naturally there will be masters who can sense and detect her spiritual conduction. But Jiang Hui didn't care about this, because when he got on the mecha, the matter had already reached 80% or 90%. And the remaining step was probably not a problem. The other party's biggest mistake was to let the wolf, and even though he had seen through her plan to get ahead. So many children from aristocratic families have this problem. Always like to think too much or complicate things. If you ask her, if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Don't try to control people or things that you can't control. Jiang Hui has always been afraid of trouble. Then you can see my insider. Do you dare? Just as she finished her voice, the bright cabin suddenly vibrated. And then it was as if the energy was cut off by some force. And the whole space suddenly fell into darkness. Is it so accurate? There is really an insider. Huh? Many people present thought of it as their first reaction. Who is it? Is it the pilot who controls the mecha? Or the commander? Or? The darkness amplified everyone's fear infinitely after losing their vision, making them lose their ability to think. Although they knew that the civil strife would only benefit the enemy at this time, the unknown darkness still took away some of their rationality. They had just seen how terrible that person was. Although they were all pretending to be calm, they were actually timid, fearing that they would be kicked in half by the real person in the next moment. That feeling must be 10,000 times more impressive than Ah-Ping. The unknown fear gave birth to someone who stumbled and stepped on someone. And then a group of people began to push each other. And then, they jumped and cursed when they touched each other. And they rushed several meters away like cats with their fur standing on end, fearing that they would run into the enemy. Then this big movement put them into a vicious cycle again. The people who had been united against the enemy not long ago were now guarding against each other, and pushing each other, as if they had lost their rationality. There were high and low chaotic calls in the darkness. At this time, they were no different from those who were fleeing and running around in the battlefield outside. The people outside also heard the noise inside, and seemed to want to open the door and rush in, but were stopped by a voice. "Shut up. Don't move. Anyone who moves will be killed." Then everyone heard the sound of a sharp blade being pulled out, followed by a short scream, and someone who must have been accidentally pushed over there groaned, fell to the ground. And then, there was no sound. Everyone in the dark was startled, and they naturally heard who came out. It was their immediate boss 011. And the person who just killed someone without hesitation was also him. The other party didn't even know if the person they killed was their own, although they knew that this person was ruthless, and would not hesitate to fight against the enemy. It was the first time they faced such a situation. At this moment, they really felt that the other party would really kill them if they didn't listen to the order. Instantly, everyone inside and outside the door stopped, dared not move, and even deliberately slowed down their breathing, fearing that they would become the souls of the other party's sword for no reason. They even suspected that the person the other party had just killed was not an enemy. Maybe 011 was just establishing his authority at the moment. And then catching the remaining traitors together, seeing that everyone in the field restrained themselves instantly. Even their breathing became faint. 011 sneered, "I underestimated you. Good trick. But you are afraid that you have also pitted yourself together, identifying people depends on more than just eyes. There was another strange sound in the darkness, and the long sword pierced through someone again. This time 011's action was faster, and the pierced person fell down and disappeared without even making a sound. Oh, no. It's okay. I have plenty of time to play with you. I think I was very close to you just now. I can hear your rapid breathing. The hairs of the people around him stood up. Even if they couldn't see the scene, they were scared by this monologue-like dialogue, just like schizophrenia. And who knows how many people 011 will sacrifice in order to kill this enemy. Everyone once again has a clear understanding of 011's cruelty, and their eager hearts are really shocked. They dare not rise up and resist, because they know that they can't beat 011, nor can they beat the unknown enemy. It's better to stay where they are and wait for 011 to deal with the opponent or lose, so that they can survive. But who knows if they will be the next poor person to be stabbed through. Chapter 698 Because of me. 011 has been a little crazy. He has never encountered such a setback since he grew up. It is true that for some reasons, he is inferior to Shilai. But this does not mean that he thinks he is inferior. In his opinion, Shilai and he can be regarded as mutually beneficial and win-win. And no one is inferior to the other. If one day Shilai does not meet his supreme ideals, he may not hesitate to abandon the other party. But at least for now, the other party's performance is still in line with his ideals. The two of them cooperated all the way and dominated this area in a short period of time. Since then, 011 has become an enemy feared by many people. He never thought that he would fall into such an embarrassing situation. This series of changes overwhelmed him and made his emotions a little unstable. But 011 is indeed worthy of being 011. He quickly found a solution. In his opinion, this person is as cunning as a snake. The other party must have a backup plan if he cut off the power supply of the mecha through an insider without anyone noticing. I am in the open while the enemy is in the dark. The other party must be very proud at this moment. I don't accept threats, 011 said coldly, and then stabbed another person in the scream that stopped abruptly. This far started for only a minute, and 011 killed 3 of his own family members with his own hands. He did not hesitate when he picked up the knife. He was really cruel. Others secretly hated his ruthlessness, thinking that he could not find the culprit and took his anger out on his own people. But they did not dare to resist him, so they had to hold back and dare not move. Jiang Hui held her breath and watched the other party's crazy movements. In fact, she was not far away from the other party, and the other party should have also sensed a little breath. There was indeed a time when the dagger was only a few millimeters away from her. But the other party was really crazy when he went crazy. He killed his own people all the way, which was beyond her expectation. She took back what she said before. This guy was not so stable in his emotions. What was he doing? Why did he hurt his own people? Wasn't he afraid of causing public outrage? The sound was amplified countless times in the darkness, and the panting sounds were scattered everywhere. Although they were trying their best to hold their breath, they could feel that everyone was very nervous and tense. They were probably afraid that they would be the next one to bear the brunt. As if even the air had become stagnant, 011 warned everyone not to move, and they didn't dare to do anything. Due to extreme fear, they didn't dare to fall down even if they made a mistake. Jiang Hui silently thought in her heart, feeling the other party's sudden distant breath and, that guy was going to make a move. So she took back the foot she had originally stepped forward. 011 sneered not far away. So, if you are not ruthless enough, you will only become the soul of other sword. Isn't this a weakness for him to catch the opponent? I thought you had many tricks. Turns out you have them here. As he finished speaking, the person who was supposed to turn around and go somewhere else turned around at some point and stabbed towards Jiang Hui's direction. The interior was obviously extremely dark, without a trace of light. But for some reason Jiang Hui seemed to see the bright light of the dagger. Jiang Hui did not dodge, but just turned her head slightly. The sharp blade brushed her face, and she was still thinking in her heart. This person's aim is quite accurate, and it feels like he has the same fighting style as Holly. Didn't hit. It's okay. The little mouse can be caught. As for how to die, naturally it's up to him. The opponent mercilessly stabbed her in the face several times, with such force that even Jiang Hui thought she could dodge it. But her scalp tingled. This is really a ruthless person. If he were in real life, he would probably kill people without blinking an eye. Enough of fun, the opponent murmured. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Hui felt a sharp edge in her waist and abdomen. But the opponent had just retracted the sword he had just stabbed. So this time he moved the other hand on the other side. But it was a pity that she was too late to dodge when she found out. As expected, lunatics are unreasonable. You still don't make a move? Are you watching me make fun? Unexpectedly, Jiang Hui was not in a hurry to dodge at this moment. Her feet stood still as if they had taken root, not moving. At this moment, the sword-tip stab by 011 was less than half a fingertip away from her waist. Aren't I here? A strange voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. 011 thought to himself that it was bad. But he was very smart. When a person was restrained from behind, no matter how much he struggled, it was useless. He felt that someone appeared behind him without knowing when, and his cold hands were strangling his throat like a ghost. 011's mind was rarely blank, and he didn't even notice when the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Amid the constant questioning of people around him, 011 lost his voice. It's okay. With the order of the person who suddenly appeared, the cabin that suddenly lost power schwa lit up again. The situation in the cabin was immediately revealed to everyone, and it was really a mess. The members who had just gathered together to fight the enemy all turned pale and looked around in confusion, as if they didn't understand what happened. Then, in their eyes, the leader who was always invincible, 011, was restrained at this time, and the other party was still tied with their camp's bandages and laser tags. It was obviously not the person who had just sneaked in, but the insider. This person was also a logistics candidate. When did he sneak in? How come there was no impression? Everyone felt that since they were sent to attack Yala, they couldn't understand a lot of things, and they were powerless a lot more. And the enemy's person was fine. No matter how strong a single soldier was. There was a reason. There were many powerful people. But how come the logistics were so awesome now? The other party was able to hold 011 tightly. It didn't look like he was pretending. Seeing Zhou Xiaowen successfully take down the other party, Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had always believed in the other party and his ability, she was actually a little nervous when she was forced into that situation in the end. Aren't you asking my friend why he is so brave to come here? Of course it's because of me. I am here, Zhou Xiaowen replied with a fake smile. Chapter 699 Simply. Although he couldn't turn his head to look at the other person, he could still tell from the hem of his clothes that he was a candidate from the logistics department, and the other person's arm was still tied with the bandage of their camp. So he was probably the insider. Looking at the strange face opposite, Jiang Hui, who was very familiar with the other person, could still automatically imagine his face. But now, this strange and cognitive feeling of turning his head was really wonderful. Zhou Xiaowen didn't have such a delicate feeling, so he was very happy. After all, he finally reunited with Jiang Hui after so long. But neither of them was stupid, and they could still talk as if no one was around when facing a powerful enemy. Jiang Hui looked around at the people around him, and it seemed that most of them were shocked by the sudden change. Of course, it was also possible that he was shocked by 011. To be honest, that guy's state just now was really scary. She walked forward 2 steps, bent down, and picked up one of the daggers that fell on the ground. It looked sharp, and the handle didn't have the usual bumps to increase friction. It felt smooth to the touch, and was tied with a cloth strip. The edges were already worn, and it felt like the kind of weapon the other party would usually use. Jiang Hui held the dagger and pointed it directly at the defiant 011. Even at this point, this man still held his head high and his chest puffed out, and his eyes looked like he could kill 10,000 people. If you didn't look at Zhou Xiaowen's hand clasped around his neck, you might think that the other party was in a normal state. The other party stared at Jiang Hui, and the coldness in his eyes was about to overflow. He looked at the lukewarm Jiang Hui wantonly, and suddenly sneered, "Are you very proud? You can only do this if you rely on these inferior means to get to the top." Jiang Hui did not speak, but in the eyes of the other party, she was a little provoked and cared. "What? Did I say it right? I was careless this time. But that person is not so easy to fool. If he finds out, your fate will definitely be worse than mine. I'm waiting for the day I meet you outside." "What? You don't dare to come here? Come! If you don't kill me, I will make you regret it 10,000 times more than I do now." Jiang Hui did not respond to his words, but walked straight to a place not far behind Zhou Xiaowen, and then raised the dagger high and smashed it hard in the horrified expressions of everyone. As the sound of hard objects cracking came, she slowly walked back to her original position and continued to confront 011, who had lost the ability to move. Perhaps because he was exposed on the spot. The arrogance and deliberate provocation that the other party had deliberately disguised just now instantly turned into a solidified mask and condensed on his face, looking a little stiff. "You're pretending to be so hard just to wait for an opportunity," Jianghui said. Jianghui knew his personality after just a short period of contact with him. He was really crazy. And he was also arrogant and extreme. He made a decision without hesitation. He was a ruthless person. If such a person really failed, he might not even tremble his eyebrows. How could he yell so much like this? And what about that person is more powerful than him? My friend, didn't you notice that you couldn't control your eyes when you said this? You tightened your chin and narrowed your eyes while you said it. And it seemed that you didn't even believe yourself. What does this mean? If you don't believe it, why do you force yourself to say it at such a critical moment when you are captured? There must be a purpose. As soon as Zhou Xiuwen looked at her, Jianghui guessed that there was a story. When she observed the other party's body tendencies and eye-drifting tendencies, she quickly locked the problem. Fortunately, she found out early that there was actually such a thing as a direct communication device in this simulation. She thought that the unified enrollment was deliberately making things difficult for them, so that they wanted to communicate completely in the original way. It turned out that she and the people she met were just unlucky. And no one got a communicator. Didn't someone get one? It's just that the examination party is still as bad as ever. And the communicator given is also limited. And it is not universal. This is a one-to-one encrypted connection. Only the two holders can encrypt and connect. Others can't use it if they don't know the secret chain. Jianghui knew at a glance that the communicator was not activated. Or it should be said that it had not been activated in time. Otherwise Shilai might have been live broadcasting the battle here. The moment he saw this thing, many plans flashed through Jianghui's mind. But he made a decision in the blink of an eye and destroyed the communicator directly. Indeed, this thing is more useful if it is kept. But Jianghui no longer intends to repeat the previous method. So keeping this thing is not only useless to her, but it is also easy to plant the root of trouble. So it is better to destroy it. After dealing with this root of trouble, there is still, if I hadn't found a communication record, whether I used you or not, you would definitely find a way to tell Shilai everything, Jianghui said in a very affirmative tone. The other party was just as she thought. A tough guy. He didn't even bother to look at her or answer her questions when he found out that his goal hadn't been achieved. But from the subtle expression on his face, Jianghui got the answer she wanted. What a pity. Now the other party was finally willing to look at her directly. And said lightly, "You want to kill me? It's me who can't use you. Nice to meet you. See you again if we're lucky." Jianghui hit his neck with the handle of the knife under the other party's strange look. Not with much force. But the next moment, the other party's figure blurred instantly, with a faint milky white light, and then disappeared in front of everyone. Jianghui breathed a sigh of relief, and didn't know what to say. These people were too deep into the play. We were taking an exam, not really killing people. If this kind of activity is carried out more often, it might breed a bunch of murderers. Please, can you interstellar people pay a little attention to the mental health of teenagers? Huh? Chapter 700, A New Beginning. Why don't you accept him? Jianghui then turned her attention to Zhou Xiuwen, who looked puzzled and a little aggrieved. This guy has been calm for 2 years, and she hasn't seen him so noisy for a long time. Jianghui said, as she stuffed the mental thread into the remaining soldiers' brains. Is that someone we can afford? She really felt that she couldn't control that guy at all. It's not that she couldn't force a connection, but the mental thread was not omnipotent. Jianghui also knew that this forced method could only control people temporarily. But it was not a long-term solution. Huan Xian had taught her this method, and naturally warned her not to be too superstitious about this method, because people's hearts were too unpredictable. The other party might accept her connection under the pressure of the times, but he might also be inconsistent and not be serious about his work. If you run into someone with ulterior motives again, you might not be able to take advantage of him, but be completely taken advantage of by him. So this method can only be used. Everything still depends on real ability. You need to know how to operate flexibly and make second-hand preparations. Back to the point. This 011, judging from his way of doing things, is an extreme person, and he is also unruly. No one can change what he has determined. Even if you press his head and break his neck, he will not be willing to bow his head. After a series of calculations by Jianghui, although she herself does not think that this is a shady method, It is indeed not in line with the other party's concept. Forced cooperation will certainly cause many contradictions and be difficult to reconcile. If it were normal, Jiang Hui might not do this. After all, she had met some people like this before. Although they were not completely the same temperament, they were very similar. If they communicated well, they could still cooperate and get along. But the unified examination is very short, and the competition is very intense. Jiang Hui thought that she couldn't complete the negotiation with the other party in a short time. So it's better to eliminate him directly. Besides, she didn't make it clear how to deal with the other party. But the other party had already decided to contact Shilai. In this case, the other party is a complete invisible bomb. So naturally he could only be sent out. Zhou Xiaowen thought about it, and felt that it was true that this 011 was not so easy to control. After Jiang Hui gave those people re-instructions one by one, asking them to stop all combat activities, regroup and reunite the team. There were only the two of them, and the driver in the control room. And the two of them started to talk seriously. How did Jiang Hui get in touch with Zhou Xiaowen? And how did the latter get into the 011 team? This is a long story, and most of it is about the chronicles of Mr. Zhou's lying all the way, which is boring to talk about. Anyway, in the end, the two of them accidentally connected during the battle. And then Jiang Hui naturally made a quick decision to find a way to sneak in, intending to cooperate with his friends from the inside and outside. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. It was just that Zhou Xiaowen had a little doubt since just now, and the two talked for a long time, and he couldn't help asking, okay, your name is G now. So what happened to 011 in the end? I saw that you didn't hit him with the blade. So why did he go out all of a sudden? The standard for the unified recruitment system to identify eliminated people is very simple. That is, if you die once in this simulated venue, you will be eliminated naturally. And because it is just a simulated scene, the injuries suffered in the unified recruitment will naturally not be reflected in reality. But as mentioned before, if you get hurt in a simulated situation, that feeling will also be imprinted in your spirit. Even if there is no real damage to your body, that feeling will remain forever. It is said that when this type of simulation system was first created, it almost caused several bloody incidents due to improper design. Later, the Empire issued a simulated information technology management case, which had strict regulations on related technologies and programming. After generations of improvements, the simulation system is now much safer, and will not really cause irreversible damage. So if a person goes out of the unified entrance examination miserably, I think he will not feel much better when he wakes up in reality. And if you are killed in a simulated scene, you will really feel that you died too quickly when you wake up. Of course, the one who did it doesn't feel very good, unless you are a natural pervert or a person who enjoys bloodthirsty killing. Most young candidates will feel uncomfortable when they kill someone for the first time in a simulated scene, although they quickly became numb after changing their mentality. The psychological barrier at that moment is still not very pleasant. Zhou Xiaowen has gradually taken over some unimportant core affairs over the years, and even participated in some important tasks. But his position destined him not to go to the front line at will, and he has not seen much blood. Unexpectedly, the first time he felt this uncomfortable would be in a simulated scenario. However, the first time is unfamiliar, and everyone gathered here for the unified recruitment, and the competition was very strong. It was either you or me. If he hesitated, the other party would immediately go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife, and might be even more ruthless than him. So he couldn't be soft-hearted, and basically overcame it slowly along the way. This is also a process that most candidates must go through, and it is also one of the purposes of the military academy's unified enrollment. But what is Jiang Hui's method? There is such a decent way to send people out, even without seeing a drop of blood. How did he do it? Who would have thought that the girl looked at him strangely, and said in a strange tone, "Isn't it that kicking out the mental power here means elimination?" When Jiang Hui hit 011 with the handle of the knife, she was naturally not thinking of breaking the person's neck. She just wanted to save trouble, and directly cut off the data flow of the other person's image, and then kicked his mental power out. Otherwise, why were those people so scared after being forcibly connected to their mental power one by one? Because in reality, even if two people have a command connection, it doesn't matter as long as the other party ignores it and doesn't receive it. But here, in this world where everything is manifested by data flow, directly connecting to mental power is equivalent to pinching a person's lifeline. She can kick or keep him if she wants. 011 was a dangerous person. So Jiang Hui had no intention of making contact with him in the mental field. Although Jiang Hui was not afraid of the strength of mental power, she still had to be careful with high-level mental power. Fortunately, she was able to control the person directly in the end, so she was less worried. She could cut off the data flow by directly contacting the core of the person's image and kick him out without having to stab his heart or cut his neck. Really, if you could only kill people in this bloody way to eliminate them, how uncomfortable it would be. People are not beasts with only murderous instincts. It's just an exam. There's no need to make it so bloody. If it happens a few more times, you will feel like a psychopath. Is it that simple? Jiang Hui nodded. It's that simple. Zhou Xiaowen almost cried. If he had known earlier, this scene was too realistic. God knows how big the psychological shadow was when he was sprayed with blood on his face. Chapter 701 Reactions from All Parties. This is really... Major General Bona thought that he had been the chief instructor for so long, and was speechless for a while after seeing this. He couldn't find the right adjective, because this sudden change in the situation was really comparable to a magnetic wave electrocardiogram. Ups and downs. Xiao Su, you have to admit that you made a mistake this time. Finally, he kicked the ball back to a young instructor. Barely decent. Colonel Su was as stubborn as ever, but there was a rare uncertainty in his tone. Of course, no one explored his unnaturalness, because everyone was shocked by Jiang Hui's wave of sexy exercises and talked about it. And the conference room suddenly became noisy. At this moment, no matter what profession they were in, they all had a deep impression of the name Jiang Hui. This is too fast. It feels like the most agile action in these fields. It feels a bit like a play. This is the confused type. Still doubting but having to believe it because he saw it with his own eyes. She is so brave. She even challenged him during the negotiation. Is she just being foolish or is she prepared? This is what I saw when I saw Jiang Hui being caught by 011. She is not brave, because she is really capable. You can pat your chest and ask yourself if you can avoid the attack of a high spiritual awakener without seeing him at her age. She didn't move her eyebrows even when she was hit by a sharp blade. This is really amazing. This is a huge appreciation of Jiang Hui. She did a good job. But she was too arbitrary. 011 was obviously more useful. But she chose to cut off the source directly because she was afraid. Although this can indeed avoid some risks, it seems a bit petty. This is the critics who came late. They obviously appreciate 011 more and think Jiang Hui is intolerant. She is too arrogant, since she knows that to capture the thief first, the leader must be captured. So she must know what will happen if she fails. This means that everything she planned before will be ruined. If she hadn't met someone as arrogant as 011, if the other party was more reckless, it is possible that she would be executed immediately. This is the sharp critics, who immediately caught a big loophole in her behavior. However, they had to nod in their hearts. Jiang Hui is indeed good at controlling the enemy's temperament and focusing on it. A heavy punch is indeed something. But I still don't understand how she did it. She was able to subdue 011's people from a distance and cooperate with her from inside and outside. This is the new question at the end. These two people should know each other. Yi Min looked at it for a while, and concluded with certainty. Because these two people seemed to be very familiar with each other from the time they met again to the time they cooperated in the recovery work. They had such a tacit understanding that people naturally felt that they were close friends, and could understand each other's thoughts without too many words. Perhaps you can take a look at the information of this inside man. Fu Xian's expression was a little strange. Yi Min had just withdrawn his attention from the power handover, and Fu Xian had just come back from flipping through the information, and couldn't help but remind his own boss. Outside of the war, Yi Min was actually a less sensitive person. She hadn't been with Fu Xian for long, and she knew roughly that this kid was completely different from his father. He was flexible and thoughtful, but he also had the same kind of ruthlessness engraved in his bones. So she always admired him very much. This guy never misses a target. This insider's ranking and grades are not very eye-catching, and even a little bit poor. But when you click in and take a look, God knows how many people click in and almost get shocked and jump out. Isn't this the one? The other party has been quiet for too long, so he actually forgot about it. When he clicked in and saw the name and matched the information, he realized that the one he thought was not very eye-catching was the most eye-catching one in this session. Zhou Jiaxiuan. Star number 732. Beska is in the same school. No wonder. Yi Min exited the information inside. Same school. What a coincidence. Colonel Simon, who was very stable, couldn't help but add a sentence. These two people probably knew each other very well before. They actually communicated with each other through mental transmission during the battle. Fortunately, they thought of it and dared to discuss and research the internal and external cooperation under the nose of a high-potential awakener like Iji. And they were not discovered. No. In fact, they were still discovered. But 011 found out from Dingzi that Jiang Hui was going to sneak in. But he probably never thought that Jiang Hui would actually pass on the message to Jiang Hui under the noses of the entire inner cabin. They didn't think that if they really ran into a real master, wouldn't they be caught in the trap? Fortunately, these two people still have some ability. So as Wan Xian said once, these two guys are actually the most courageous among them. There is nothing they dare not do when they get together. One dares to think, and the other dares to do it. They do it seriously, and others have to worry about them. Of course, others probably didn't think that they could really accomplish such an incredible thing. The previously indestructible heavy mecha was handed over by only 2 people in less than half a star. No wonder some old 011 members still can't react. In fact, they also feel it's unreal. Are the new students now so tough? The offspring of that person can't be such an ordinary person. Someone sighed secretly. It's nothing. Actually, why do you all look at each other with new eyes? It seems that the other person deserves more credit. Just be patient. Although you are a civilian teacher, you have received formal training like us when you were young. The way he grabbed 011 is unusual. I'm afraid it's not just his strength. Do you think the fighting skills that 011 showed in the previous record are just for show? If this Zhou family member is not really powerful, he would not wait for Jiang Hui to kill him without struggling. So Zhou Xiuwen's restraint action, which seemed to be light, was actually fatal. 011 must have been controlled by the fatal point. And he made 1,001 calculations in his mind to make sure that he could not break free. So he honestly had this final conversation with Jiang Hui. This Zhou family master is definitely not as simple as everyone sees on the surface. Although the incident happened in complete darkness, this point will not be reflected in the projection image. And the teachers outside can see it clearly. They could see Jiang Hui calmly and flexibly dealing with the crazy 011 in the dark. And naturally saw the sharpness and determination in Zhou Xiuwen's eyes when he exerted his strength. This was not the look that a young master who was just trying to get good grades would have. However, Zhou Xiuwen's performance was still a little less impressive, and everyone studied it and turned back to his other more fierce friend. Chapter 702 Rectification. A person who was identified as a fierce freshman was struggling to finish the work with his friends. In the end, Zhou Xiuwen certainly didn't really cry. He just hated that he didn't get together with Jiang Hui earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to take so many detours. If some people who had been peeking at his screen for a long time knew his thoughts, they would probably spray. Please, have you really walked a lot? It feels like you've been lying flat all the time. Zhou Xiuwen felt that he was about to die of boredom. He walked around, but didn't meet his friends. The people on the field were either idiots or arrogant people. They were only a few points smarter than him, but pretended to be big. He really didn't want to cooperate with these people. Fortunately, he met his good partner Jiang Hui before the end of the unified enrollment. Otherwise he might have ended up like this. Zhou Xiuwen is actually a very slow person. His slowness is not only reflected in doing things, but also in making decisions. Jiang Hui had felt before that this guy was slow in everything he did. And even flipping through books was a complete slow work. Although she respected his personal style, he was sometimes too slow, which made her want to help him in person. However, some things happened later, and she learned a little more about it. Jiang Hui began to think that there was nothing wrong with him being like this. His situation was much more complicated than she thought. In this case, slow might be his best way to deal with it. Sometimes Jiang Hui was glad that he had such a temperament, because this slowness to some extent represented a certain ability to withstand pressure. Otherwise it would be so uncomfortable to bear a heavy burden on him in the future. So under the intentional or unintentional indulgence of his father and friends, someone became more lazy and slow. However, although he was slow, he was very decisive in doing things. He certainly couldn't be a pedant when he met Jiang Hui. So there was this internal and external cooperation. In Zhou Xiuwen's view, Hui has always been the most capable among them. And there is no doubt about this. Even Wan Xian, the most powerful among them, has an inexplicable superstition about this friend. Anyone can fall into trouble. Only the other party. They always believe that the other party can always stand out in the path that suits them best. So when he saw Jiang Hui, he was not surprised and went straight to his friend's camp without hesitation. And he didn't even blink an eye to kill. Of course, his idea was to lie down and appreciate his friend's killing. He felt that no one knew more about expediency and change than his friend. And the other party could always find a suitable position to shine. Really, I'm not lying. As long as his friend is there. As long as the other party joins the war. No one can lie down to the end. The other party has the power to bring up the whole stagnant water. Did you hear that? The other party asked in a slightly raised voice, bringing Zhou Xiuwen's wandering thoughts back. Yeah. Zhou Xiuwen shook his head honestly. Jiang Hui looked at him speechlessly, and then repeated it again with a good temper, roughly about her next general plan. Although he was a little distracted when he heard it for the first time. Zhou Xiuwen was worthy of being a child who grew up in the military camp. And he immediately grasped the key point. Are you going to show up? Jiang Hui nodded. The various lurking before was just a stopgap measure. After all, it was not the right way. Although she is not bound by the situation, and does not pay attention to the so-called method. But if she is given a choice, Jiang Hui naturally wants to fight head-on with various strong men. Besides, she has been preparing for the unified examination for a long time. So she has to be exposed. And before, she was alone and could not use others accurately. Now there is finally someone who can be exploited with confidence. Jiang Hui has to use him. But before that, she still has to sort out the mess. This battle can be said to be high-spirited and ended in a mess. It has not been long since the war. And the final result is that both sides have lost miserably. This result is really not good. But it is also a relatively ideal result. At least for Jiang Hui. It is much better than she expected. While both sides have not reacted, Jiang Hui must make good use of this gap period, so as not to make it difficult to operate when people react. While discussing with Zhou Xiuwen, Jiang Hui organized people to sort out the mess, reorganize the team. Of course, the premise is that all these people must be included in her connection network, which is also convenient for management. It just took Jiang Hui a little effort to distinguish whether they were from the West or Yala. Thinking of this, Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel lucky that she was decisive and sent the most difficult one out of the examination room. Otherwise, let alone controlling the other party, just guarding against the other party would have exhausted all her energy and time. After a busy time, Jiang Hui finally remembered to ask Zhou Xiuwen about his recent movements. But a slight sound came from behind the door, and the two of them almost fell silent and looked towards the door at the same time. In fact, Jiang Hui has roughly controlled this complex remnant army. Although it can't be said that people are tied to a rope. At least they can be controlled. Jiang Hui used them as tiny dots to distribute around. Spread them in the mental network she had woven. And then firmly grasped the situation in this area. After all, she relied on lurking to get to the top. So she was naturally more careful in this regard. So as not to be overturned by others in the same way. So although they were all attracted at the moment, Jiang Hui could still guess who was outside by just slightly following the mental thread. Those people may not have recovered from the fact that they were controlled by an inexplicable guy from outside. Although they were still cooperative, they didn't like to get close to him. There was only one person who would take the initiative to get close to him beside her. Except for the person who followed her. The other party greeted Jiang Hui openly with mental power, letting her know that he was here. And after getting her consent, he was open and generous. Pushed the door and walked in. Then he found a seat and sat down, not caring about what Jiang Hui was talking about with Zhou Xiuwen. This guy doesn't look right. Isn't this how he got along with Yala before? This feeling is really asking for a beating. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, he raised his hand and said, "You guys can continue as you please," as if he would never disturb them. How could they continue chatting? Does this guy know how to write a sense of propriety? Jiang Hui had to pause the conversation with his old friend, and then walked to the sofa in front of him and sat down. What's the matter? This guy didn't show his eagle until he saw the rabbit. He was a typical target person. He wouldn't come to her temple for no reason. The other party must have something to tell her. Chapter 703. Who will repair it? The mecha is broken, and no one is repairing it, the other party said slowly. So he was waiting for her here. She said that this guy would not come over if he had nothing to do. Don't think she doesn't know that this guy has never obeyed her from the bottom of his heart. But he just did it all the way because of the situation. But Jiang Hui doesn't care. There are thousands of ways to use people. And there is no limit to one form. As long as you can put people in the right place. It's fine. Didn't your team have a mecha division with you before? Jiang Hui asked with some surprise. Yes. But he was accidentally dragged into the battlefield because he defected to the enemy. This is not surprising. Jiang Hui was also in the team at that time. And the weakness of the 2856 side was visible to the naked eye. Some fence-sitters wanted to run away immediately. And Jiang Hui saw the team leader deal with several of them with his own eyes. And because the entire unified examination is a short-term real-time battle, the mecha division can be said to be a marginal figure in the entire framework at present. But it has to be equipped. Mecha masters are currently doing nothing for any team. And they just hang around in any team. So Jiang Hui asked again, what about the other side? She remembered that she saw candidates from the mecha department when she bravely entered the heavy mecha before. There were not many, but there were several. Besides, they were enemies before. But now they have been incorporated into her army. And they are also her reserve army. It is still okay to arrange them. Speaking of this, Kashi's expression is more subtle. When he counted the number of people later, he found out that the 2 who could be used were killed on the spot by 011. And the rest were useless. Otherwise, he would not come to find G. Well, he knew that it was useless to find G for this matter. But someone had to solve it. The other party has shown great power since he appeared. As if he can solve anything, which makes people want to know where the other party's bottom line is. There was a trace of inquiry in Kashi's eyes. Jiang Hui didn't think too much. And he felt a little depressed. When the mecha masters were useless before, they spent resources to raise some in the team. Now they really need them, but can't find any. It should be said that many things are unexpected. After Kashi said this, he didn't hear any voice for a long time. So it seems that the other party has no solution. Kashi was a little disappointed. Forget it. He planned to get up and go back to pull a mecha master to fix it. Since Jiang Hui recovered this remnant, she has been recruiting personnel and arranging tasks non-stop. She doesn't care whether she can trust them or not. As long as they are in her team, she can assign work. Therefore, Kashi also has tasks on hand. And he came here in his spare time. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hui was silent for a while and said, "Wait a minute. I'll go over now." The other party paused and said, "The damage is not serious. It can still be used for a while. There is no need to go over to check it out. Now the people below are speculating about this airborne guy. And they are all still in shock. It is better not to ask him to go down and scare people." Unexpectedly, the other party said, "Who said I was just going over to check it out? Sure? Are you sure? Don't mess around. Some things can't be put back together after they are dismantled." Kasher's voice was a little uncertain for the first time. Kasher really said this with some trepidation. He swore that he just wanted to go and cause some trouble. But he didn't expect the other party to accept it immediately and even beat him back. Now he is the one in trouble. But Jiang Hui's solemn oath made people a little confused. Could it be that the other party really has any tricks? Jiang Hui jumped into the inner cabin and turned around. Then called up the system page and started debugging the data. What tricks can she have? She is only half a mecha master. If there is no mecha master, she can just repair it herself. It should be slightly more useful than making up the numbers. Jiang thought without any burden. But the people watching outside did not think so. It was no exaggeration to say that it was shocking. Jiang Hui entered the cabin. And the next moment, the opponent's action startled Kashi below. And he almost couldn't help but call a halt. But Jiang Hui couldn't hear it in the cabin. And she probably wouldn't care if she heard it. Because she knew what she was doing. Doesn't this guy know the importance of the magazine? Why did he open all the auxiliary devices without knowing the severity when he went up? After all, mecha is a hot weapon. And it is definitely not as simple as putting a steel on the outside of a person. Hot weapons must be equipped with high-energy equipment, such as guns and artillery fire to be called hot weapons. And these will not be revealed at the beginning of the fight. Only when it is crucial to decide the outcome can you rely on this to have a chance of breakthrough. However, this type of high-energy weapon consumes a lot of energy. It is usually hidden in the mecha without being noticed. And the energy consumption is extremely high when it is used. It can be said that nearly 1/3 of the energy storage of most mechas is designed for this part of the weapon, which is a means of guarantee. Once it is used up and cannot be recharged, the mecha is basically doomed. Jiang Hui directly showed this thing. Isn't he afraid that if he sharpens the guns and ignites the firearms inside, all the guns and artillery will be used up? Ah, no. He also saw this guy's previous fight. This guy is a wanton gambler. He is cruel to others and himself. He fired a gun in the middle of the fight to defeat the opponent. Looking at the current state of her mecha, you can see that in fact, compared with his, the opponent's mecha needs more repairs. Thinking of this, Kashi regretted finding the other party to deal with this matter. Who knows if he will dismantle half of it and install it on her own mecha. Oh my god. He means that his mecha needs to be repaired, not the other party's. He doesn't want to sacrifice for the balance of the whole team. Just when Kashi was anxious downstairs, Jiang Hui had finished running the program and was ready to repair the outside part. As mentioned before, everything in this scenario, including themselves, is a data stream derived from data. But basic modeling is still there. Although Jiang Hui wants to take a shortcut a little earlier, he still has to follow the basic modeling. So the internal debugging is very simple. Even simpler than in reality. Just adjust the parameters and then inject some energy to calibrate. The speed is very fast. Jiang Hui also adjusts the basic parameters for the other party by the way. And it feels that it should be a little easier to use later. But it takes some effort outside. There are 2 sensitive elbow joints with problems, which will affect the movement of the mecha. Jiang Hui climbed out of the cabin neatly, and did not forget to adjust the programming. Kashi had already surrounded them with the mecha masters, who were said to be not very skilled. It was obvious that they were very anxious. But he didn't dare to be angry with Jiang Hui. He just frowned and said, "Forget it if it can't be done." They said that although they can't adjust it completely, they can still do emergency treatment. Let them fix it first, and wait for the right person to find it. After all, she couldn't stop at this base. Based on the opponent's ability, it is estimated that the next battle zone will be launched soon. It won't be too late to get a new mecha master by then. Anyway, it's better than being blind like this. Jiang Hui glanced at the people below and asked an irrelevant question. Who of you has time to dismantle it for me? Forget it. Don't dismantle it. Just bring it here as a whole. Everyone. Chapter 704 can be repaired. Very good. Has the current individual soldier business expanded to this extent? Yimin began to hold an attitude of watching a good show and said to the people next to him. Fu Xian and Simon shook their heads. And then, they heard Major General Yi marvel at this person for the nth time today. Every time after reading others, I can find new progress by flipping back and taking a look. Oh no. Sometimes it's a shock. Newcomer. Ah. Yimin read it, and seemed to remember something and couldn't help laughing. What was the name of the kid in the 2nd grade you said before? He is also a very powerful little guy. I wonder what the scene will be like when this wave of the next generation comes up. What scene? Naturally. A group of heroes will fight in chaos. No matter which one they go to. It will always be good for them, and the military academy. I am really looking forward to the back more and more. We have been wandering around this area, and haven't seen the one in the east. Who is there now? Yi Min was a little surprised. As soon as the voice fell, a teacher from the individual soldier department just turned the screen to the southeast main control tower. The person in control of that side was a candidate with the alias K, who is also a special person who applied for their school this year. Captain Huan. Jiang Hui jumped out of the cabin, weighed a long and sharp discarded part, and removed the outer shell of the damaged part in a few seconds to confirm the damage of the parts inside. In fact, these can basically be read when running the program. But she is not so godly that she can judge which part is damaged and deformed just by looking at the outside. She only knows it based on the data of each part when running the internal process. She just needs to repair it along the veins. Of course, tools are still needed. Jiang Hui threw down the temporary tool he picked up casually, looked at the position of the shaft, and then jumped off the mecha. Did you pull the things over? Jiang Hui looked around and finally landed on the 2 candidates next to him, who were obviously dressed in mecha clothes. These 2 should be the mecha candidates that Kashi said were not very useful. But now she can't care so much. She just wants the other party to understand a little. Just now Kashi didn't know that she was running a mechanical programming competition, and mistakenly thought that she had touched it by mistake. The 2 below advised him not to worry. It can be seen that these 2 people probably just can't repair the mecha independently. But they still have basic knowledge. Jiang Hui didn't care what Kashi wanted to ask, and asked the 2 people next to him, "Can you disassemble the parts?" The 2 didn't know what happened. They just nodded blankly. And for a moment, they didn't know what they answered. They didn't know why Kashi would force them to come here after they clearly stated that they couldn't repair the mecha independently. And then, they saw this ruthless man who used mysterious means to kill two waves of enemies. That is, their current new leader G. The other party obviously understood mechas, and knew how to run mechanical programming to detect the status of mechas. So when Kashi was eager to stop them just now, he was stopped by them. This is the normal process for mecha masters to repair mechas. If the other party understands this, there will be no accidental touch, which is different from driving a mecha to fire guns and cannons. Because when running mechanical programming, the mecha is in an editable state, and the entire body is in a semi-protected mode. During this process, any part that is disassembled can be reassembled in its original state, and it will not have any impact on the subsequent process. However, G's violent disassembly of the shell later made them a little suspicious. Isn't it? Can this person repair the mecha? Isn't she afraid that the part inside the face will also be damaged by prying like this? The mecha is an extremely precise thing, and it can't be messed with. What is amazing is that although the opponent's posture is not very professional, the final result is unexpectedly accurate. Even with such a simple tool, it did not cause too much damage to the parts. But the action looked a little shocking. Have the current individual soldiers evolved to this point? And what does the opponent want to do by disassembling this part? They can't repair it. Faced with Jiang Hui's question, they could only nod their heads, and then reacted to what they answered. Just as they were about to say something, they heard a sound coming from not far away. I don't know who is dragging the completely deformed mecha towards this side. No, this thing is so broken. But it can still work? Who is the god who came up with this? Of course, it's my dear classmate Zhou Xiuwen. The other party grew up in the army since he was a child. Although he doesn't treat mechas as toys, he is not far from it. Naturally, he has his own way. Moreover, this is Jiang Hui's request, so he naturally has to find a way to get him here. Seeing Zhou Xiuwen jump out of it, Jiang Hui thanked him with his palms, and then climbed up and quickly inserted the parts. Then the people below looked at her stupidly. Kashi looked again, and finally couldn't help asking Zhou Xiuwen next to him, what is she doing? She doesn't really want to fix it herself. This candidate from the logistics department suddenly appeared beside Ji after the war. According to Kashi's observation, Ji trusted him very much, and the two of them had a tacit understanding, as if they had known each other before. He was a little curious, but he didn't ask too many questions. It was just that asking him was undoubtedly the best way at the moment. Didn't you ask him to come and repair the mecha? Zhou Xiuwen looked at Kashi with a strange look. What? Isn't Ahui repairing the mecha? And it was the other party who called Ahui here. Is this person a subordinate recruited by Jiang Hui in the unified examination? Why does he feel weird, and not very smart? Facing the other party's eyes, Kashi felt a little unnatural. He had never tried this since he entered the unified enrollment. And he actually lost his composure in front of two people in a short period of time. Sure enough, like Ji, who doesn't play by the rules, her friends also have the ability to make people speechless. But can the other party really repair the mecha? He can. He should be able to repair it. Otherwise, why does this person look so confident that he can Ji? Watching Jiang Hui dismantle the parts and throw them on the ground, his heart seemed to be up and down with him. Forget it. Never mind. Whether it can be repaired or not is the same, since the other party is so confident. Let's wait and see. Anyway, he is just his subordinate, and can only listen to him. Someone thought desperately. Okay, that's enough. Jiang Hui jumped down from the lowered elbow of the mecha and said to the people below, come and help take it. This and this. Jiang Hui pointed at several disassembled parts. While the other people were still confused, Zhou Xiuwen had already picked up the parts he could get and followed quickly. Only the two mecha candidates and Kashi looked at each other. This. Kashi sighed, and then picked up a large part. Let's go and see. Can it be repaired? Chapter 705. Is it fake? I'm in the top 30. Konoskina said. Yin Bo didn't argue with her this time, because it was true. The Capital Military Academy is undoubtedly arrogant. They never lack excellent students. Students from all over the galaxy will give priority to their school, almost without exception. They have the capital to despise everything, and the Legion power behind them makes them invincible. So they have reservations about those students who are almost unqualified. But in fact, they have already rejected them. And for those students who have enough talent but are not interested in their school, they never feel sorry. Because no matter how good this thing is, if it falls into someone else's yard, it naturally has nothing to do with them. In short, The Capital Military Academy's attitude can be said to be very high. It rejects all students who do not meet its standards. This is their past practice. But maybe this year is the year of Guyao. And under the influence of the chain of star power, talents in various fields have emerged frequently in recent years. At present, there are many people who have confirmed their admission to their Capital Military Academy, such as the kind of generals who are rare in a century or even 1,000 years. Their Capital Military Academy has never lacked talents. But this year, they encountered a depressing thing. They didn't recruit several people, and they were rejected without even having a chance to meet. That's right. They were rejected, not the other party. This is what really makes them depressed. Although their Capital Military Academy does have the capital to be proud, there is no highest power and authority in this world. Only higher. There is always a mountain higher than the other. Even the powerful will have a day when they need to bow their heads. Even the most powerful among them dared not say that he could face the greatest honorary marshal of this star era. So the Capital Military Academy had to lower its proud head. They have always been the best. There is no doubt about that. But the only son and the only heir of that person did not choose them, which is a great regret for them. The Capital Military Academy missed an opportunity to strengthen its own power. In addition to that person, there is also a son of a big man, another outstanding talent destined to become a future military leader, who also gave up choosing their school. The Capital Military Academy sincerely invited these two, but unfortunately, it did not achieve the expected effect. However, there are several outstanding students in the same class who were expected to enter their school, but they also lost inexplicably and went to another military academy that was not as good as them. The development of this matter made the senior leaders of the Capital Military Academy quite unhappy, but this was not something they could decide, and they could only accept the reality. Of course, as a veritable first university, they still have many advantages. Although they missed these two special students, they still have the best talents from the entire galaxy. The talented students they recruited are also reflected in the results of the unified enrollment. The Capital Military Academy, which ranks in the top 30 on the comprehensive list, accounts for 12 of them. If nothing unexpected happens, this ranking should not change much in the end, because the gap and barriers between people are not so easy to break. This is excluding those who do not participate in the unified enrollment, and only counts those who have received income in advance and participated in the unified enrollment. In the final analysis, this is also a reflection of the school's strength. The Capital Military Academy alone accounts for 12 of the top 30. You should know that although there are not many direct military academies in the entire interstellar system, there are still many of them. This shows the superiority of the Capital Military Academy. After all, the strength of colleges and universities depends not only on the power and resources behind them, but also on the talents in reserve. For colleges and universities that never lack resources, the more talents the better, and the higher the quality, the better. The Capital Military Academy is really blessed in this regard. And the 12 people who have killed their way up to the front row are not so simple. Each of them has talent and ability, and is the best among their peers. Since they have come up, they will not be willing to go down so easily. Similarly, the Capital Military Academy will not be easily changed. Perhaps many people have not discovered that these 12 are the fixed number of talent resources of the Capital Military Academy, and the proportion is almost the same every year. The year before last was 11, and the number before that was also 11. Generally, it is this number, and there will be one less in a few years. But this year, it should be affected by the star power of Guyanyan. There is one more person in the top 30. As for other military academies, there will generally not be much change in this regard. However, this fate was broken today. First, the one who rushed forward. It is understandable, not to mention the other party's talents and abilities. Even from the perspective of his father's bloodline, he must be a person who cannot be underestimated, no matter which school he chooses. Not long after, another unknown student pulled down the ranking. Now the only one left in the top 30 of the Capital Military Academy is Shirin. And the two people who took away their 2 places in a row intended to choose the same military academy. And they even came from the same place. An unknown intermediate college. Oh! That person also chose the same school. This made everyone curious for a moment what kind of existence that was, which could accommodate so many talented people together. And they all rejected their military school at the same time as if by appointment. What's going on? Could it be that there is a lobbyist from the joint military school lurking in the intermediate college? Brainwashing the children? In short, looking at this messed up chess game, everyone in the Capital Military School lost their voices collectively, feeling quite uncomfortable. But they couldn't bring themselves to discuss the matter seriously, because no one wanted to expose their true emotions in their hearts. They watched this strange student rush into the top 30, and directly rushed to the middle position, splitting the people in front and behind, and was particularly conspicuous. Looking at the chaos on the summary screen, Mr. Duckworth, who was at the top of the position, finally sighed. The wind is a bit strong. Jiang Hui didn't know that her behavior of repairing the mecha read a lot of points for her, and she directly surpassed many proud children of heaven and entered the front row. Of course, there is no ranking list here, and she has never known how her grades are. She just works hard to survive in the examination room. She raised her hand to signal the person next to her, took the part in the other person's hand, and compared it with the cut, and then used the equipped tool to cut it all the way. As neat as cutting flowers and vegetables. Only the hissing sound of metal friction told everyone what the other person had just cut. The mecha student next to him wanted to say something, but was afraid that he would say something wrong and upset the other person. Seeing that the other person was concentrating on comparing the cut surface, he had to shut his mouth and thought, this can't be possible? Well, it really can. The mecha candidate, who played the role of a ruthless tool man, looked at the parts that were firmly embedded in the disassembly cut surface, and was stunned. This? Who can tell him that this is not true? It must be fake. Chapter 706 Acceptance. This unified recruitment is only 72 stars. And the time is not long. But the designed levels are numerous. The rules are complicated. And there are so many participants. With more porridge than meat. This is destined to be an unimaginable chaos. It is very difficult to survive and gain a place in such a chaotic and poor environment. Not only does it require sufficient skills, but also a certain amount of luck. Needless to say, Jiang Hui's ability is enough to take advantage of this situation. With a little ingenuity, she integrated a force almost out of nothing, although it is only a small corner of this venue at present. Its strange way of rising has set off a storm among the heroes. Compared with the smoothness of her plan along the way, Jiang Hui's luck has never been good, which has been presented in various ways in the past. Except for the 899 tribute mecha, she has not got anything good. Since entering the examination room, Jiang Hui has been picking up handy things like garbage and using them. All tools that can be found in her hand can be regarded as usable tools, because Jiang Hui has no right to be picky in terms of her reserves, especially after inquiring and seeing other people's reserves. Even if Jiang Hui is mentally balanced, she can't help but feel a little resentful. Why do others have everything, but she has nothing? You have to find a prop yourself. But what can you do about it? Luck is really up to the individual. Look, when her luck is bad, even the mecha technicians, who should have been in the team, are useless. So it is normal that there are no parts to repair the mecha. Anyway, she and her people didn't pick them up. But it's okay. If you can't pick it up, then create it yourself. Jiang Hui is familiar with this. In the past, the wall she built was pieced together from a pile of discarded garbage parts. Jiang Hui thought she was very familiar with how to make use of waste. She has not slacked off in the mecha over the years. She has been studying in depth. She has made some initial gains in structure and shaping. The accuracy of adjusting parts is comparable to some experienced veterans. In addition to her unique talent, this is due to Jiang Hui's special eyes. As the spiritual space expanded, her external body also changed silently, with a precise sensory positioning that evolved inexplicably. Her eyes also performed some kind of mutation. Jiang Hui found that she didn't know when her eyes could accurately quantify and estimate the length, width, thickness and thinness of materials like a ruler, and could even accurately predict errors as subtle as 0.00001. The things measured by her eyes are not exactly the same, but they are not far off, and they are very applicable. In the past, Jiang Hui used this ability to make all kinds of waste parts, and transform parts of different models into suitable models. This ability seems to be useless on weekdays. At most, it can use a bunch of parts that should have been discarded to combine into a defective product that is much worse than the same level. But in the current situation, it is really not applicable. So in the eyes of others, Jiang Hui's cutting parts like playing is not actually random. She is really adjusting the curvature of the parts seriously. Jiang Hui looked at the parts that have been perfectly embedded in the cut surface of the carapace and frowned. Although it looks very fit, it is just a look, because it is not original. The inner buckle and so on are not very close, and it has to be adjusted manually. She asked the person next to her what he had taken, then took out the parts and cut directly at the inner buckle of her hand. The people next to her went from being shocked to staring with eyes wide open, and then gradually became addicted, with a rich expression. And soon, they almost came to Jiang Hui's hand to watch. The person who was originally responsible for handing parts was depressed. Although she knew that the person above must be repairing the mecha, she also had a distrustful attitude. After all, the difference between a soldier and a mecha is too big. It is hard to imagine that these two identities can only be put together. Can this person really do it? But from just now to now, the other party's performance is not just a simple understanding. It seems that he has a lot of skills, and the unusual performance of his companion also aroused her curiosity. She also wanted to see how this soldier repaired the mecha. However, she did not receive any instructions, and she did not dare to move at will. She could only look up and guess randomly while itching, until there was a burst of chatter from above. And then she heard the man shouting in a neither high nor low voice, "Who, hand me another angle trimmer? Isn't this one of the tools equipped by their mecha department candidates?" The guy above had lost the handle before, and now only she has it. The people below were brightened, and after getting a positive reply, they jumped onto the mecha platform as if they were going to a war. The two people below looked at the parts that were thrown to the ground in silence. Zhou Xiaowen walked up and picked it up, looking like he was going to take over this position. Compared with the three people who were completely immersed in work, Kashi seemed so out of place. He still couldn't believe that Ji could repair mechas. A soldier with strong combat capability and command and leadership skills? Now someone told him that this soldier can also repair mechas. Is this not a human? It's just a monster. However, this is the fact, and the people around him all look like they accept it as it should be. Have you been completely domesticated? Kashi must admit that Ji does have the magic to make people believe. But this is too outrageous. As if seeing Kashi's hesitation and doubt, Zhou Xiaowen glanced at the other party. She never does anything she is not sure of. So you can put 100 hearts back in your stomach. What's wrong with this guy? He has been shocked since just now. Don't think he doesn't know that the other party looks like he has surrendered. But in fact, he is not convinced in his heart. And he doesn't know what bad things he is holding back. Although Zhou Xiaowen thinks that Jiang Hui doesn't need him to help beat people. Just like 011, who was previously considered useless by the other party, was eliminated neatly by her. Her mind has always been clear. This is also what Jiang Hui's friends admire about her. For Zhou Xiaowen, who trusted Jiang Hui very much, Kashi's repeated doubts were an insult to Jiang Hui. This person has been following Hui all the way. How come he hasn't seen the situation clearly? Those two people are much more aware of the situation than him. If the other party still can't see clearly, it's better to kick him out directly. Someone thought without any burden, while taking the time to watch the movement above, and then picked up a part that was almost handy, and put it down on the lifting platform. Wait, Ji hasn't reported which part he wants yet. Kashi was about to say something when he heard the person on the mecha frame touch the lifting platform to pick up the part that Zhou Xiaowen just handed over casually. And look through it, thanks. This is it. Help me find another T model. Our model is also okay. Zhou Xiaowen nodded and made a gesture of understanding. No. How did you two achieve such barrier-free communication? Do you have a tacit understanding? Or are you too familiar with each other and don't need to communicate? And does this person also understand mechas? He can actually understand what T model and our model are. I don't understand. Should he also find an opportunity to learn some knowledge about mechas in the future? It seems as if everyone in the world suddenly knows how to repair mechas. Chapter 707 Trends in the Central Region. A very powerful guy has recently come to the Central Region, changing the previous chaos and gradually becoming a force to be reckoned with. Although it is slower and less efficient than the southeast corner that has quietly done things, and it seems a bit dull compared to the three giants in the north. It also has its own development trajectory. In fact, the central part of the center is the best view of the entire inner field, and it is much more convenient to arrange than the corners. However, since ancient times, the Central Plains area has been the most vulnerable to criticism. And this place is the same. The center means the orthodoxy, but it is also easy to be noticed by various forces. Occupying this area means accepting challenges from all parties. Therefore, the chaos in the central region has never stopped since the opening of the inner circle. From hundreds of people to dozens of people to more than 10 people now. It has experienced a very chaotic period in a short period of time. It is hard to imagine what happened in the middle. These 10 or so people came out of the 100 or so people like raising poisonous insects. Although each of them only occupied a small area. Their means and fighting spirit should not be underestimated. They were like hungry wolves. As long as there was prey in front of them, they would eat it up without hesitation. Therefore, no matter north, south or east, the 4 departments seem to have agreed not to attack them for the time being, so as not to cause a bigger chaos. It was good to maintain such a balanced state at present. However, the fear of the outside gave the insiders an opportunity. A strong man came out directly. Let's call him L for short. He was also a single soldier. Speaking of which, many of the students who came out of the unified recruitment this year were single soldiers. But they all chose to take over the position. For example, there were many single soldiers acting as commanders. But the commanders were all at the bottom. Of course, it has been said before that profession and function do not represent status. As long as you have the will and ability, you can take any position. For example, Jiang is just like a brick. She can be moved wherever she is needed. When the incident happened, even the teachers watching were stunned by her complicated little skills. L is much purer than Jiang Hui. He can't repair mechas or make tools. His command ability is not particularly outstanding for the time being. But his single-person attack power is very strong. And his mobility is also first class. It is no problem for him to lead 200 people to kill people in the central area. The dozen or so small leaders who survived in the central area like raising goo were chopped to pieces. And the number was reduced to half in just a few stars. Now the opponent is still going on. And it is about to take over half of the territory in the central area. It can almost be called another new force in the inner circle. L's strategy is very simple. That is, to fight to support the war. It's not that he doesn't pay attention to strategy, but facing the central region that is very fragmented by various small forces. Too much strategic planning and coordination is likely to have a counterproductive effect. Because the forces are too dispersed. The best way is to unify the forces. Fight one and take one. Coordinate these scattered forces. And at the same time intimidate with killing power. L used this rough method to quickly gather a small half of the central region and gradually go deep. The only bad thing is that L gathered forces too quickly and had no time to integrate. Moreover, L is obviously arrogant and cold-hearted. His subordinates are afraid of him, which makes them less cohesive. Of course, this is not a big deal in L's eyes. There is nothing to say, and there is no need to correct it. He has always believed that absolute power is supreme, and everything else is false. However, after a period of gathering, L's team had to stop temporarily. After all, although his focus is not on gathering, he can't just ignore it. The pace is still a bit too fast, and time must be spared to do some integration. So after conquering another small leader, L held the first meeting. This meeting was scheduled at L's base camp. He summoned the leaders and related personnel who were defeated by him. All gathered together. And gathered together. He was not afraid that these people would have some bad tricks when they gathered together. Like all individual soldiers, L has a face that blurs the average data. And even seems a bit too ordinary compared to some individual soldiers with strong personalities. But this does not change his strong inner self. This person obviously has excellent action ability. And people gathered again in a short while. For this meeting, they built a temporary meeting room in the Jiwei Tower. Although the place is large enough, it seems a bit crowded with too many people. But perhaps L had conquered all of them personally. So the scene was not awkward. But the atmosphere was a little solemn. Until L entered the meeting room and took his seat. The atmosphere inside seemed particularly solemn. L did not drag his feet, and went straight to the point. The topic was naturally centered around the current situation, such as the forces in the other half of the central region that had not yet been recovered, their own sphere of influence and the tentative expansion plan, and the current situation of their neighbors around them. Of course, the focus was naturally on the former, although their power has grown a lot at present. This semi-recovery situation is too unstable. They thought that they should quickly integrate the central region and complete the complete unification to be able to gain a firm foothold. Otherwise, they would be attacked by powerful enemies, internal and external troubles. And the advantages they created by the strong attack would quickly dissipate. Many opportunities are really fleeting. Then the second focus is the latter. It is not that they are overconfident, but with L's strength, if nothing unexpected happens, they should be able to unify the central region soon. And then they will be exposed to the powerful enemies around them as a whole. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. Before that, they must first understand the situation of these powerful enemies surrounding them before they can act. They can't just go forward and die without knowing anything. Right? So after spending a precious half a week to finalize the expansion plan, the rest is all about exchanging and discussing information about these neighbors. Among them, the three big heads in the north are the closest to them. Actually, there were originally two. But as they rose, the two in the north also had some inexplicable disagreements, split into three forces, and are now in a stalemate. Therefore, they had no time to care about the surrounding situation. Otherwise L's sudden appearance and the subsequent occupation of the central region would be immediately discovered and intercepted by them. Because as the two closest regions, the birth and growth of L first threatened them. Then it was the west. It was actually a little chaotic over there, with big and small leaders lined up in a row. A mess. But the movement was much smaller than that of others, and not very conspicuous. At present, no one has made any unusual movements. So L and others don't need to worry for the time being. Chapter 708 L's Awareness. This is a restricted area in the east. For some reason, although there have always been people who intend to occupy the mountain and become the king, many people have sneaked in, but they will always move out to other areas after a while. So in the end, no one has been able to stand out, and the entire area is almost vacant. This is very strange. It is said that even a barren place like the West can attract a lot of people, and because generally such places abandoned by those strong men due to barrenness can allow some small leaders to grow and develop. But this area in the East is very weird. One comes and one goes, and almost no one stays. There is no rumor about this matter, and the people who came out of there are silent about it, which makes people more curious. So after a long time, there will be a rumor. Some people say that the area in the East is a minefield, a place where you can't settle down. If you go there, you will die. So all those who intend to approach the East will fail. Of course, this statement is inexplicably derived and not very rigorous, but it only adds some mystery to this area. No one knows the real situation, excluding the instability in the West. The southwest and southeast corners can be regarded as the second biggest concern in the central region. These two places do not cover a large area, but they are the two most unbreakable areas in the inner circle. Although they are two large areas, they are not chaotic. From southwest to southeast, there are three big heads: Yala, Shilai and K. Of course, someone who quietly opened a gap between Yala and Shilai and was about to tear his face off is not known to the outside world for the time being. But it will be soon. Needless to say, Shilai was the first to rise in this area. He has many subordinates and rich background, and is an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Yala is a rising star. Although he is not as good as Shilai at present, he has also established a firm foothold and firmly occupied the southwest corner. There is also a completely unknown and mysterious southeast corner. There is little news in the inner circle, and it is surrounded like an iron barrel. There is no news at all. In addition, some forces sandwiched in the gaps and corners are also unknown bombs, and it is unknown when they will explode. So from this point of view, the southwest and southeast areas are very difficult to conquer. In this regard, everyone in the conference room is on high alert, as if they are not facing a distant enemy whose future is not yet known, but a strong enemy who will hit them immediately. Hearing the clamor to lead people to focus on defense, L sneered and glanced at the other party without emotion. Yes, he really doesn't care about things, and more likes to adjust himself according to the fluctuations in these people's minds. After all, there is chaos to be dealt with. But this does not mean that he is a fool. Do these guys think he really doesn't know anything? It's obvious that the people in the north are more dangerous, but the other side insists on promoting the dangers of the southeast and southwest forces in an attempt to lead people there. Do they really think he doesn't know that if they let the other side succeed, it's estimated that it will be a waste of effort? This person may not have the intention to rebel, but it is true that he has planned for himself early. And the funniest thing is that not only did such a guy treat people as fools appear, but there were actually several people who didn't have clear minds to agree with him. This group of people must have discussed to rebel. L never thought that he had the charm to subdue the enemy in a short time. So far, he has only seen one person with this ability. But L has been thinking about it for so many years, and still doesn't understand how the other person did it. So it's normal for someone to betray and do all kinds of small things, as long as you can control it at the right time. Because someone once said to him, "There is no one in this world who can't be used. It depends on how to use it. And the guy who has no ability but ambition is the best to use." He didn't agree to the proposal. And of course, he didn't immediately free up his hands to deal with the other party, but just hung him up and put him there. This made the few people who realized that their words and deeds were reckless immediately kick and uneasy. But they couldn't interrupt anymore. So they had to listen to L arranging tasks one by one and avoiding them. In the end, the guy who led the proposal couldn't stand it, and asked L anxiously if there was anything he needed him to do. "What do you want to do, friend? Have you forgotten that you just stepped on a big mine?" They have reason to suspect that L skipped these people with the intention of settling accounts later. And maybe they will be killed on the spot after the meeting. However, the truth is, L glanced at the few people with a strange look, making them feel uneasy. And then he heard the other party ask, about Southeast and Southwest. What else do you want to say? What else do they want to say? What else do they dare to say? Now they understand that their suggestion just now is simply betrayal, which is simply a suicide move. They thought that the other party was a rough man who only knew how to fight. But they didn't expect that the other party's cold face with no expression was even more terrifying, making them feel like they were being stripped naked and seen through. If they had the idea of deceiving the other party before, they dared not do anything at this moment. As for the other party asking them what they thought about the Southeast and Southwest, there were naturally plenty of opportunities for them to contribute. It was okay for them to tell some news that the other party didn't know, which could be considered as making up for their crimes. So several people hurriedly talked about the news they had heard from Yala and Shilai, which was about the third enemy standing between Yala and Shilai. And that might be an invisible enemy that had been lurking for a long time. It was really unbelievable to say that if they hadn't had the inside information and sacrificed a few chess pieces, they wouldn't have believed that there were actually guys who dared to pull the hair off the tigers, but this skill of pulling the white wolf out of nothing was even more cruel than theirs. If they hadn't seen such a ready-made example, they wouldn't have had such an idea and proposed such an unwise thing to L on the spot. Now thinking about it, it was really stupid. After putting aside their ambitions to do something big, they quickly turned their attention to the third enemy who might exist between Yala and Shilai, intending to alert L and tell him not to focus on him. Who would have thought that L, who had been listening to their speeches expressionlessly and not expressing his opinion, would move his eyebrows and raise his lips in an intriguing way? This really sounded very familiar. Chapter 709, Dismissed. No matter how the outside world changes, Jianghui remains unmoved. She does not have many mechas, and the materials are very random. Jianghui can only repair them with her hard skills. After barely resting the mecha, Jianghui finally got down to business. Although this battle was successful, there were still many invisible bombs left. So after dealing with 011, Jianghui immediately captured the two nearest points, and then began to disrupt and reorganize the whole team. She has decided to step into the front, so there is no need to hide it. But before that, she must be prepared and integrate all the forces in her hands. It is not okay to plant flags and occupy land piece by piece like before. And there is no way to mobilize the block she occupies in a unified manner. In fact, Jianghui does not occupy much territory, compared with Shilai and Yala. It is not even a scrap, but it is still a piece of territory. With a foothold, there is naturally a chance to really stand out. So Jianghui took the time to reinforce the surrounding area and gather the crowd, while taking time out to deal with another matter. Now that she had entered the middle of the chaotic zone and opened up the scene here, Jianghui naturally could not leave easily. But the other side, which was the place she decided at the beginning, was still unattended. If you say that you don't want it like this, who can spit out the meat in your mouth? Although there is not enough connection between there and this side, it is still a good point to open up the scene. Since she couldn't go, Jianghui sent someone else. What good candidate is there? Naturally, it is the new coolie. If he was not asked to work earlier, he would probably get by like this again. Someone's desire to get by is obvious. Don't think he doesn't know. How long are you going to hang around here? You've trampled the floor of the command room. 1002 looked at little A, who was jumping like a grasshopper, speechlessly. How did this guy get into G's eyes? He is neither stable nor outstanding, and he doesn't even know how to tell a difference. If he had a subordinate, he would probably have a headache. But the other party followed G from the beginning. And the other two were surprisingly tolerant of him. So he could only accept this defeat. But how long will this guy keep hanging around here? Is there finally any news about G? It's been a while since he left. And I don't know how far he has come. If he doesn't come back, it will be. 1002's expression was hidden in a place where no one could see. And his expression was gloomy. Little A turned around and looked at the other party and gritted his teeth. What does this guy know? He couldn't contact G again, which made him very anxious. Moreover, the signal has been intermittent recently. He occasionally replies a few words, but cannot be contacted. If it weren't for the occasional letter, he would suspect that G was killed at some stage in the process. But this is not the point. The time G agreed with them is getting closer and closer. It seems that there is only a little time left. If they don't do it, they can only go up and chop the man up as G said. Then the person who is about to take over the base tower mentioned by 1002 has not come yet. This feeling of being in suspense is really frustrating. Xiaoyi is not a person who can sit still. Seeing the four people in the command room looking calm, he can't wait to go up and worry for them. Okay. No matter how anxious you are, it's still the same. Is it our turn to be anxious about that person's matter? 899 had seen enough of this guy jumping up and down. She has always been calm and composed. She can stay calm even in the face of big things. People like Xiao A are just making things worse. Yes, it's not their turn to be anxious. But it's not right to leave them here. The mountain will fall and people will run away. No matter how powerful G is. It was when she was here. Now she is gone. And we don't know when she will return. There are wolves waiting here. So everything is hard to say. Knowing that she was annoying, Xiao A was about to go downstairs to take a look. And heard 377, who had been sitting upright, suddenly say, "Here they come." What's coming? Is G going to triumph, or is it the enemy? Everyone suddenly became a little nervous. As if the long-awaited thing finally had an answer. No one noticed that there was a hint of ecstasy hidden under 1002's surprised look. As if a venomous snake that had been hiding for a long time finally waited for its prey to lean over. Of course, he didn't notice that 377 glanced at him. And it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. 377 received the news that G was coming back. Of course, she would not arrive immediately. According to the other party, she would first go to a nearby base tower to reinforce the troops. As an agent, 377 immediately decided to send someone to meet the other party. But who to send was a problem. G did not have many confidants here. 899 was one. 276 was one. And Xiao A was half. The best choice was naturally 899. She was calm and had good combat power. She was much more suitable than the others. However, 899 was the personnel mobilization center of this tower, which meant that the other party was the first executor under 377. It would definitely not be appropriate to transfer her out. 276 is also okay. But the other party had just gone on a risky trip to get information not long ago. And it seems a bit too much to send him out again just after he came back. So only 1002 is left. But 1002 is a guy. Several people also know what's going on. In the end, it was 377 who decided to let 1002 go. After all, due to various considerations, this guy has been slacking off in the command room for too long. We can't keep him trapped like this. Right? Anyway, the other party has accepted G's connection and naturally dares not to act rashly. Since he wants to go out, let him go out. If he really dares to do anything, there will be people to deal with him. 1002 stood up neatly, and 899 and 276 behind him exchanged glances. And 377 looked at Xiao A with a warning to prevent the other party from exposing information. After the other party led the people to completely leave the Jiwei Tower, Xiao A couldn't wait to say, "That guy is obviously problematic. Why did you get him out of the way?" Well, even this stupid guy saw that 1002 was problematic. Did the other party think that he was hiding it well? And, didn't G tell you about this? 377 said. There is no reason. This guy is the only one among them who has two-way communication with G. Theoretically, G should trust him the most. Why didn't he tell him? Xiao A shook his head. I couldn't contact her just now. Then he was a little surprised. How did you receive her message? Could this kind of signal be divided into different areas and people? As soon as the voice fell, 377 and 899 and others on the opposite side had a complicated look on their faces. In fact, they didn't just receive the message from G half an hour ago. They had received a message from G telling them that they had arrived and captured a G-Way tower near Xiaoling. Then they were instructed to send 1002 to the 759th tower without revealing the information. So the information they received, or should we say the information they just told 1002, was actually false. Chapter 710 Number 749 G-Way Tower. The G-Way Tower that 1002 was ordered to support was located at number 749, not far from number 759. It took only a short while to reach there. The journey was very smooth. However, he did not contact Jiang Hui on the way, except for the latest message. The other party did not send any instructions. He was as mysterious as ever, which made 1002 feel a little sorry. But this did not prevent him from proceeding according to the original plan. After all, how can a good show start without the protagonist? This number 749 is a small marginal tower like number 759, with only a few hundred people stationed. But although it is small, it has all the necessary organs. They also maintain the same order and operation rules as other G-Way towers, with divisional command, staff and captains of each unit. It is not difficult to take this place, but it is difficult to do it without alerting the large army. For example, the process of G's previous attack on Tower 759 was a textbook approach. I think the other party probably wants to follow the same path. 1002 just needs to cooperate. The commander of the 749th tower is called Cabby. The name is cute and childish, but his behavior is not cute at all. This guy is also a strong man. It's not that he is very capable, but he is strong-willed and tough, and a little disobedient. But the other party himself has some foundation. So after offending Shilai, he was just sent far away here. Of course, his personality is also reflected in the marching arrangement, which is quite different from 1002. Before being emptied by Jiang Hui, 1002 managed the number 759 Foundation Tower quite carefully, and could control all the joints while being relaxed. But he learned a bad thing from Shilai. He was not closely connected with the people below, and he was too high up in the morning. This is why Jiang Hui and his men were wiped out and used as stepping stones. In comparison, Cabby is more powerful. His military style is rigorous and strict. He tries to control everything. He does not tolerate any voices against him in the team. He can be called a blocked wall. Of course, it is not too difficult to capture it with G's ability. The difficult part is to capture this place without alerting the main force. That is really extremely difficult. 1002 is sure that G must want to break through from the side in the same way as before. So although he can't find the other party now, he must have been hiding in a corner ready to take down the number 749 Foundation Tower. So the group hid in a nearby station. Someone couldn't help but whisper to 1002, but was stopped by the other party. These people were originally 1002's subordinates. Even though they were now under Jiang Hui's management, they still obeyed and feared him in their bones. When they received the other party's sideways eyes, they stopped talking immediately. Forget it. They couldn't interfere with the thoughts of these big shots. Whatever they wanted to do. After all, even if 1002 was so powerful in front of them, he still lost the battle. He lost his territory, and was finally sent out to risk support. Thinking of this, the guy who wanted to remind him retreated to the back, staring at 1002's back without saying a word. 1002 didn't care about the guy who suddenly disturbed his thoughts, and contacted the person on the other end. At this moment, number 749 base tower. Why haven't you come yet? Shilai is becoming more and more unreasonable. He thinks one thing after another. He was upset with him, and threw him to this hellhole. If the other party didn't let him go, he wouldn't be happy to be in his hands. Now he wants to send a paratrooper down and ask him to accept it. He thinks he is rare. Otherwise, the young man rubbed the edge of the chair with both hands, then stood up suddenly, but seemed to remember something and forced himself to sit back down. After this short period of time, in the empty command room, Cabby seemed to be completely unable to sit still. He sat up and sat down again, and repeated this several times until there was a knock on the door and stopped this action. He immediately restored his usual calm and controlled appearance and said, "Come in." The person who came in was a staff officer who was responsible for conveying Cabby's instructions on weekdays. Cabby is different from 1002. He doesn't like his subordinates to stay under his nose, and share the same office area. What he wants is absolute authority and a high position. Since he is the actual controller, he wants to control everything. He has such a strong desire for control despite his average ability. I don't know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate. At present, he is still doing well in this small territory. He has spent a lot of effort to achieve this effect. So he will not easily hand over what he has in his hands. Unless there is enough bargaining chip for him to give up. This staff officer has been working with Kirby for a while. So he naturally understands his temperament and reports the latest intelligence directly without saying much nonsense. After hearing the unusual movements of the nearby number 759 base tower, Kirby was obviously a little surprised. It seems that the other party has received the same instructions. This movement certainly does not mean that they have discovered the lurking of 1002. After all, 1002 came out for the purpose of support. There are many people brought out from the tower. And what they are doing now is completely shady. How can they be shown openly? So the movement mentioned by this staff officer is the frequent changes in Tower 759 over the past few weeks, including changes in team organization, patrol methods, and external strategies. These changes are not strange when they look at them individually, but when combined, they are completely different from the previous style. Really like changing the leader. Sheila is far away from this side and is busy with affairs. He controls many base towers and has no intuitive feeling. But Tower 749 is close to Tower 759 and has a similar model. So it is easy to detect that something is wrong. Do you need to transfer more people? The staff officer is a smart man and can see that something is wrong from these movements. He thought it was wrong and reported this matter to Kirby as a key point. This is also the tacit understanding between the two. He was sure that Kirby would take this seriously and send someone to follow his suggestion. But he did not expect that Kirby shook his head for the first time. No need. Get ready. Gather the leaders of each team. I have something to announce to them. Kirby brought up another irrelevant topic. The staff officer was a little surprised. What was he trying to do? How to gather so many people together? This has never happened before. Because Kirby has always followed the rules of each department. It has its own operating rules. So even those people under him rarely see Kirby himself. And the only contact with him is the instructions passed down from level to level. Now they all have to be gathered so suddenly. Is there something important and change to announce? Actually, this understanding is not wrong. So Kirby nodded, yes.